Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are going to be celebrating, a little bit belated, but we're celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We're also sort of celebrating the release of Remastered 4 through 6, which came out a little over a week ago as well. We're going to be having runs from each of the first 6 games, either the OG or the remastered version. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders for you all. GDQ's next all-women in Feb speedrunning event, Frost Fatale 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th. Benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/frankfatales for more information on the event, or you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. Also, if you would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the the 2024 Season 4 shirt over at theyeti.com/GDQ. With all that said, we have our first game here. I will hand it over to our runner and commentators. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Well, thank you. I'm KDC. I'm a runner for the Tomb Raider games for the past 6 years or so now. And this is probably my favorite game, Tomb Raider 4, The Last Revelation from 1999. Very happy to be here for this love letter to our Lara. Happy belated birthday, and I have some very close friends with me here on the couch, let's say.
I am T-Rex Terror, or just T-Rex or Trex for short. I am also a Tomb Raider speedrunner. Love The Last Revelation as well. I've been speedrunning since about 2021 myself. I'm happy to be here commentating.
Yeah, and last but not least, I'm Mello. I'm also speedrunning for about 6 years on and off now. Tomb Raider The Last Revelation is certainly the most Tomb Raidery of them all, and I'm happy to commentate.
So I guess we're called to start the run. I think we'll commentate and say things about the run on the way.
Yeah, so you just want to give a countdown whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so 3, 2, 1, go.
And
so we start off with the tutorial level. For this one, they decided to omit the manor part of the game and just put the tutorial in 2 levels, which have Werner von Croy, our guide, showing us the moves, the ropes, everything. And it's a very first chill part of the run, because there are not many things you can do. It's just movement.
Yeah, it's actually the only classic Tomb Raider game where it's a forced tutorial. All the other games had the mansion, or Tomb Raider 5, it was just a little portion of the first level that you could just skip. But this whole Cambodia section is basically a tutorial, and we don't really have a way to skip it.
However, it might Sorry.
Don't worry, go on.
However, because I just want to point it out, you can skip something in this section, which is the little tutorials by Von Croy that he's trying to teach. Like, he's trying to teach the young Lara how she does her things. And you can actually skip these sections by pressing the look button, and that's what he does here. Because otherwise you would have to hear all his lessons, and we don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's actually really annoying because you try and do so many parts of this level and you just get interrupted by Werner all the time. He keeps on trying to talk to you. Most of it is skippable, but it's actually really annoying.
Yeah, this is the very first specimen of glitches in the game. We just sprint dive into that corner and we're just teleported up. It's Tomb Raider games, corners, walls, suggestions. You know how it be.
Yeah, we're going to not see too many glitches in this tutorial section of Cambodia. As we'll see later, the flares and the binoculars are our 2 main gateways to glitching our way around this game, and we do not have access to those yet. So after we get out of this tutorial is where the glitching is really going to increase like crazy.
Yeah, the game starts off very tame and just changes into Glitch Town for the rest of it. Though the game itself, it's not broken, it works perfectly, but we have certainly found our way around the levels in a not intended, let's say, way.
Let's say levels are also a suggestion in this game.
Exactly.
Which might be a good point to also explain your category, because you're doing this restricted, right? And maybe you want to tell the audience what restricted means in that case.
Yeah. So this version of Any% is the Any% we had some years ago, how the game actually began to be run. And at some point, some years ago, a very talented glitch finder by the name of Tails Gaming, I think, found out that you can just break the game and warp to the credits. So it's then that we decided to just make a separate restricted category for those who want to actually play the game, because the main Any% right now stands at 22 minutes, while this run is at about an hour. So that's what restricted stands for. The community just voted on the rules that they wanted to have, and we just formed it on the way through community voting and conversation.
When we get to the point where in a fully Any% run where we would be able to warp right to the end, we'll mention it. But of course, we're not going to be doing that here.
Path of the heretical.
Yeah.
To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
Fun fact about this part. Yeah. Do you want to explain it?
No, I was gonna explain what I was doing right there with inventory. So what happens in this game is that you can use the med through the hotkey and the inventory, which if it's done when you have just one med, it just underflows the med and makes you have almost unlimited med kits. I think it's about 25,000 or something. So we're gonna be abusing that for a big part of the run. We're covered on meds, definitely, and we're surely gonna need them. You'll see why on the way.
There was just another classic glitch from these old games, what we would call a corner bug. He's able to go up to that corner and then at a correct angle, crouch into it, and Lara kind of goes into the wall. And the game, when that happens, tends to try and push Lara up, so it pushes her all the way up top there.
And now for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned...
Volcroy just challenges us to a friendly race, let's say here, but he doesn't know that we have tricks up our sleeve.
Throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris...
To be fair, he is cheating at this race.
Watch your back, old man.
Yeah, exactly.
He starts counting, I think he wants to count to 3, and then he just keeps off running before he starts saying 3. So yeah, I think it's right to have a few tricks here to balance this out.
Yeah, everything is fair game. You started it, Werner.
That's true.
Funny thing here is there are actually 2 different cutscenes after this section, depending on who wins the race. And the cutscene where you lose the race to Werner is actually quicker, but you'd have to wait so long for him to get there first to get the faster cutscene that it's not worth it.
Cheeky corner bug here as well. And we're kinda through.
Nice sprint work.
Thank you. So this is where many events in the game get into motion, because things are gonna happen to our lovely Werner here,
Take your prize from
which will make him bear a grudge at
Time it
us.
took you to find your way
This is
here.
like a catalyst for many events that will happen down the line. We won't be seeing most of those in this run. Maybe Glitchless run would be better for that.
Focus. Forget this
But
nonsense
this is
and
the
come
starting
over here.
point.
I don't count
Supposedly,
on
Werner is Lara's mentor. Lara is at about 16 years old, I think, here.
Lend this some respect.
And they are in this expedition for an artifact called the Iris. And Werner doesn't seem very eager to cooperate, other than abuse Lara's skills.
Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the
Another thing to note is, of course, we are not currently skipping this cutscene, as that's not possible. Thankfully, on the remastered versions of the games, the devs have put in cutscene skips for all the different cutscenes and flybys.
Thank God
But
for that.
sadly,
Because if you play this game, you're playing a lot of Cambodia, and it's like 8.5 minutes at a higher level, so you live a very big part of your runner life in this level, in this area. So it's a godsend being able to skip those cutscenes.
Have faith in experience, child. and
Also
you will
interesting to
learn
note that
love
not too much research has been done into glitching and speedrunning of the new remaster games, but what we do know is a lot of the glitches that we will be seeing have been patched out. It's hard to embed into walls and use flares and different glitches like that we'll be able to see throughout this run today. So whatever the speedrun ends up being on the remastered version, it will be a lot different.
Hold on. I'm coming back to get you.
Very unfortunate. I went like into the remastered version for like 10 minutes. I'm like, what's gonna happen? Can I embed? Can I do glitches? And I couldn't do anything. And I was like, oh, dang.
They're ancient relics now.
But
Fitting to the game, to be honest.
yeah.
And thankfully, that is the end of the tutorial Cambodia section. So now we're right in Egypt, and this is in the present day of 1999.
Here is where we'll start stockpiling on flares, which will be very needed throughout the run. There's not much you can do here because you have this guy that follows you around, but we have some ways of circumventing the fact that you have to wait for him for most things. A glitchless run has to wait for him at all times, but we have our ways of skipping around things, let's say.
Yeah, we go through an absolutely crazy amount of flares in these kind of runs, especially in Glitched, where you're using them for a ton of glitches. Every flare pack, I believe, gives you 12 flares. So that's already 3 flare packs picked up, plus you get a few at the start from the game. So he's already got a lot of flares, and he's going to need them all.
The only thing we're not using the flares for is actual light, basically.
One of the use cases of flares, one of the less glitchy ones, or to say glitchless ones, is actually flare canceling, which basically means if you jump from a high position down, Lara would stumble as soon as she hits the ground. However, if you hold a flare and you throw it away just before she hits the ground, she kind of like swaps out that animation with the stumble. So therefore, she's like throwing away the flare and she doesn't stumble, which allows us to just keep our momentum and keep going.
This was another really interesting thing that the people probably just noticed, is that by throwing a flare on the floor right near that keyhole, without having the 2 items that you need to put into that keyhole, KTC could just randomly put nothing in there, but it worked. If you drop a flare near a keyhole just like that, and in a lot of different situations, the game will try and make Lara pick up the flare, but then when it realizes that she can't really pick it up, it will actually turn to prioritizing the keyhole, and so she'll move over to the keyhole and just interact with it, even though she doesn't have the required item. This is another really cool glitch. Visually, it's quite interesting.
And actually a very hard one, because it's like a 1-2 frame window to do that. It's a major reset point in runs.
Yeah, great job on the first try there.
Thank you.
Personally, it's my favorite glitch. If I have to pick one, what we've just seen, it's called flare jumps, because you use a flare and Lara jumps forward through a wall most of the time. I think that's my favorite kind of glitch, to be fair. It's very satisfying to pull this off.
And what we're doing now is also a really big glitch called an alt, or also people just call it the binoculars glitch. And basically you can go into the wall, and there's this idea of the active entity on the map. And typically that's Lara, but if Lara's out of the map in a wall, then the game tries to search for something else to be the active entity. And as long as there's no enemies or other things on the map, then that will be the camera. And so using the binoculars, you can throw the camera through the wall and towards the trigger, and that's what KTC just did right there, to throw the camera onto that cutscene trigger and trigger it through the wall.
So we're basically gonna do a lot of camera throwing to the end level triggers of most levels.
Most of the run is use a flare, get into the wall by using the flare, and then throw the binoculars somewhere, and you get to the next level.
Poor camera.
Yeah.
It's thrown a lot in this run.
Camera abuse. So in this level, you are supposed to go find 2 keys and use them in the 2 keyholes here, but we're not doing that because flares and walls
Pretty much.
and Tomb Raider.
Flares and walls. I mean, we're just seeing another use case of that. Just like at the start at Cambodia, you can like glitch into the wall, and then the game tends to just push Lara to the top, which brings us to locations we want to be in. And here you would usually have to wait for the sand to rise, and then you can pull up to the next platform and then level. However, we have flares, so we can just ignore all of that, and we can beam ourselves up to the top.
Again, here we're going to continue to use those flares to embed into walls and move all around this level. We're supposed to kill a ton of enemies and get the ignition keys to get into that Jeep and drive our way to the end of the level. But why do that when we have flares?
However, I believe you skip one of the best tracks in Tomb Raider, so I don't know if that's good.
We're getting it now, though.
We're getting it now.
Yeah, now this is a very interesting level, as we're about to see.
So we're embedding here in the wall, the Jeep leaves, and since nothing else is on the map, the Jeep can't trigger the end level trigger. So we're just here chilling in the wall, waiting the Jeep to reach the end for us. And we just have the time to appreciate the track that's playing that's actually called Jeep Thrills. And it's one of the best, in my opinion.
Jeep Thrills is very smart.
Yeah, it actually is. You can do some spinning here, but don't want to get you guys all dizzy.
Yeah, same thing. I believe same thing happens here, right? Lara is the active entity, but she's on the wall, so she's not the active entity. And then I guess the Jeep triggers the end of the level, so that's why we have to wait here. But we can do whatever we want. I mean, it's a little breather for sure.
And we're out. And in Karnak, just like that.
Arriving with a Jeep that we don't have.
We had the thrills, but not the Jeep itself.
Yeah, certainly.
These next few sections of the game are going to be a very quick crash course in, again, flare into wall, into binocular use, next level, as we're about to see.
Yep, on the right.
Missed the side flip. I
Oh,
still
it
won't
was
be happy.
close.
What is a failed side flip to skipping entire levels?
Now here we're going to see KTC.
Yeah, so usually...
Sorry, Mello. We're going to see KTC kill a few scorpions here. Again, that's because we need there to be nothing else active on the map, so the camera takes that priority, and we can trigger the end of the level at the end here in this next binoculars that we're going to use.
Yeah, normally I believe you have to get 2 items and combine them, and then you would have to put it on that pedestal, whatever you want to call it, between the 2 obelisks. However, just like with anything else in this game, we have flares, and flares are definitely better than anything else in this game. And we see one again.
This is another infamous level of the game, Tomb of Semerket, where there is a board game you're supposed to play against the AI, and it's a really long, drawn-out level, but...
Tomb of Gamba, let's call it, in every category.
But not quite here.
We see a little bit of frame buffering, utilizing the pause menu.
Okay, this worked. This was one of the stress points for me.
Great.
Because you never know with this trigger, it might work, it might not work, it might work very late, it might never work and you are waiting for an eternity. It's just RNG.
But hey, you won the game by not playing the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll take that.
I mean, it was a quite innovative idea, be honest. Like that's a pretty unique part of all the games, I guess. Because none of the other games really have board games. Especially because they involve a lot of RNG. It's really good that we can just skip it all together.
And now on to...
Just like we skipped that level.
One of the most visually appealing and interesting levels in the game. One of my favorites, the Desert Railroad.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best levels. It's like very innovative because of all the scenery around the train moving at the same time. And it certainly has a degree of difficulty in the movement, as we'll see. I hope I do a good job of it.
There's actually also a way to entirely skip this level, and that's actually the other glitch that is forbidden in the restricted category. We saw earlier that there was a time where we used a flare to interact with that keyhole earlier on in one of the levels to use an item we didn't have. And you can do that here too, but slightly different. We tend to call it a precise keyhole bug, and it's a lot harder and a lot more annoying, and so people decide, let's try and keep those out of this category as well, to try and make it a bit more fun and, you know, not skip this entire level.
Also, if you're wondering why he's just not, why he's not using running jumps straight ahead and he has a kind of setup, we will see this upcoming now. That allows us to jump onto the top of whatever is under that thing. It carries something, but we want to be on top of it. Otherwise, we would have to shimmy on the side, and shimmy takes a long time. We don't want that.
A very long
time. And actually, at the start, you could also go straight ahead, but KTC didn't because you have a trigger there. And then you have to watch at a little cutscene, I believe. So we do a little banana jump. We call it banana jump because we kind of curve like a banana, I guess. And in other runs, you will most likely and certainly see that today in the other games. But here we utilize it to actually skip the trigger and the cutscene.
Especially seeing any runs on the remastered version of the games using the new modern controls, the turning during the jump is a lot more intense, and you can make some really insane curved jumps with the modern controls. We saw just another jump around here and another one coming up right here where KTC is jumping around over the Russian ground where if he was just a little more off to the side, he would have fallen and died. Again, that's just to skip a little cutscene. If you jump around the tiles where the trigger is for the little cutscene, you can skip it by jumping around that way.
Well,
Oh my god, Lara's dead, guys.
Lara's dead. Run is over.
Oh.
Maybe she survived. Oh, she must have hung onto the train and somehow survived. Yeah, I might explain that little bit if you want me to. Little quirk. You can actually die at the end of the level once you triggered the end level trigger. But I believe if you don't input anything, if you don't press any button, it's alright. However, if you press a button while you're dead, then the game will give you the game over screen, at least on PlayStation, I believe. So you shouldn't do that. But yeah, you can kill Lara for whatever reason you want to do that. Not touch anything, and then the game will the level will just end.
No.
And believe it or not, if this was the purely any % glitched category, we would be very close to the end of the game. Because coming up here is where we can do that credits warp pretty soon. And here we are. This is another binoculars trigger into the Pharaoh's Temple of Isis level. And actually right here in this level is where, using the glitch we mentioned earlier called a warp, where you can go embed in the wall and do a lot of fancy trickery with a few different save files. And then you can basically warp to the credit screen from this level right here. So regular any % would be done a little over 20 minutes, but not going to do that here. And KTC will now do a couple more of these keyhole glitches. He doesn't have these key items, but using the flares embedding in the wall can trick Lara into interacting with them anyway.
Yeah, so maybe a bit to the, or not the technical stuff, but more to the input stuff. I believe to successfully perform this glitch, you kind of have to turn around, you're next to the keyhole, and then you spam action, as far as I know, or you hold action and you spam to the left, closer to the keyhole. I think that's the right way to do it.
Yeah. What basically happens with those glitches is that we're bypassing a check that is there for Lara. So when she actually goes for the flare, it just decides to go for the puzzle hole, the keyhole, as we say it. And we actually enter the animation of inputting the item without having the item, because the game will do that at that specific scenario.
I guess we can also explain this little skip here. Usually jumping through a corner is used, or I think almost exclusively used, to skip a trigger, and therefore a cutscene, especially in Tomb Raider 4 and 5. So that's what happened here. And now we have also a very unique level.
Yes, we have now entered the Cairo section of the game, known for being a pretty dark area that's quite convoluted in normal dev-intended gameplay. And also having this bike that you can drive around the whole area. But obviously, KTC's here is going to be using some flares instead. And as we can see here, Lara will be caught on fire. And Lara will be on fire for quite a while, actually.
And that's where, if you if you look back at the start of this run at Cambodia, the little debug that the devs left in the game, where you have basically infinite mat uses, that comes in handy here because you have to constantly spam it, which I am always very, I'm very proud of the people that do these runs all the time, because it's very hard to constantly think of healing while you do all the other stuff. So you kind of have to multitask here.
It just becomes second nature after you get used to it.
I'll believe that.
I do believe there's a bit of a safer way to go around it where you don't get caught on fire, but that is slower, and this is a speed run.
Couldn't have said it better.
And again, there is just a vehicle there that wasn't there before, that is normally not there, but the game, you're supposed to be entering that level on the bike, and so the game's kind of a little confused and leaves the bike there for you to get on.
Hungry Dragon time.
The classic cutscene with Lara still on fire.
Just imagine a guy, a woman coming to take him while being on fire.
The most normal thing.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon must be a surprise already, but yeah, the woman on fire is like an even bigger.
And then suddenly she's not on fire.
Yeah.
But don't worry.
But she will
yeah,
be.
the fire will
Rest
come
assured.
back.
You are a strong woman.
It's because she was fast
And you
enough,
handle yourself
so
pretty well.
naturally the fire
You've
just
got the
stopped.
codes. What now?
That's clearly the fake lore reason.
After all we've been through, I think not. This is merely insurance.
Against what?
Against your stopping me from doing my duty. Somebody needs to drive that truck in there.
Kamikaze.
Whatever it takes for my country.
So by this point in the game, Lara has basically released the apocalypse on Earth. She has taken the Amulet of Horus from the resting place, the tomb at the start of the run. And so after that, it's a race with her mentor for who will find the armor of Horus. Lara is informed that to save the Earth and stop the apocalypse, as she herself calls, has to take the armor and go to the Pyramid of Horus, use that armor, use the amulet, and save the world. So this is the latter part of the game. It becomes certainly way more darker. Tomb Raider 4 has that. It progresses to the darkest version because of the apocalypse, of course. And yeah, this is the latter half of the game.
And now we're back on fire.
Very important to point that out.
Typically, in normal gameplay, you just run around the corner here, but that triggers a cutscene, so we can do another one of these flare jumps where she jumps through the wall while trying to pick up the flare and can skip that cutscene.
Basically saves us around 2 minutes of time, I think.
Which is a lot for a speedrun. Definitely.
Yeah. And while we are on fire, that rope doesn't want to light up with the fire from us, so you have to pick the proper torch to light it up. Because game logic, I
Just
guess.
Lara things. I believe if because we just mentioned the story of this game a bit. I also want to say this is also kind of the first time where Lara has to deal with her actions and deal with the consequences of that. It's actually this story is actually pretty modern if you think about it, especially looking at the newest reboot. It's pretty close to that. However, that's kind of at the end of her story, or at the, let's say, end trilogy of her story, rather than the start of it or the origin. We see Lara in the distance. That was a good case to see where the camera is and where Lara is, so that's where the trigger was.
I was starting to wonder if that trigger would work.
Yeah, it took its sweet time. I think it was my positioning, actually. But yeah, we're into my favorite cutscene of the game. I don't know why, don't ask me. I usually like to recite this cutscene. I'm not gonna do it now. I will spare you guys.
Yeah, Werner von Croy here doesn't look too good, but that's okay because he was kind of possessed by a demon, so kind of, yeah.
Yeah, Seth has completely taken over at this part.
We would have seen that in FMVs, so like the little movie cutscenes in between levels. However, we don't see them in the run. So it's if this is your first time seeing the Last Revelation or the story of the Last Revelation, this is not a good way to learn about the story of this game. Certainly.
Yeah, this is not what it looks like.
But you have to say that that little cutscene here on fire while she spawn dives, that looks pretty sick.
Yeah, and while she's swan diving into what's supposedly water, there's no water underneath. It's all lies.
This is now kind of the last big portion of the game, which is the Giza section of Egypt. And there's still a lot more to do, but it is the last big kind of section.
And to the trigger skid.
There's a trigger here at this tile, and KTC here is trying to do a little curve jump around it just to avoid the trigger. There's a couple ninja enemies that would spawn here if he didn't skip that trigger.
What makes this area very hard is that the fire makes it so you cannot see properly from where you're jumping to where you're jumping. So we basically have a fixed sequence of jumping around to make our lives easier.
It's definitely a little nod to OG Tomb Raider 1. Counting your steps and having a fixed sequence.
Yeah.
Now, using glitches, the items that KTC is picking up here are not strictly required. These are... You're supposed to pick up this metal piece and the other handle we picked up earlier and then combine them into a shovel. And with that, you can dig up and get underneath the Sphinx and get to the next level. But there's actually a really weird quirk that we can exploit with these key items. Moving into this next area, it doesn't get rid of the key items in your inventory, and if you played the game normally, you're not supposed to have these two key items now. So we're actually going to be able to use those to create our own key item in this level, and we'll see that later.
See now one of the best puzzles in any Tomb Raider game, which is pushing a button several times in the correct order while being on fire, obviously, because we have to do this on fire. It's very crucial for the game.
Fun fact is that this puzzle is supposed to have an explanation with the hieroglyphics, but nobody knows how the hieroglyphics exactly correspond to that. But there are points, like at the latter part of the level, there are some keyholes that you have to find stones for, and those keyholes have clues above them. And those clues are the combinations you have to use with the buttons. And so that's the proper way to solve the riddle. But yeah, if you brute force it, it works.
Now we have a classic underwater maze puzzle, which everyone loves these, right?
Yeah.
But thankfully, the water here has finally put out the fire that we've been dealing with for a while now.
This puzzle also has something to do with a piece of paper that has the explanations for the hieroglyphics, but yeah, we just learn the way and go. It's engraved into my brain by this point.
I hope it is.
It definitely is.
And I believe this level, just like with the Desert Railroad, they have those very extremely precise keyhole glitches. The one that I mentioned that we could skip the Desert Railroad with, you can also do that here on each of those keyholes that you need to put these stones in. But as mentioned, that was one of the other glitches banned for this restricted category, so we have to go through and do the entire water maze and some of the other portions of the level.
Yeah, there are other categories that you can just go to the keyholes, perform the glitches, and not see anything else from the level.
And there's that stone key item, one of the 4 that's needed to get to the next portion of the level.
We still have to go and manually pick up 2 more. I almost died.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
And I definitely don't want to die here.
Yeah,
I think that's a good time to talk about the saving in Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6, I suppose. Since in Tomb Raider 1 to 3, you would manually save, and then you have to open your little passport thingy, and then you save on the save slot you want to save. However, here you kind of have true quick save in Tomb Raider 4, because as you just saw, you get into the menu directly. You don't have to open anything. So if you screw something up, it's way more forgiving, because the time it takes you to save before that is way less than in Tomb Raider 1 to 3. And the same goes for loading, obviously, because I believe in 1 to 3 you take about 3 seconds if you save the game and if you load the game. So you kind of want to not do that too often.
I just forgot the last combination. I'm like, 1 or 3, 3 or 1.
To be fair, you have to do this several times. So I can totally see how this is confusing.
Yeah, and every category has different combinations that it uses. So you might start mixing up categories in your brain if you're like me and have run almost every category from this game. Also, I mold is the short explanation for that. Thankfully, no rare crash here.
Yeah, there seems to be some sort of issue with the last revelation where crashes can occur when you start getting late into the game and you've been playing a single session of it. So like typically in glitchless runs, there's a place that crashes like 100% of the time. And so we have to restart the game in order to ensure that it won't crash on us when we, haven't saved potentially. But here that's not quite as bad as an issue, but it could still occur.
It's actually been attributed to probably memory leaks from the game. We don't know. The game just crashes and we have to circumvent that thing happening.
And so now this is the place where we put in all of those stones that KTC has collected, and we're also going to be able to use those key items from last level here, I believe, in order to basically make our own stone. And there, he just did it right there.
The bats in this level are crazy. They are everywhere in myriads.
And the bats have a horrible issue where they really can push Lara around. And so you could get totally pushed off a ledge or other things, miss grabs because the bats are pushing you around. It's really, really annoying.
Yeah, and also here we will be doing some trigger skips. And while you are inside the wall, just for a brief moment, if the bat is like on the trigger, it can happen that the bat triggers the spikes from the ceiling coming down, and you have to reload, and you lose time, and you're not happy. So yeah, the bats are quite
I actually didn't know about that rare
level.
bat trigger. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, you have to be very lucky to get that.
That's percent.
Finally nearing the end of this level. This is an extremely long level, especially for a glitched category. I think this is the longest singular level in the category, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Here we go with the bats.
I'm getting pushed around, but we're good. And we're going to T-Rex's favorite level now.
Yeah, people tend to hate this next level. It's called Mastabas. It is quite a mess of a level where Lara's supposed to go and navigate all these small, thin tunnels all throughout a ton of different areas. And I think it's a really cool level, but most people seem to hate it.
Yeah, it kinda sucks. I'm sorry, T-Rex, I love you, but this level sucks.
Certainly a man of direct words.
Yeah, that's for sure. So here KTC gets to use the super grenade ammo, and in this game you get a grenade launcher like many of the other Tomb Raider games, but There's actually 3 different ammos that come with it. The regular grenade ammo, and then the flash grenade ammo, which absolutely no one uses. And then the super grenade ammo is really, really useful. It's basically a normal grenade ammo that blows up into a few more grenade ammos that go around and blow up as well. And so he has to make sure to kill just about everything in the level, and he'll be using that super grenade ammo to do it.
I think I killed everything here. Yeah.
In general, Tomb Raider 4 is the first one that allows you to use different kinds of ammunition, right? So
Yep.
that's where we can utilize a few more time saves, I suppose.
Yeah.
You will see in earlier versions of Tomb Raider, in earlier games, that's certainly not a possibility. Which makes it less complex as well, though.
There's going to be an interesting glitch coming up right here where it's actually quite nice to get all the way down in this pit where, you know, normally you would just die of fall damage. But if you get right close to the edge and turn and try and climb down very particularly, Lara glitches out her position and basically rockets right down to the bottom of the floor, and it is quite pitch black down there. Using the guns for a little bit of light.
Yeah, because we kinda want the flare to... We want to activate the flare a bit late so that we can use it in the next level as well, at the start of it.
Nice. And now this is inside the Great Pyramid, very close to the end of the game. And now we are inside the Temple of Horus, and there are a couple water puzzles you have to do here to get to the next portion of the level. You're supposed to mess around with these 2 different sized water skins, and you can combine and put the water in which ones, and you're supposed to do it the right way to put in a certain number of liters into the scale to move on to the next portion. But KTC here is going to go really fast with the inventory, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
It's just math.
It is
Like
just
Ice
math.
says, when he's judging me, and when I'm not remembering the solution for this puzzle.
I suppose this is one of the puzzles where you could actually say, yes, that's a puzzle. That's actually something I have to
Yeah.
think about instead of like pull that block here and push it there, and then there you go, that's your puzzle.
Again, you can get some annoying bats here where when you try and dump the water onto the scale, the bats can sometimes push you away from it, and then she ends up dumping the water on the floor. So you really have to watch out with these bats. Here's another kind of version of the glitch we saw earlier where we can climb down very glitchy in the wall, and that puts Lara all the way down at the bottom without taking damage.
No. No.
And we're almost done here.
No.
we just have a final confrontation with the evil god set. Confrontation.
So what happens here in this little cutscene is Lara puts all the armor that she collected, which we actually didn't collect in this run, but you're supposed to have collected, and this is supposed to summon Horus to come fight the evil god Set. But then in an FMV, which we won't see, Set basically just comes in and destroys Horus, and Lara's just left there with a evil god.
Then we have an epic boss fight coming up. Yeah, that only consists of Lara pretty much running away and leaving him in that tomb. However, we've seen a new superpower of Lara, using a flare to suddenly glitch up to a ceiling, to a monkey bar, and continue as if nothing happened.
Yeah, the geometry there is very rare in that there is a slope and above that is a monkey bar. And when you cancel your grab, as in you grab and re-grab like this, it just teleports above. It's like a very specific kind of geometry, and it's one of the rare cases this happens, and it's very convenient actually, for us at least.
Now the rest of the game is basically just climb out of this hole, leave the evil god Set trapped in there, and then run for the exit.
And we can skip the cutscene from the shaft by just climbing out on the right side.
Very nice of them when they built this pyramid that they thought of that trigger and didn't place it on all of the sides.
Yeah. And we're done.
And that's time. Wow.
Thank you.
Very amazing.
So this was the last revelation, or most of it, at least. Thank you very much for having us. There is a very nice lineup of runners tonight. After me is Mello, running Tomb Raider 3, Remastered, and Golden Mask after that, if I'm
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah. Very happy to be here. Just a shout out to Dangerous for helping me with the tech stuff. It was really hard getting the game to have actually audio. And another shout out to Smooth Operative, because not only she tech checked me, but she was an inspiration of mine for starting to run those games back in 2019 when she ran Tomb Raider 2 on GDQ. So another shout out to her, and a shout out to the community and my friends. Thank you, T-Rex. Thank you, Mello. I love you for being here. And I think that's from me.
Yeah, really great run. That was a
Awesome.
great time, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Yeah, do either of you have any final thoughts you want to give before we move on to the next run?
Yeah, GG. I will leave it at that.
I will be there for you on the couch this
Yes,
time.
on the virtual couch.
I think we're good to go.
I think we're good to go.
Perfect. All right. So we have more runs coming up. Like you just said, we have Tomb Raider 3 coming up, and we are going to take a quick break while we get ready to that. Just before we go to that break, just a quick reminder. You can tune in to Speedruns 2025 from February 27th through March 2nd, benefiting Doctors of the World. You can use !Speedruns in Twitch chat to learn more about that. With that said, we're going to take a quick break. We're back with Tomb Raider 3. Take a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We're a little bit late on it, but we've got a Tomb Raider 3 run here for you. I'll hand it over to our runner and commentator right away. Let them introduce themselves.
if you haven't heard me before on KTC's Tomb Raider 4 run, I have been in the Tomb Raider speedrunning scene since 2019. Actually, GDQ helped me to become a speedrunner because the first run I've seen was from Baxkey at GDQ for Tomb Raider 1. So that inspired me to also go down that road or up that road, you could say. And yeah, Tomb Raider 3 is basically my favorite Tomb Raider game. So I'm very happy to showcase that one. And I will give it to KTC and Nondescript Midnight.
Go, Midi.
All right, sure, not a problem. Hi, I'm Nondescript Midnight, also known as Midi. I have been in the Tomb Raider community doing speedruns and challenge runs for about 6 years now. Yeah, very excited to be here. Very excited. Yeah. Go, KTC.
I'm KDC. I've run this game, the OG version of it, glitchless. I know some things about this run. It's in the works for me. I'm gonna run it in the future. And yeah, I think we're gonna watch a great run from Milo.
Yeah.
And shout outs to Bexky as well. Another inspiration, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm ready. If everyone is ready, then
All set on my end.
Go.
okay. 3, 2, 1, and we start the timer. Okay, first of all, we do a big leap down here. We are in India currently, and we are looking for the Enfada Stone. That's to the lore of the game. And this sequence will hopefully allow us to kind of hit that slope here. That was good.
Nice.
The stumble after wasn't that great, but however, we are here. Normally, this level is pretty big, and also you will already see the first save in this game, because you can actually screw this up in a way where you land all the way down. Okay, I made it up here. We
Nice.
can use a flare to do a flare cancel. You might want to explain what a flare cancel is.
Sure, do you want to do it, KTC?
Go ahead.
All right, so when Lara falls from a certain height, she stumbles. You can cancel this animation by throwing a flare at the same time so that the stumble animation is overridden by the flare throwing animation. And it saves approximately, I think, 2 seconds. And I think that every flare container in Tomb Raider 3 has, is it 10 or 12 flares? So the 2 seconds you spend picking up the flares does not, it cancels itself out very quickly with the amount of the flares that we're throwing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the first level done. we just got to the end of it. It's I guess in Tomb Raider 1 to 3, it's one of the tutorial levels. Like the first level kind of gets you in the mood for the game, teaches you a bit without explaining you anything, basically. I don't like that because I don't want to get poisoned by the snake here. And so the Tomb Raider 3 variant of that, which is Jungle, is definitely the longest one. It's a very tough level to throw you into the game. That's why a lot of people also say Tomb Raider 3 is definitely one of the hardest games to play casually. We will see about the speedrun. Usually, my opinion is the Tomb Raider 3 speedrun is very satisfying for the most parts. We will see later an area called South Pacific, which is very infamous due to certain skips that could take a little while. However, we are very professional runners, so we will surely get that first try.
Everything will work out. It'll be fine.
Everything will work out.
Yeah.
Maybe a good thing to mention as well. I think that is a first, actually, at GDQ. With the release of the remasters, we were also blessed, and yes, I say blessed, with a modern control scheme. And especially for speedruns, that allows us to be way quicker in certain situations because you can, like the turn rate of Lara, KTC mentioned it already in his run, it's pretty quick. So it's...
Lara can
Yeah, explain it.
Lara can basically turn on a dime with modern controls. It is actually ridiculous how much faster she moves. I also think that they patched it so she jumps quicker, but that might be
Yeah.
for tank and modern. So the remastered version of Lara is the epitome of everything a speedrunner would want from a game like this.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
you
other
can do
thing,
way cooler sequences. You can jump way faster. Like, you don't take a tile worth of space in order to initiate a jump. You turn on the spot. It's very intricate camera-based movement, basically,
Yeah.
which breathes a lot of new life into the games. And it's way faster than the original tank controls, which you can play, of course, with, but they are slower in this case.
yeah,
Yeah.
another important one is sprinting. Sprinting is, well, it starts in Tomb Raider 3 and then the preceding games have it, but the sprinting is so much more fluid with the modern controls.
Yeah, it's basically divine because you can almost turn 360 while sprinting, something which is definitely not possible in the original version of the game. You can do
Yes.
a lot of cool sequencing with sprinting. It's really fun. And you can
And-
actually go
yeah.
upstairs, like it's a new implementation in the Tomb Raider 3 game that you can go sprinting up the stairs, which is not possible in tank controls, only possible in modern.
Yeah, you saw the quick turning rate right here. That wouldn't be possible in tank because you kind of land and then, just like a tank, you have to adjust where Lara looks, and then you can pretty much run forward. However, as it was mentioned, it's very camera related. That's why you will see me use the camera a lot of times here as well. Which also, I have to say, makes especially this run a bit tricky because with Tomb Raider 3, they started to utilize fixed camera points very much. So that's actually our biggest enemy in this run, if I may add.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
The camera
Absolutely.
is your biggest enemy because it can cause you to fall off, especially in modern. We will also see a little skip here, but I will save for it, just if anything goes south. I was not
Oh,
supposed to
nice.
swan dive, but I guess style points.
You got points for style there. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Worked in the end, you know?
we walk up the stairs pretty much, and that sets us up perfectly to jump into the wall, kinda, and skip that boulder. And we fall down here. You will also see another biggest enemy of this series, which is forced fall damage. We really like it, especially in challenge runs where you don't want to heal. However,
Those beautiful Shivas.
yeah, this is not restricted, so we can do whatever we want, except for glitched. Using glitches, so I guess it is kind of restricted.
Restricted by being glitchless, yeah.
Restricted by being glitchless, yeah.
Exactly.
But you certainly see more of the game.
Which is great in my opinion, especially since it's like remastered, so we can bring this beauty to everyone. Oh, another thing that they added in Remastered, actually, did you see how far away Mello was from that lever? On modern controls, I think specifically, or just the remasters in general, you can. No, it is modern. It's modern only.
That's modern, yeah.
Yeah, you can basically pull levers from very far away, which hasn't carried over to the 4 to 6 remaster, strangely enough.
I believe 4 to 6 remasters, they, except for 4, I guess, but especially in Tomb Raider 5, like it doesn't really utilize a classic lever or switch in that way. You have a lot
Yeah.
of buttons that you press, and the hitbox for that is a bit different.
Another
You
great
will
thing.
skip the
also-
poison darts.
We also kept like the traditional 4 and 5 at least walk to action rather than teleporting, which is the case for Tomb Raider 1 or 2, for example. So
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
difference.
That's actually a setting that came with the remasters. It received a lot of quality of life changes, which is really good because it keeps the core of the game. Speaking of the core of the game, we can also switch to the original graphics just with one button. So if you prefer the original blockiness of Tomb Raider, then you certainly can do so. However, we will keep the run mostly in the modern graphics because we've also seen OG runs before. We haven't seen that many remastered runs, and I think especially in terms of celebrating her birthday, it's a good way to showcase, hey, this is Lara Croft in new.
Exactly.
We have one of our favorite thing in the Tomb Raider series, which is block pushing.
Everybody loves block pushing.
Everybody
Loves block pushing.
It's
Yes.
so there's something so magical about contemplating all the vacuuming you could be doing while pushing a block, you know.
Yes. Block puzzles are like they are definitely not the favorite kind of puzzle in these games. But we didn't question it when we all played it when we were younger. At least I didn't. Maybe another thing to add would be all the different movement sets that were added to this game in the remaster. I can start with one. KTC and Midi, feel free to finish that list or go with something that you really like that has changed in the remasters. We have, I call it a monkey roll because it kind of utilizes the same sound effect the monkeys do when they roll. That wasn't possible in OG TR3. So it makes crawl spaces a lot faster, which is very much needed, especially in Tomb Raider 4 Remastered, which has a lot of crawl spaces if you don't skip through the whole game like KTC just did.
Yeah.
So
I think that's definitely one of my favorite moves as well.
it takes way less time to do this.
Yeah, especially
nice.
especially in 3 and 4, there are a lot of crawl spaces, and you spend a lot of your time being inside them. So it's a godsend to have that roll being propelled up very fast.
Like also the move that immediately gets you out of the crawl space, like if you hold jump and then she kind of rolls out of the crawl space rather than having to reverse into it. That's also fantastic. Also the little grab she does if you're on a ledge when she turns around. It's all like nice little quality of life upgrades.
Maybe you can take the time and explain what I'm doing right here and why am I doing
just
it.
about gonna do that. Yeah, so basically here we have a fight with 2 Shivas. We need the one of the swords they are holding called the scimitars. So Mello is basically doing a fine job at killing them, so we can pick those key items and use it on the statue on the ledge, so we can proceed. Basically, the theme of this level is find all the keys, use them on all the keyholes and exit. It has about 5 keys, I think, 3 in the end and 2 in the door just before. And those are the swords he has to pick. It's quite a big level, actually.
It is quite a big level.
Among the biggest levels of the franchise.
Yeah.
I think it takes me about 13 minutes, roughly. So
I was just thinking
it's definitely on the long end.
How the movement that you were doing for the Shivas is actually quite interesting. If you time it just right, you can get a loop where the Shivas attack you, like they swing their swords. You jump backwards, miss the swing, and then tap forwards, and they will immediately try to attack you again. And you can actually take no damage from Shivas just doing that repetitive motion.
Exactly. That's why I did the specific movement there. It looks quite weird. It has a background, which Midi just explained. And we also just saw utilization of, how is it called again? Like I call it like front drop, front crawl space drop. I don't know how we call it. It definitely
the vault out of the vault out of the crawl space.
Yeah,
that's the one
of the crawl space. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one I was mentioning earlier. it's absolutely it's such a great quality of life improvement over the old game. Because if you've run the OGs, oh my goodness, the amount of times you're just staring at Lara going backwards through a crawl space or having to turn her around slowly. Yeah, it's such a huge quality of life improvement.
Definitely. I can agree. Also, if you reset a lot, and this is Tomb Raider, so you tend to reset this game a lot. Just like with cutscenes, it can be very annoying after time. So the remasters, they didn't just improve the game casually, they also improved it in the same way for speedruns. And just to explain what we're doing right here, we have a current here that wants to pull us into the spikes. However, we don't want to do that because then we die. So we just bypass that, how we're supposed to bypass that, no glitches involved. But we already put 2 keys in because that gives us perfect time to run past the statue and then end this long level, which leads into a cutscene that we won't see. But maybe, guys, you want to explain a bit of the lore here?
Okay.
If you want to.
So, basically, Lara is after the Infada artifact that Mello mentioned earlier, and she runs into this guy whose name is Tony. Yes. Tony. I usually call him Professor Dude Bro, but Tony. Tony has already found the Infada artifact, and it's driven him insane. And he has plugged it into his chest and now has magical powers, and Lara is trying to stop him. That's where we're at.
Pretty much. Thank you for the summary of that story.
We're just going after him in order to take the stone. No spoilers yet. The stone.
No spoilers
has more
yet.
to it than meets the eye.
Yeah, the stone.
Yeah, so basically this is the River Ganges. It's a unique level in that it has 2 routes you can go through. Both routes lead to the end of the level, but you can choose the route you will take. And of course, we take the fastest route. Here's the
point. Yeah.
Yeah, we go to the left because it's the fastest way. We have the least favorite for me vehicle, the buggy.
It controls like a marshmallow. That's how I describe it. It literally feels like fluffy and bouncy in all of the worst possible ways.
Yeah, it feels like you're operating an airball because as soon as you land everywhere, it just jumps around.
It just jumps, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why we will be a bit more careful, because if you're too close to the ledge here, the quad it just tends to fall down for absolutely no reason. It just flies off. It doesn't like the edges.
Yeah, it doesn't like the edges at all.
We're staying away from it.
A small pixel of your wheel can be above the air and you're suddenly teleported to the ground just because.
Luckily, we're going to get to my favorite vehicle in this particular run, with the best vehicle in all of Tomb Raider.
The best vehicle. Oh god.
Yeah.
I wonder which one that is. Okay, we drop down here. Normally you would go around. However, we have flares, so we can cancel the animation of the stumble. We can roll into the end trigger, which rarely happens for me, so I'm glad this happened.
Yeah, the cheeky skip into the last level of India, which has the boss battle. It's very short, it has some moving around. You can really see how sprinting makes a difference here because it has tight corridors that you turn around constantly, and you can do quite nice sequences through those small corridors like Mello is doing right now.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And it's very satisfying to watch. And at the end, of course, is Tony, the big dude bro boss.
Yeah.
Dude bro, exactly.
Professor Dude Bro, yeah.
Professor Dude Bro, I'm sorry.
He got his PhD in Dude Bro science.
Okay, we have our classic pit of snakes, very Indiana Jones inspired.
Yeah, pit of snakes, boulders.
We have a boulder
everything.
coming for us, exactly.
Like, it wasn't enough that we put the snakes there. We also needed to chase you with a boulder, you know.
Yeah. We throw everything at you.
Yeah.
That is pretty much Tomb Raider 3 in a nutshell. It throws everything at you that it can.
The flashy
Okay,
overkill.
I'm gonna save here because we want to start once the room turns red.
Basically, here Mello has to shoot him a bit and then go for the grenade launcher that's behind him and finish him off with that. That's a difference with the OG run because in the OGs we use the Japanese version, which has double damage for every weapon, and it's a non-issue because we kill everything with pistols. But here you have to be smart and find a faster way to do that because pistol damage is normal. And just like that,
Just
Tony
like
is
that.
dead.
Just
And we
like
went to
that.
Nevada, the best area for me in
The best area. It's certainly, I really enjoyed this area when I was younger. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy it now. But yeah, certainly I think that's one of the fan favorites here. It's a very cool area for sure.
The visuals
It
are
has a lot
absolutely
of novelty.
stunning. Yeah.
So story-wise, after India, we meet with Dr. Willard, who conveniently turns up to pick us up with a boat after we kill Tony. And he explains that there are more stones than the Impada artifacts. And he sends us on a mission to find the rest of the stones. So you have the globe, through which you can pick up the new destination you want to go. So the game becomes a little bit non-linear at that part. And
Except
we're going
not entirely.
after all the other stones under the command of Mr. Willard.
Except that if you choose anything other than Nevada first... oh, well, it's actually kind of fixed in the remasters now, isn't it? It used to be...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to choose Nevada. You don't want to. Yeah, you want to choose Nevada first. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Because something's gonna happen that we're gonna see in just a few minutes. Spoilers. But yeah, that's also the reason why we don't want to do that. Also, we have this very loud aircraft,
That's
which
still
I'm really
loud.
sorry for. Yeah, that one is actually still loud. And also, I think that's also a good time to mention, I am running this game on a previous patch, actually. Yes, we didn't really have that in OG, right? Because the games weren't really patched, except for, I believe, Tomb Raider 5 and AOD had a little patch, I want to say. AOD had a few patches, I believe. However, we didn't really have that here in 1, 2, 3. 3 and 4. Sorry, I have to count. We can utilize this little slow. It makes it a bit faster. We don't have to climb all the way up. Yeah. So I'm using patch 2 actually. I think there are currently 4 patches. Why am I using patch 2? I'm using a controller to speedrun this game, and after patch 3, the hotkeys kind of broke on the controller, and that's why I'm utilizing patch 2 where this still worked. However, as KTC mentioned, in the newest patch, which is patch 4, the modern controls allow you to sprint upstairs, which wasn't possible in OG, and it's still not possible in tank controls in the remaster. However, in Tomb Raider 4 to 6, they have adapted that, they changed it, and you can now sprint upstairs in tank and in modern controls.
This level is so cool. It has, I think it's one of the coolest levels regarding sequences and platforming. And you're doing an absolutely killer job, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to mention earlier that little jump over the cavern. I don't think you can do that on tank, if I'm not mistaken, or is it only modern? The little jump at the beginning.
I think you can do that in tank.
Yeah, it's just much
Tank,
harder.
It should be really
It's
hard.
much harder. Yeah,
it's much harder.
Modern controls certainly makes a lot of the skips easier in a way. However, the downside is, as I mentioned earlier, the camera. You don't really have an issue with the camera while you're in tank controls, but modern controls are camera dependent. So if you have a fixed camera point, then you die very quickly. Let's put it that way, because you can run off an edge.
The game just feels like dragging the camera away from Lara after pulling levers and giving flyby hints. So that camera being dragged away at that point makes it so you can see where you're going, and the camera change is relevant to where you are looking, so it might give you some trouble with that.
It's funny because I just had a moment where the camera threw me off.
Yeah. It's manifesting, I tell you.
Yeah, one of the skips that like was actually like it's a significant like little trick is right before we enter that cavernous area where you do the little jump twist onto the slope and onto the platform above where you usually have to walk around and climb around, and like that is just so much more fluid on modern. Like on tank, like you need like a little bit of a setup and stuff, but on modern you can just kind of go for it, you know. So it's really brought Tomb Raider to the front when it comes to speedrunning.
What we tried to do here, we tried to skip the level. Yeah, you can explain.
Yeah, he's just trying to skip directly to the end. Yeah, normally you have to go around the level to find the key cards to take the buggy you saw in the cutscene, and take it and jump over the fence there. But we don't need that because you can just run to the fence and grab, because there is a grabbable spot and the end level trigger is up there. So right when you climb up, you just end the level.
Exactly. So even though there's barbed wire, the level finishes and we're fine. This cutscene here, actually, that's cool. It was restored in the remaster. That wasn't in the original, I believe. This cutscene was in the files for the PlayStation 1 version of the game. However, it wasn't utilized. I had a Mandela effect there, actually. I thought this cutscene has always been in the game. I remember it.
Really?
And then I was told, no, this was actually restored. And yeah, I felt a bit bad because I couldn't appreciate the addition to this game in the remaster, because I really thought it has always been there.
So Lara is the original person that broke into Area 51. And so jumping up over the fence with the buggy just makes Lara be unconscious. The guards pick her, and we are now in too high security compound. Our guns and all items are taken away, and we have to navigate through the level without anything. So that's a novelty of this level. You don't have guns to initiate combat, and you have to use your friends and allies from this institution in order to proceed, basically.
Your friends and allies, which is basically we release prisoners and we don't know why they're in their prison. So we probably commit just another crime to justify whatever artifact we're searching for. Lara really, she really doesn't care about rules. Yeah.
But I mean, let's be real. They're our friends, okay?
They are friends. They're helping us. They are friends.
Yeah. They're all named Kevin,
like,
by the way.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, something like that.
They're all named Kevin.
And now we have a little breather again. This is the RNG part, the RNG section of this run. We had one of the prisoners already down here. However, he seems to prioritize dancing with the guard. Gladly, the other ones show up to help him out and make a dance battle out of it. They don't really seem to do well. He fought quite well. However, he died in a spot that's very inconvenient because it takes more time. But at least he died, and we have a key card type A, which is very big, by the way. And why, however, would that fit in her backpack? But you could also argue all the weapons she carries throughout the course of this game. How is she carrying them?
It's the magic backpack. It can take anything. It can take a bazooka also.
That is true.
Yeah, it's like a little bag of holding, but Tomb Raider flavored. you know?
Lara Croft is Mary Poppins, canonically.
True.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna save here. Nothing should go wrong, but better safe than sorry. And we're gonna land in
Yeah.
fire. However, Lara really doesn't seem to care about it because she has just been in the water. And that makes sense because if you're covered with water, then obviously you don't set yourself on fire, I guess.
Obviously.
Obviously. Yeah, well, KTC's run was all about Lara being on fire. This run is all about Lara not being on fire.
Lara being
Yeah,
on
she has a
water
different
instead.
degree of flammability in the games, I guess.
That's true. This part is a bit slower because the hitbox for these fans, I don't know, I find them quite weird. So I'd rather just walk a
It's kind
bit.
of weird because I was testing the original strat and it just won't work. Also because the crystals in this one, in the remastered version, are not healing crystals
Yeah.
as it is in the original PC version. So what we do in the original version is just we jump through the fan and we tank the damage by chugging meds, and then you hit the crystal behind the fan and you're good. But here you cannot do that, so you have to go around manually and open the fans, the doors next to the fans, and proceed from
Exactly.
there.
And yeah, that's a great mention with the crystals because what the remasters do, basically, they combine the best parts of PC and I guess console versions and restore some content. Obviously, we talked about that. So the crystals here, they don't heal you anymore. On PC, they healed you. They were green with a little plus on it. So you definitely know that this heals you. However, in the PlayStation version, I believe they were blue and they were actually safe crystals. Just like in Tomb Raider 1, with the addition that you can collect them and then you can save whenever you want and you consume the crystal.
Exactly.
What we're doing here right now, we want this guard to notice us and then we want to release the prisoner, so we're kind of trapping him. That was very good RNG.
That's
However,
really good.
me being pushed away was not very good. They balanced it
Yeah.
out again. But yeah, you
It was
can
amazing
you can
RNG
wait here.
because it can take from
Yeah.
everywhere from 5 seconds up to 2 minutes for the guys to do their job and kill the
Pretty
guard.
much. Pretty much. And sadly, we are dependent on them. We don't have our weapons, which is a funny Tomb Raider trope, if you think about it, because I believe in almost every game, you actually lose your inventory and your weapons, certainly.
The only classic one that doesn't happen in is actually 4. Even 6, you lose all of your weapons.
However,
So-
in 4, you don't have your weapons in Cambodia because you're young Lara. I guess it makes up for it. But yeah, you don't
Yeah,
really
at least-
lose them, so because you never had them there.
close
Upcoming
enough.
is a skip for basically this entire level. We need a setup for it in tank. However, we can just
Nice.
Go.
we can just rush that in modern controls and hope it works out.
Even without the sprint, let's go. That was great.
Yeah, without
Yeah.
the sprint too, that's...
The important thing is that you roll off the edge. I think I tried it without rolling off the edge, and then you don't have enough momentum to actually end up in a corridor.
Yeah, so that's basically a big sequence break for this level.
Yeah,
If you just take the key, go and deactivate some fans that are close to the end of the level, underwater, that would kill you otherwise. But now Melo is going to deactivate those fans. And then just proceed to the end of the level like normal.
yeah. We
This level
basically
is quite
skip the
long,
middle
Kevin.
part of that level. We do the start and the end of it, but we don't do the middle part of this level.
There's like a whole bunch of moving stuff around and moving a satellite and crawling through a lot of crawls, but it's really great that we can
It's very
skip that.
tedious. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
very tedious.
Yeah.
If you would have to do that, it would make the run certainly less enjoyable, at least for me. However, since we can still do that, I'm very happy and glad about it.
I mean, I love Tomb Raider 3, but it certainly can't become tedious in its levels, especially
Yeah.
later in London as well. Which, for the record, is my favorite glitchless area, but I have to be frank and say that it can be tedious.
Yeah, London
If you go there
specifically
intended.
has a lot of backtracking. Even if you do the skips and the stuff in the level, you still are playing quite a large portion of the actual level, which is good, but some of it is like, oh no, I have to play this part again, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's really pretty much that game you think of and you're like all happy and feel nostalgia, and then you remember that part. And London is certainly that part for a lot of people.
It's the sewer levels. Quite
All
literally,
right.
actually.
Now we get our weapons back, and in the remaster, it actually doesn't really matter too much anymore if you decide to do Nevada last. So that means you have pretty much picked up everything you can in the playthrough, and then in Nevada you would lose all of that. That's why in OG you want to do Nevada first, because you obviously don't want to lose all your stuff again. But in the remaster, at least starting from this patch, I believe, they have changed it, another quality of life change, so you can actually do all the other areas first. And I believe you will get a portion of your ammo and guns back, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
That's
And in
yeah.
this level, you pick up the Desert Eagle, which is the best
The
weapon.
best weapon, yeah. It feels very satisfying.
The thing about it is it's got high accuracy and high damage and a relatively short burst between, like a relatively short interval between shots. So you're doing more damage than you would with a shotgun blast about twice as quickly. It's really broken.
Yeah. Especially because the shotgun animation of like picking up the shotgun, putting it back, it takes forever. And you don't really want to do that if you can't. Okay, I will attempt a skip here, so we don't have to use the monkey bar. However, this can fail. We will try it 3 times, and then we will use the monkey bar, I guess. Okay. 3 times is a charm.
Good times to charm.
Times the charm. We are not doing
Oh.
it. Okay.
Very close. Very
That
close.
was very
and it's a
close.
very hard
It
scheme.
was very close.
It's
Yeah,
very
normally
hard,
we will just do that instead then. Normally, you would use that monkey bar in OG where you don't have modern controls. You certainly do. I don't think this curved jump here is possible with tank controls. It is semi-precise with modern controls already. It saves
You
a
can do
few
it with tank
seconds.
if you do the setup.
There's
If you do
there's
a
like
setup,
a setup.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it has a long-winded setup of inputs. If you're on modern, you can just like turn around like you did and just jump and
You could
fix
just eyeball it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't do that in tank.
Okay, I'm gonna do this part a bit slower because I kind of want to keep my mats for the end of the game, because I will have to use a few mats there. It's very crucial to just keep a good mat count, I guess. So we will also check in later. I might have to heal. However, I can do a quick save here and then avoid me healing and hope for RNG. Okay, hopefully this guy now runs away. Usually he does.
Picking up the med
Yeah.
and the Desert Eagle
And the
bullets.
Desert Eagle, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
And now we finished level.
So I think it's a very good time to start explaining something that will happen down this level.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how this game works is that it has flip maps. What flip maps are triggers. So think about it like a room is normal and then a room is flooded. Those are 2 states a room can change between. So you have the flip map triggers that flip the room to its other state. So in this case, I explained it's from the non-drained to the drained version or vice versa. What Melo is gonna do here, he's gonna not get noticed by the guard that's up ahead. And he's gonna skip to the next part and get noticed by the next guard. So our first guard here will activate a flip map trigger for us, and then a room down the line will be in a state that we will be able to traverse through trapdoors because they won't have collision, because they will be in that state where they aren't supposed to have collision. They are missing a trigger that's responsible for that collision. So you're gonna see what's happened in the future in the rocket room.
Yeah, it comes up very soon. So the first guard didn't notice us. The second guard notices us.
Which
All
activates the
according
first
to
guard as
plan.
well. So good.
Then there's another guard that will notice that, which actually locks you out of a secret. If you want to get all secrets in this game, then you definitely don't want to get noticed there. Getting a bit blocked by the guard here. He didn't really like that we just skipped him and ignored him. I can understand that. Then we utilize the roll here, so we can immediately trigger that trapdoor, fall down, get to our next crawl space, which is a lot faster with the roll. Pick up this mat because, hey, we're conveniently on top of it, so let's just pick it up.
Might as well while we're there, you know?
Exactly, because if things go south, we have mats to save ourselves.
Exactly, exactly.
We also ignore all of these guys. Kind of want to align ourselves here. So we can turn, and that means we're out of the crawl space again.
Dude, it's so fast.
It is very
Like,
fast.
The time I pass in these crawl spaces, it's like crazy to see.
I want to get rid of that guy.
And here
Usually
is-
we would get the disc here and do some shenanigans elsewhere. However, what KTC just explained and continues to explain, I guess.
Yeah, so this trapdoor, it's not what it looks like, guys. I know it looks fishy, but this trapdoor, basically in the state this room is in, those trapdoors don't have any collision, so it's just texture. You're going through a painted portion. It's nothing else. You're not going through any collision. Nothing non-glitchless happening here. It's all good. Just
I believe if you want to be technical, I believe that is a portal, right? And a portal is like a combination. A portal is the gate to a next room, if you want to speak about it technically. So I think what happens is that, as Katie said, it doesn't have a collision because you can actually set it up what has a collision between rooms, and this is not one of the spaces there. So yeah, that allows us to go through that. If we would have triggered the flip map how it's supposed to be triggered.
Yeah, the flip map triggers are a very convenient way of breaking the levels just by running around in them.
Just by following a certain sequence of events, you can skip quite a lot of things in the game. Just by
And
doing things in a certain order.
Overall Tomb Raider games, like Tomb Raider 1 Glitchless does it also in Midas.
Yes.
So it's a technique that's used in all games, I think, by this point.
Here we want to skip the lasers because if we touch any of them, these, how would you call them? They're not machine gun turrets. Yeah, turrets is a good word for that. They will activate, and we don't want that, even though we kind of have mats. But we want to preserve our health as much as we can.
Also love that it's a beautiful thick green laser as opposed to the barely visible on the OG lasers.
Yeah, there's actually in the previous level there was one area where I kill a guard and I need to get the key to the last area of that level. And I think the first few times I have played this, and I've also speedrun this, I was wondering why I suddenly lose health, because I couldn't see the yellow laser that's on the ground of one of the tiles.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that's happened to all of us at one point.
Yeah, it's...
Because you really can see them.
Also, I just realized I didn't flare cancel, I just kept the flare.
It was an emotional support flare. It was
It
just
was an emotional support flare for sure.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
It's okay. We pick up more flares than we need to, I think, in this run. At least the way I do the run. So yeah, we're fine. We're fine. What's the flare? So now we use the disk here, which allows us to open up this UFO, which for whatever reason is here. I mean, it is Area 51, but yeah. It gets very, very fictional here now. And it's like a TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside than on the outside.
I was about to say that. I was about to steal your thunder there. I was ready. I was ready to say it.
And
Here's our second stone.
And now we want to go to London. We're not going to save. I can die here. However, we can reset the level. Let's see. Ooh, I will heal because if I jump now, that would kill me. But it's good because there are some guards here that can also kill me while I'm on my way to finish this level. You also get an achievement. 24 seconds, that was. You also get an achievement, actually, for finishing this level in under a minute, I believe, in the remasters. So they are very aware that you can skip this level. And you can skip this level in two ways, I want to say. You can go to the left way, which takes a bit longer, or you can do what I just did now and bypass a huge part of London, because also that level is pretty big.
Yeah, Thames Wharf is the optional level. You can spend 45 minutes wandering around, or you can just jump over the buildings.
Pretty much.
Finish it in, like, under a minute.
So, please remember this red room, because we're gonna see it like 20 times in this level.
Be reminded of it a lot.
Yes. We're not gonna have to remind you. You're just going to know that it exists.
It certainly exists. Yeah.
Reluctantly,
it's certainly
we know
one of the rooms in Tomb Raider.
The rooms of all time, even.
Okay, hopefully I can pull this off right, because this is quite satisfying. You have a drill coming from the top, and you have a certain sequence here which allows us to go through this section pretty quickly. We ignore anything else, any of the pickups we want to get on the bottom of that pit, I guess.
Nicely done.
And you can hear the drill as it passes along. We're long gone. Here we want to wait for a little cycle, then jump up here that deactivates the flames. We're not gonna pick up this mat because I already have a lot of mats.
You're gonna need all those meds, Mellow.
Yes, I'm gonna need all of those mats. Definitely. Wait for the camera here. I'm gonna be a bit more careful. As I mentioned, the camera is your biggest enemy in modern controls, Tomb Raider Remastered. So yeah. Sometimes it's faster to be slower, I suppose.
Sometimes you gotta be slow to be fast, you know?
Exactly. That's very true.
Exactly.
And red room number 2, which is still the same red room, but we visited for the second time. Or the third time, if you want to count it.
I blinked and we were in the red room again.
We blink and we're here again. You could think the entire level consists of this red room, which is kind of true. Yeah, we want to go here. You guys already mentioned flip maps, and you might want to explain why I pick up this key and I don't follow along this way here.
Yeah, so with this specific one, there is a toll gate in which we need a ticket to get past. However, if Mello does a specific jump here, that toll gate will be open because of the way the flip map is triggered. So instead of being closed and us needing a ticket, we can just go straight through. That is great. However, there is also another complication to this, in that there is a portal in the room just beyond it, the actual train lines that we need to go on, that will block us. So we open the toll gate, and then we trigger the flip map again to close it. But when we've closed it, it activates that portal. But because that portal is activated, the toll gate is closed. This is very complicated sounding. And basically, once we go through that red room again, the portal that will open, and we'll be able to go through because we had to open up the shortcut where the toll gate is. And it sounds very complicated, but and it is kind of. But what you need to know is jump through here, go back to red room, run through red room.
Pretty much. I'm so
Yeah.
glad I have you here because I could have not explained that.
It's the fancy way of Lara Croft skipping buying a ticket for the metro in Aldwych, I guess.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Nah, this is not gonna work. No, we have to redo this again.
Oh, that's also
very
that's
sad
also-
about that. Yeah, that's a new
Yeah.
addition. I actually found the skip. Normally, you would have to go through several rooms, and it kicks in. It kicks in. We will do it. We will do it.
Yeah, this
You
is
got this.
very tight though, like very, very tight because those timers
Yeah.
aren't very generous to begin with.
Exactly. So we want to get this very quickly. I'm gonna do another save here because that looks pretty good. We tried to hug the wall. We were a bit too late there. I was hoping that this wouldn't happen. Yeah. Okay. We will try it again. It's very sad because I'm actually very proud of that skip. However,
It's a great skip. It's really good.
it is a great skip. Yeah, certainly.
It's just a little bit finicky because
Okay.
the timing is so tight.
Okay, now I'm gonna save here and it should be fine.
That looks good.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we made
Let's
it.
go.
We
Nice.
probably didn't
Nice.
save time at this point.
It was flashy, that's all you need.
But yeah, it's cool to do, and that's definitely only possible on modern controls. I'm pretty sure you can't do that on tank controls.
Yeah,
You
there's
can
no way
barely
you
do it
could.
on modern controls, so
Yeah, it's because of how fluid the sprinting is that you're able to cut the corners enough to actually get the timing
Exactly,
for that. You can't
yeah.
do that on tank. Tank is
But
just
like
too slow in that
normally,
regard.
we go into the last room there. We hit that button. We go into the last room. We hit the button again. That's inside of that room. But then we go all the way around, and we end up on the same spot that we've been to. And then we go into the second door, and we have to open something there. So by like utilizing modern controls, we can skip all of that. And I think it saves about 20 seconds. Probably it was like plus minus 0. But that's okay because it was nice to showcase that one.
Yeah. I think it's great to just show it off, and also just to show the power of modern controls and what they've brought to the table for runners. And I think hopefully it would encourage more new runners to actually participate, because a big hindrance to running this game is having to deal with an outdated control scheme that doesn't feel good at first when you play it. It feels great once you've gotten the hang of it, but on first play, it definitely shows its age.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I still love tank controls. I am very used to modern controls now, and that's how I play these games as well. But yeah, I also hope this kind of encourages more people to try the control scheme. You fight your muscle memory. That's the hardest part at the beginning. But once you really get used to it, you will see how beneficial it is and
Yeah.
how smooth it feels. I never hated the original tank controls. I mean, I know they are dated, definitely. But I always say that OG Tomb Raider tank controls were among the best tank controls. Like, if you compare tank controls, then I would say Tomb Raider was definitely one of the best games in that regard.
Yeah,
I'm gonna agree
definitely.
here as well.
Definitely. I 100% agree. I was just like saying that, like, for new people joining the series, it might be a bit daunting to learn this control scheme that no one uses anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly helps if you haven't played Tomb Raider before and that's the first time you touch Tomb Raider. So then you don't have muscle memory that you're fighting against.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
my experience with the game was I'm used to running tank. I've tried modern controls for Tomb Raider 1. I was so not liking them at the start. I hated them actually. But after you mess around with them, they have a big degree of fun in them. To sequence things, how you're moving around. Of course, it's not perfect. Like the fighting, the combat is not very good because it's camera-based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like it's perfect, but it's definitely a very nice new way to play the game. It definitely, I said it, I'm gonna say it again, it breathes new life into those games, I think. And
Yeah.
I was an avid hater of those controls, I have to say.
Same. I have to agree. I think the first time I touched modern controls, I played Tomb Raider 1, I believe, and I was in Palace Midas. And one of the sequences needs you to be pretty precise on a bunch of columns. So I tried this in modern controls, and for the life of me, I fell down every time I tried to jump, and I said, I hate these controls. This is terrible.
Meanwhile, I was in the alchemist's lab cooking up, trying to do Tomb Raider 1 glitches on modern controls.
He was one of the first people to actually utilize modern controls and try glitches with them.
I don't think I actually uploaded any runs, but I was there.
You were there.
I get a participation trophy.
I have very big respect for runners that do glitched runs with modern. I think it's amazingly difficult and some glitches are very precise to perform. Like, major props for that. I don't think I have that in me, to be frank.
You will see it firsthand later on, especially in Tomb Raider 1. So,
Ooh.
look forward to that.
So while we were discussing...
Yeah, Midi.
So I was just going to say, while we were discussing all of that, you might have noticed that we ran through the shortcut and then came through. That was the flip map I was talking about. It's actually difficult to spot if you don't actually know what's happening. I realize.
Yeah, but maybe to explain it that way, if you would have done it wrong, then you would be met with a void between you and where you have to go. So
yes.
that's how you know how you definitely didn't do it correctly.
Yeah, if you are suddenly staring into the abyss and it's staring back, then you've done it horribly wrong, and need to do all of the running around again. Basically,
you need to do better. You need to do better.
You just need to be better. Just be better. You know.
I mean, that's the quintessence of speedrunning, right? You just have to be good and perfect, and then you get a world record. It's that easy.
Exactly. It's just like I was telling you earlier. You just got to be good. Don't not be good, and then you'll be fine. You'll be good.
Yeah, that's very clear. You might want to add Snake Eater music to this section because we have a long ladder, not as long as in Tomb Raider 2. But certainly, that would be a nice time to play that song, which is a banger of a song, if I may add.
It is a really good song, and that Snake Eater ladder in Tomb Raider 2 is my arch nemesis in glitchless, because whenever I wanted to do a TR2 glitchless run and maybe get a time on the board or whatever, I've always been but then I'm gonna have to see that ladder, and I'm so used to skipping it.
It's dreading because you have to do it twice and it takes a minute.
Yeah, when I was doing No Notes, No Meds, All Secrets, every time I loaded up Tomb Raider 2, I'd be oh, I've got to see the ladder again today.
We're suddenly in a museum.
Exactly.
So what's happening in London is that we broke into the cathedral, ended up into Aldwych from above, and now we are in Lud's Gate. many people love this level. Love, quote unquote.
Love, quote unquote.
So you end up talking with people that were tested on by Sophia Lay, which is the main antagonist of this area. And so those people want to help you take her down, and they send you into the museum to pick up a vial of embalming fluid. This is a very rough word to pronounce. Again, we're so into the museum to get that vial right now so that we can get out and find Miss Sophia Lay, the main antagonist, as I mentioned before.
However, we don't get that bomb, so
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Of course
don't.
we don't.
there are
you
two
only need it
ways to
for a
this
secret.
level. As already mentioned, like we've seen it in various other levels already, where you can have your free choice. And yeah, the bomb was actually up on top there. Maybe you caught it in a little millisecond. But yeah, if you want to get that one, you have to go the way up. Then you go back to the starting area. You have to place it in there, following a cutscene that's at the start of this level, or like before this level starts. That explains you why you have to get it. But yeah, we don't do that. So we go a different route.
I was just thinking, glitchless max percent can't pick up the rocket, can it?
That's a whole another Pandora's box that you open.
yeah, let's not go there.
Okay. Okay.
Max
all right.
percent and Tomb Raider 3 are not the best friends because of
No.
those different paths. Certainly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you will see that diver vanish
Into thin air, it just disappears.
because usually you wouldn't really see it. This is a stealth section, or it's supposed to be a stealth section, but we don't really have to do this. We just have to kill that guy that I just killed, and he drops a key, and we need that key for a different room later on. Otherwise, we could actually almost skip this entire level, like people would do in Glitched. But yeah, as I'm mentioning, they do that in Glitched, and that's why we can't do that in Glitchless, because you have to utilize a glitch. Because you don't need that key. However, in Glitchless, we need that key, so you will see this beautiful section, which is... It gives me a bit of anxiety, to be very honest.
Yeah, it's
Yes, so to have this beautiful vehicle that everyone loves.
It's such a good vehicle. It's my favorite vehicle ever in a Tomb Raider game. It's so good.
I hope you can hear the sarcasm.
It's just, oh man. The way it like collides with walls and gets stuck, it's just perfect. I can't imagine a better experience.
It's beautiful. I mean, certainly the addition of vehicles, it started in Tomb Raider 2, right? But Tomb Raider 3, that's by like a 1000 and threw a vehicle at you in like every section of the game.
Yeah.
Every section of the game gives you a vehicle, and some of them, like, they're really hit or miss, because some of them are really great. They are very exciting. When I played this as a kid, I was amazed at this, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's one
at the
thing.
start, it can definitely be a novelty, but when you're speedrunning and you're pushing the game to its limits, like at least this vehicle, the UPV, as we call it, it shows like how, let's not say badly, how finicky it controls.
That's a good word.
Yes. Yes, finicky is a really good, like, emphasis on finicky. Like, another thing
I'm
that
gonna
you're
say
contending
throughout,
with-
because I tend to get confused in this area because everything looks the same.
Yeah. Another thing you're actually contending with in glitchless specifically is you're trying not to go to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Because you can actually, there's a glitch you can do accidentally very easily where Lara will actually get oxygen from being in the corner of the ceiling, well, in the diamond point of the ceiling. And yeah, it's, obviously it's a glitch, and so we don't want to do it in glitchless. So you're actually actively fighting the way the UPV controls to avoid doing a glitch. to add to the finickiness of the section, you know?
Yeah, you have to be pretty careful. However, as with other situations, there are unintentional glitches. Sometimes you could argue that when you kind of hit it while avoiding enemies, you get a time reduction. Not a time reduction. You add time on the run.
Yeah.
You get a time reduction. That would be good.
Yeah.
No, you add time to the run
basically.
because it's, as Minnie mentioned, it's like very finicky as well. It can happen very easily, and yeah, it's
I mean, like,
just the game.
I mean, like, you're not gonna ban a run because they touch the ceiling for 4 seconds. Oh, no, sorry, like
Yeah. You would
know?
rather just give a penalty, a time penalty, and move on because it's very easy to touch that.
By the
Hopefully
way,
this
those
will work
jumps around
out.
the flames and this section are hard, and you nailed them.
Anxiety.
Oh, that is so good.
Okay,
Well
I will
done.
try something here once or twice. Another skip. I tried to figure. Okay, first try.
Let's go. That's
Let's
great.
go.
That was beautiful. Usually you have to use the monkey bar here. However, modern controls, they kick in. We benefit from that. And I'm very glad that this happened first try. It balances out the shenanigans I did earlier.
GG's.
Real quick
Thank
before we
you.
get too far into another discussion, after this level it would be a good time to take a break.
Yeah, we're almost at the end. I think it takes about 2 more minutes or 3 more minutes, and then we can take a break.
Oh, sounds good.
And now it's just reaching the end of the level,
Exactly, with
which is very
with
close.
tons of enemies, crocodiles, divers that are
So-
just trying to kill us.
All the
Something that's-
crocodiles from the sewers of London are hunting you.
Yes.
Something that's really interesting to note is that I think it's also the same in the remasters. The crocs don't actually attack you when you're on the UPV. Like, if you're on the vehicle, I don't think that they can damage you. I'm
That
open
No,
to
they
correction.
Could be true.
damage you when you're
Yeah.
in the UPV. At least that's the case for the originals. I think it's the case for here as well.
Yeah, because otherwise Mela would have been bitten a lot.
Yeah. Okay, I'm a bit off cycle here, I think, but it should be fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Never mind, don't listen to me.
The most pointless room and also one of the most deadly. We don't know why that room exists. It's just there. It's a bunch of
Just
swinging
there. Yeah.
greasy things.
Normally you would have to continue here. However, we can utilize that is possible in tank as well, right? It's
Yeah,
just
but it's way
I think
harder.
you need a setup or yeah. However, with
Nice.
modern controls, you just do that. And you're good to go. So go down here, do a little roll to cancel the animation, go here, and that brings us to the break. I'm gonna save the game here, keep it on a pause on the pause menu, and yeah. Then we continue with the second half of the game, pretty much.
Perfect. Sounds good. So just during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, you can join the official GDQ Discord, the Hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. Use exclamation Discord in Twitch tab for more information. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the rest of the run. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games One Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We're a little bit late. We are in the middle of a Tomb Raider 3 run. I will hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Welcome back, guys. I'm gonna load a save that we did before the little break, and I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1. Okay, it was a bit quicker, but yeah, we're in the boss level of the London section.
She's
And
clearly mad
this
at
is-
us.
She's clearly mad at us. The cutscene that we skipped before basically is Lara trying to get the artifact, and obviously Sophia has something against that.
She's also
which is
immortal.
understandable. She's also immortal. Yeah. That
Kind
is
of.
something. Kind of. That is something that adds to how difficult this is to defeat her, I guess. However, we can find our ways because we wouldn't be Lara Croft if we wouldn't find our ways.
Yeah, it's more of a platforming boss situation.
Yeah.
And I really like this boss. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cinematic, personally. Not my favorite boss, but...
Connor, once again, I'm gonna try something here with modern controls. Okay. I don't have to reload. We'll take this.
That's grab.
that grab...
Late.
Whoa.
That late grab. However, now we have to do something we don't want to do because I was a bit too slow. But hey, we see the dev-intended way of doing this level. We don't want to get electrocuted, so we have to turn the energy off, I guess. That's not really how it works in real life, but yeah. We can pick up the artifact, and now we go to the South Pacific, which is a rough area, if I can say that. We will have 3 skips here. Yeah, we'll have 3 skips here that are pretty tough to do in
Very
modern controls, at least. And I want to keep all of this run in modern controls. So we're not going to utilize tank controls here for certain setups. Let's see how this will go. But it's a very beautiful area for sure.
Definitely got one of the biggest glow-ups in the remastered.
Oh yeah, if you want to see the difference. I mean, it always looked spooky, right? But yeah. Okay, we want to go up here.
Coming up as one
Yeah,
of the
you can
first
explain it.
skips. So if we were doing this on tank, there's a specific setup we can do to get the right angle to do this jump onto this bridge. It's very precise. You need to be at the right height, and you also need to grab, because grabbing extends our jump distance ever so slightly, and you have to do all of that, essentially, to make this jump onto the lowest part of the bridge here from the highest jump on the side. So usually you would use a setup for this, but for modern, we kind of just have to go for it.
Yeah, because on modern we cannot do the same setups pretty much. This might work. Yes.
There
I'm
we
gonna
go.
save immediately because I don't want to do this again.
Yeah.
Then we have a little sequence here where you jump like 3 times. That perfectly skips the rolling blade that comes out of the wall. We have to hit that button here because otherwise we're gonna trigger spikes once we hit the light.
Yeah.
I don't know how they built that tempo with that function in it, but props to them. Very advanced.
This is one more of the levels that has 2 ways to go about it, but we just use the skip, need to go into the fastest way, and then come here in the finishing area and just perform another skip. So this level is completely sequence broken. Our aim is to reach the hut in the middle.
This
Good luck
one
with this skip.
is
Thank you. Let's see if this one will work out. There's another setup in tank, but however, we do modern. And we didn't get it. We kind of want to end up on the slope, but on the other way. Nope. It's very finicky. You have to work with your camera as well. And Lara basically has to turn around and go backwards down the slope. And
There
we got it. That
Nice.
that counts.
That works.
It's a backup to kind of turn around again. I think that's also just possible on modern controls. Correct me if I'm wrong. To have that quick turning again.
You can do the whole skip on tank controls, but the actual setup would only work. The one that you did would only work on modern. There is no way you could get enough turning from Lara on tank to do
on
that
tank,
setup.
yeah, that's the thing. But
You
yeah,
have to-
on tank you buffer usually in the original at least.
It's a lot of buffers too.
It's a lot of buffers to get a certain curve while you do a backflip jump, I believe. Yeah, we
you
don't
do a
have the
jump
time
twist.
for that in modern controls. We just go for it. And if you're wondering why I jumped on like certain leaves, whatever you want to call them, that's because we actually get a map from the guy that we talked to in a cutscene, which we didn't see, and that tells us what leaves we can jump on and what not. I don't know how that makes any sense, but yeah, we do that. That's the solution to this area. And now
Later
we
games have to have dinosaurs and T-Rexes in them.
yeah, that is also a given, at least in 1, 2, 3. And we will see a friend here that has been in commentating KTC's run, which is T-Rex.
That's true. That's true.
And T-Rex likes to get confused by flares, which he already did. That's why I threw it there, because he thinks that's me. However, he doesn't stay distracted for much longer. And I will just hope that he is not hungry.
Yeah, some bad movement here is very easy for the T-Rex to just eat you completely.
Yeah.
It's also a one-shot kill. If you're in front of the Rex and it bites down and you are in that hitbox, it's a one-hit kill. There's no takesies, backsies.
Yeah, no, you don't recover from that. Gracefully,
Yeah,
yes.
that was fantastic.
And we're out of here. I mean, this level also involves some kind of RNG. Tomb Raider 3 utilizes a lot of that. It started in Tomb Raider 2, where you have friends, so to speak, friendly enemies, I wanted to say, but they're not really enemies if they're friendly, right? But yeah, we work together with them unless we shoot them, because then they all get mad at us. I mean, I would get mad at someone if they tried to shoot me. But usually, at least in my runs, they tend to die to the raptors very quickly. Let's see how this one does. We will have a little save so we don't get pushed by this raptor here. This can totally happen.
Sometimes it's like the soldiers got their hands on the super soldier serum, the way that they just destroy dinos.
Okay, worked out. I was a bit far there. What we did here, I think usually you take a different weapon to shoot this raptor down. There are piranhas in the water. And if you go in there, if you go in there without shooting this down, then they will go for Lara instead. And also, did I already mention that these raptors are bullet sponges?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that they have one of the highest HP counts in the game, especially for a non-linear sort of setup area. Like, if you come here first, you're going to have very limited firepower, and these raptors can tank so much damage. Like, they just eat bullets.
It's crazy, but I think also it's because I actually run while I do this. I believe if you're standing and you shoot, then Lara hits a lot more shots. At least that's how it feels like to me. What we do here is not a glitch. I believe we have one frame where we can still use an input. So that trapdoor is like falling down, but the collision still stays in a way because we already put that input in a queue. I guess that's the best I can explain this.
It's a stored input.
That's basically what happens.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth a discussion sometimes in certain areas of certain runs, if that's a glitch or not. But
it can become very controversial very quickly.
But yeah, as with other speedruns, the community talks about it, has a voting system, and then everyone. Ultimately, a glitch is what you agree a glitch is in the community.
Yeah,
there are certainly very obvious ones and non-obvious ones. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say one of the greatest things about running glitchless is having to say, "Don't worry, that's not a glitch." More often than not in a Tomb Raider run.
Definitely. Okay, we will shoot this. And that will bring us to the end of the level. And to a very, very beautiful level, however, a very deadly level. I'm not gonna save here. I will just reset the level if I fail this. Okay, I didn't fail it. That's great.
Nice.
We utilize
Beautiful
modern controls again.
gorge.
Yes, it's gorgeous, you could say. Okay.
Oh no, you went there.
I had to say it. I had to say it.
Someone had to say it. Someone had to say it.
Someone had to get it out of the way.
So another vehicle addition here is the kayak
Yes.
that Mello will be using in a bit.
And once again, you have
Probably the
several
worst.
paths you can take. However, we take this path here because it's the fastest to where we want to go. And we skip quite a big portion of this. All right, in Tank, you have a certain setup for this. However, in Modern, you don't really have that. I will just do as I please in Modern, and hopefully it will work out somewhat.
Just
correctly.
wing it. Just wing it.
Just wing it, yeah. Because you kind of want to have the fastest way here. I certainly don't have the fastest way. But yeah, KTC, I think you, and also MIDI, obviously, you can both kind of explain how it feels like to memorize this sequence. Because I haven't done it in OG, so feel free to share your experience there.
Yeah, basically with tank controls, you have a fixed sequence of inputs that you do that people worked out. So you end up at exactly the specific spot we want, the place where Mello is going to. The only thing we have to watch out for is take a specific route through the run, because those currents are influenced by some specific values and some tech stuff that is irrelevant right now. But yeah, you have to do specific inputs in order to end up on this slope right here.
That
And it is
Mello
very
has so
convenient
gracefully
because
landed
it's
on.
very hard to do it without a sequence.
Yeah.
I always do it without a sequence, so...
The other
very
benefit to
different
the sequence is that when you get back on to the kayak with the tank control sequence, it actually starts to go down the stream if you get the sequence right, if I remember correctly. But yeah, one of the most marvelous things about Madugu Gorge, besides the stunning visuals, is I'm gonna have a little controversial take here. I really like the kayak controls. I really like them.
That's blasphemy in the Tomb Raider community.
I think
like this vehicle.
I think it might be my favorite vehicle in the
How
series.
can you like this vehicle?
I don't know. It feels. It definitely. How to describe? Oh, anyway.
Setup coming up. We can actually utilize a bit of tank setups by pressing the look button. And that's where we end up in this position where we hopefully can find a way back. Nope, we can't. Let's see. We can count how long this is going to take. It's very finicky. You have to like go a tiny bit to the right. Okay, just as I explain it. Three attempts for this is actually all right. At least
on the internet
well.
for things to work.
Yeah, it's well. I'm very glad I have done the skip now, because that means we don't have any super difficult skips coming up anymore.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna save you because you can screw yourself up here. If it's shallow enough, Lara will stand just like that. And because the kayak is close enough, we can just jump in it. It looks very glitchy, but as MIDI said earlier, trust me, it's glitchless.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You just gotta trust.
You just gotta trust. Source, trust me, bro.
My sources,
So
I
from
made
here
it
on
up.
out, it's just a matter of reaching the end of the level, which is located down in the basin. What Melo did with those jumps was activating a switch that opens the plug of that basin. And so we only have to go down now, which is easier said than done.
Yeah.
I might say.
You also have a sequence here in tank. However, I don't have that in modern, so I'm also just kind of winging it and kind of hoping this will work out. I think if I turn a bit to the right and maybe turn a bit to the left, yeah, then I should be somewhere at the spot where I have to be. I'm gonna
And
say
of course,
the
because-
piranhas here.
Yeah, the flying
because when you
piranhas.
sequence break the level,
Okay.
then the piranhas don't disappear as they would normally do if you went dead intended through the level. But
So we get
perfect
flying
landing.
piranhas. Yeah,
Perfect.
nice.
Almost perfect. I mean, if you do the sequence right, you kind of end up in the wall. Oh, not in the wall, but you hit the wall and then you can jump out to the right. I think we should be fine. I don't have to heal again. I already healed, but I think we have a good med situation. And that's that level. We hold an input in this level so we can immediately jump forward. We hug the left wall because they tend to not really hit us. However, they will hit us here with the poison. Possibly. Okay,
Oh.
maybe not.
Oh,
Can we? Okay, no. This one was the smartest of the bunch. Definitely hit us here. I'm gonna save here as well because this can be finicky as well, especially in modern controls.
the rolling pin wall.
And we didn't get hit. Yeah, so where you want to stand is on the thin lines here, not the fake lines. Then you want to, okay, I could have died here, but I didn't, which is good. Because the hitbox for these rolling blades, they're like, it's very big. Okay, this should be fine. We're in the middle of that, easy. And now for this room, we want to jump up immediately so we get down more quickly. We pull these three levers. What you want to do deaf intended is pull out that block in the wall that stops the ceiling. However, we don't really have to do that. But we're gonna take this med, and I think we already want to heal. If we get poisoned again, we should be fine. Hopefully.
Right into the Punafai, the boss of South Pacific.
Yes.
who
That's
has
the-
the crystal for us.
This is my
Let's see
favorite
how this will go.
boss.
It's
I
a
love
cool boss,
This
certainly.
boss.
Okay. Yeah, so what happens
Nice.
here, we can only really attack him while he's in an animation, as otherwise he has a shield. So that's why I'm waiting for the last two shots to actually land those. And that's South Pacific done, which leads us to the last section of the game. A very cold and icy region, also known as Antarctica. Or I believe in the original, it's actually written wrong, so I think it's Antarctica or something. Yeah, well, it's a fictional game. They can call it whatever they want, right? So a new mechanic added in Tomb Raider 3. Actually, I think it's only in Tomb Raider 3 that you have a cold meter while you're in here. So you can't stay for too long because then you will start to lose health. Similar to when you start to lose oxygen and then you start to lose health. But I have to say, remastered version, beautiful area.
Absolutely stunning.
Certainly stunning. Okay,
So story-wise, Lara has all
yeah.
4 crystals now and has arrived in Antarctica in order to meet with Dr. Willard and just see what the deal is exactly. But she's up for a plot twist there.
definitely, that's a classic Tomb Raider trope. Someone commissions Lara to get a dangerous, world-destroying artifact.
She does it and then feels bad about it.
Yeah, she does it and then she feels bad about it. That is Tomb Raider in a nutshell.
Yeah. Or in the case
However,
of Tomb
in
Raider
tier 4, she does it
Yeah.
completely on her own, to be very fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna save
We-
here just in case. Okay.
So this
Keeping
is
the
actually a
tradition
small
alive.
sequence break. This
Yeah.
we're supposed to drop this boat into the water and then get into it, but you can just jump straight into it, and it actually skips an enemy spawning a little bit later, if I remember correctly.
Ooh, I didn't
Yeah.
even know that.
Yeah, so this little platform, this little area that you get out onto, where you use the crowbar and stuff, there's actually an enemy that spawns there if you drop the boat down.
Okay, I have
so there's an
to align
extra
myself a bit here. Yeah, so we want to align the boat so we can jump here, and then modern controls, we can do that.
Easy. Nice.
Nice.
And then we want to go to the MP5, where I didn't collect. Okay, I used a lot of ammo apparently, so we're not doing that. Okay, however, we're pulling that one like this, and I think we want to already get rid of this one. I have to improvise a little bit now because I don't have enough ammo on the MP5. Okay, we're gonna pick up his ammo later because we need it. Really, let me check. 15.
Those dogs can drain you quite fast. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, dogs in these games specifically have such like they're
Huge amounts of
very
damage.
fast, and yeah.
What we see here are clang doors, as we call them. However, they're not very clangy. That name originates from Tier 1, I believe, because they're actually clangy. And yeah, it's based on the sound they make. they're
Tomb Raider
way
classic.
softer in here. Yeah. However, I feel like these hitboxes of these clang doors in specific are much bigger, and I tend to die a lot to them.
It feels like it gets progressively worse with those hitboxes of those doors.
Okay, flare, grab here, flare cancel, so we can immediately go and run. For some reason, she didn't want to grab the ledge there. I think I was a bit off on the angle. The solution to this puzzle, if you want to call it a puzzle, it's somewhere else in the level. I think up a tower where you have to open the door first, or you get the crowbar, and then you have to use a monkey bar, I believe. And then you go to a different room, and there you find something that tells you what you have to do in this room. However, we know what we already have to do, so we don't have to go there. And also, it will only cost time. Exactly. We are speedrunners, so we memorize certain aspects of a game, so we don't have to do certain other aspects of the game. I think that makes sense.
I have numbers and combinations from all of the games embedded in my brain. They live there rent free. They will not leave.
Some unneeded cruelty towards animals, but
Yeah.
started first, I guess.
Sadly, that's a huge part of the Tomb Raider series.
Yeah.
Animals don't tend to do well in these games.
Animals just don't like Lara in general, I think.
In general,
That's the
yeah,
problem.
they're all very aggressive towards her as well. I don't know if I... Okay, I think I want to save because I don't really want to heal. Okay, and this dog is not making our life harder. However, this guy does. But we should be fine. I'll probably heal with a small mat anyways, because we still have 2 enemies coming up. Or I could simply save, and I think that's what I will do, because I want to preserve the mats. I need those mats.
You need them, indeed. There are 2 parts coming up in the next levels that take away a lot of your meds,
Yeah,
as we will see.
I think I need about 5 or 6 small mats, depending on how it goes. and how my health is before that.
One of the most iconic parts of the game, actually, in my opinion, requires quite a lot of the meds.
Yeah, we have more big meds than small meds this time. So, yeah. So I think we have about 15 small meds. If you want to count it like that. Okay. I'm gonna save here as well because I don't know if that guy can actually hit me here. Usually I don't have like 5 HP. It's very risky to do that.
Also, with the bolt, you can lose health so easily.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
If corner,
you-
you just lose health.
Yeah, pretty much. So you want to be a bit careful. And you also don't want to do that.
Not recommended.
What's a little time waste?
What's a little
Okay.
hypothermia between friends?
Exactly. Hey, let's come up with another
Seconds.
save here. Okay, that guy. Ooh, please don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No way.
No.
Okay, we do it
man.
again. We do it again. It's fine. Okay. I want to save again here. Don't. Yeah, and that's
Nice.
RNG for you in 2-minute games. I did the same thing and I have 2 outcomes, or even more than that. So,
So story-
now in that cutscene, Lara discovers that Dr. Willard is not really up to any good stuff. So who could have thought? Who could have thought? She probably knew. But yeah, then we are chasing him down into these RX Tech mines. RX Tech is the company name, I believe, from Dr. Willard that does these like research stuff. But feel free to explain more of the lore if you want to.
Well, I was just thinking it's one of the most notorious levels in
Yeah.
classic Tomb Raider. On a casual playthrough, it is extremely long. It's also extremely difficult. There are lots of enemies. In some ways, I think it's more of a penultimate level than the next level that we'll see. No spoilers, of course.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so basically Willard has been running these experiments to try and evolve humanity in a very similar way to Natla from the first game. And in so doing requires the power of these artifacts. And he's now stolen them so that he can make more mutants, essentially. The minecarts are super fun. I love the minecarts so much.
They're also like they cause anxiety for me.
Yeah, same. Actually, same. The aim of
Because
this level is basically to pick up a winch and a battery, which you need to operate. I don't know how it's called. Like
a submarine.
the yellow bell thing. I don't know how that's called.
I think it's actually a submarine. I don't.
It's a submarine. Yeah, you have to use those 2 items in order to activate the submarine and to be able to do a long dive down in freezing water, which you otherwise cannot do.
Yeah.
so by performing a dive roll here, we skip the damage that we would have gotten from these rotating drills, I guess. And what we do here is we kind of skip a bit of this. I will save because I believe you can die. Okay,
This
we
is
did it.
Also one of my favorite little skips, because in tank controls, doing that actually, you can only do that by doing a glitch and going through the floors slightly. But with modern, you can just kind of turn.
Yeah.
And it works, which is just
You can just
fantastic.
wing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save here as well because I don't want to get poisoned. I think I can do that and then I can go up. Yeah. And I can just bypass this guy. So even though we kind of had a fallout with Willard now, his employees don't really seem to care that we are here. I guess it all happened in the heat of the moment as well, and he couldn't inform them. That's probably canon. But they get rid of the mutants for us, which is very helpful in some cases.
They didn't have WhatsApp back in the day.
They didn't have WhatsApp back in the day.
So Willow
this is a
couldn't
very
WhatsApp
cool
them.
sequence in Remastered because you can utilize the role and you perfectly end up here. I love that one. And if we don't do anything wrong here, then we should have a good cycle to go through all of these machines that don't really do anything. So they're just here to kill Lara. There we go. Then this section here is one of my least favorites because I don't think you can really do anything to like skip anything here, do it a bit faster. It's also inconveniently placed.
Yeah.
You can't like jump up or do any fancy movements. You just kind of have to slowly climb up. It's
You have to play the game as it's intended.
You have to play the game. Yeah, it's terrible. Why would you want to do that?
To play the game.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Also, I'm very sorry for that awful noise, but I cannot change that.
Yeah,
you can actually lean in the minecart, however, that does absolutely nothing. So yeah, it's just there so you can do it and feel like you can influence, however you can't. I'm gonna have a little save every now and then.
This is also a pretty tricky part in the minecart.
Oh, yeah, good that I saved.
Yeah.
I'm very glad that I saved there. Okay. Yeah, if you missed that, you hit a wall and Lara immediately dies. I'm pretty sure she would just be injured, but she just dies. She couldn't. She's so embarrassed that she took that route that she just faints.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Okay, we pull the brake a bit more so we're a bit safer. Fun fact, if you go too fast, you can actually, the cart actually ignores that it has to stop here and it keeps going and you do another round. It's almost like a roller coaster that you're sitting in there and the guy that controls the roller coaster is like, hey, want to have another round? And you say no.
Happened to me in a run. One of my first runs that I was doing to test out whether I wanted to run this particular game. That happened. It's never happened to me before, but that one first trial run, it happened, and I was like, oh.
It didn't leave a good impression, I guess. But yeah, you can kind of go take the safe bet here and brake additionally. And so usually the car doesn't continue. I'm gonna save here again because this is quite weird. She's stuck in an animation. Okay, but we're slow enough. As you can guess, if we take the other route, then we die. Pretty much for all of these alternative routes here.
Back in the day, I used to think that leaning allowed you to stay in the minecart a bit longer if she was going too fast, like if you leaned in the other direction.
Yeah,
but then someone pointed out that that just didn't work, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it's like the leaning does nothing. It just gives you the illusion of controlling something, but you don't control anything. Don't get fooled.
Yeah.
Sorry, headphone users, by the way, for this room upcoming.
Oh,
yeah. Turn the volume down. For some reason, there's this very annoying sound in here, and they didn't remove that in the remaster.
They also added the squeaky wheel.
As you can say that Tomb Raider is definitely horror adjacent because it's like, look at this monster in those dark tunnels.
You see the mutant here, right? I'm gonna change to OG. Look how terrifying this is. You literally stare into the abyss, and you just hear the mutants. It's definitely even more horror.
I really do
Because
love the
it's
trend
like-
of
Yeah.
Tomb Raider. Of Tomb Raider games going from like mystical, like platforming fantasy to straight up body horror, like
Yeah.
out
Oh
of
yeah.
nowhere.
I mean, also the various ways that Lara can die.
Yeah.
It's as explicit as it can be for a game that came out at that time, I guess. It's certainly something they upped in the reboots with the addition of better graphics. Okay, we have another mutant here. What I like to do is I like to pick this up because that mutant is very friendly and opens the door for us. However, I don't really want to talk to him, so I just run past him. You can actually void here. I almost did it.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
That wouldn't have been good.
That gave me
I-
anxiety.
That gave me a lot of anxiety, actually. That happens quite easily, which is a glitch, and also a glitch that you really don't want during this run. Because you don't get out of that. You don't recover from this. Okay, we ignore them. We opened the door here already, so we just have a quick pass through. We don't care about that crystal, even though it looks very shiny.
And then just one minecart card
Yeah.
left.
Exactly. Maybe another addition to point out. Okay, let me save here because I'm pretty sure I don't have to hit that one. If you hit that one, I think it only brings you to a crystal.
Yeah, it's only for a crystal.
Which is important for crystals percent, a very nice category where you have to collect all of the crystals.
Not me having a spreadsheet on my computer where all the crystals are.
That's great.
I still want to learn that run, my gosh. But it's like so much. So much.
A different addition that they added to Remaster, if you look at the, how do you call them, rails? Train rails, whatever. I don't know why I'm calling them rails, because they're probably not that.
Tracks.
But they added, how would you call this? You know, the thing that pulls the minecart up, because obviously it won't go up by itself. But they added this in a remaster to actually be animated, while in the OG it's not animated. That's a nice little touch. However, I have
I
to say,
love that.
this room in OG, the water and how it kind of reflects, it gives for a nice mood. I prefer this, actually. Okay, now we collected a battery that we need for that. Plug that in. And we have the winch.
This is an infamous room in Tomb Raider, like,
Yeah.
history.
Especially in a challenge called No Loads, No Mats, All Secrets, or just No Loads, No Mats. You have to do a specific setup. First of all, you have to go into little like air pockets. However, in the speedrun, we are not doing that. Okay, I used the small mats. I think I wanted to use the big mats. But it's fine. Okay, we have a little bit of waiting time here because we need to wait for the cold meter to go up. But yeah, you have a setup here in tank. I think you have a setup, or at least you want to align a certain way so you don't hit the wall once you go out. Let's see, I hit the wall, so I'm gonna be a bit slower, but this should be fine. However, in No Loads, No Mats, I would be dead now.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
This
Because
is
I would
a
be
very,
too slow.
This is a very tricky section in No Loads, No Mids.
I could have used a small mat. But we should be fine from this point on. Let's have a quick check. Yeah. Nothing big happens to our health now anymore. That was the last section where we really needed those mats. So we're good to go into the kind of last level, but not really last level. However, I think this is one, if not the best levels for me. So this is like among my favorites for sure.
Oh, really?
Hands up, one of the best for me as well.
Yeah, I really like the idea of this level.
Yeah. Thinking about it, it does have some penultimate level. Like, to me, the penultimate level kind of feels like RX Tech, whereas this kind of feels, well, it is the penultimate level, like just another part of RX Tech, I suppose. But they're like 2 different levels. So,
A deeper part, I guess.
Yeah.
So usually Deaf Intended, I think we have to get a key here, but however, we don't need to do that because we found a way to just bypass all of that by taking a different route. We want to go to the side here because that's actually quicker to pull up. And then we have a little puzzle here, which I believe is 1, 2, and 5, because I always tend to forget that one.
Yeah.
And it's actually based on food chains. So you have to choose the correct food chains. I don't think too many people actually know that this is the solution to this without reading it in a walkthrough and then be like, oh, yeah, great. What
like
we do here is we want to skip a platforming part, and we successfully did it.
Nice.
So we don't have to go to the left there. It takes more time, and we don't want that in a speedrun. And what I could do here, I could try to skip the upcoming enemies. Maybe. Yeah. So we did a little banana jump. We skipped the enemies. We don't really have to do it, but I want to play this a bit safer. And they can drain my health. I don't really want to heal that much anymore in case something fishy happens and we have to heal. I think only the wasps in this level that we might see at the end of it. We can already hear them every now and then. I think only then can they can truly kill me. Other than that, I should be fine. Okay, gonna have a little save here. Normally you have to fight 3 different, how are they called? They're like alien beings, I guess, but yeah, normally you have to fight 3 of them in the room. Mutants, yeah.
This is one of my favorite
coming
skips.
up here, and I did it first try.
Nice.
Definitely something that gets better with modern controls. I can't really explain this room because it's a lot of platforming. You have to do a lot of platforming. It's actually a very cool room if you play it Deaf Intended, but we don't want to do that, as with so many things in this series. We pick up this key because we need that to activate something after a ladder we have to climb. No worries, it's not a snake eater ladder this time. It doesn't take that long.
Mercifully, yeah.
They spared us.
we will only have to deal with as long a ladder in Tomb Raider 2.
Yeah.
And Ludsgate, but you know.
And Ludsgate. Okay, now we're here. We pull lever to open the gate. I mean, that's also a sequence break again, right, Midi? Because normally you wouldn't play that level this way and come from this side.
Yeah, so usually you would get that early key and come through that side, but what is a sequence break is that, well, if you did, you can pick up the other Uli key early and not have to grab that one, but it's actually slower to do it that way.
Yeah.
So it is a bit of a sequence break, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use 1 mat, and we should be fine. I believe I have 5 big mats now, no, I had 4, so I have 3 now. We should be fine.
Yeah.
The idea of this level is to go around and pick the 4 masks from the different 4 element rooms.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't skip anything else. We have to go through all of them.
Unfortunately, these rooms are amazing. I am very glad we have to do them.
Yeah, I'm actually happy that they're in
obviously.
I mean, obviously you want to go faster, but you also want to play the game, you know?
Yeah, but also we already skipped some parts because we can just jump here, and then we pretty much bypassed almost the whole level again, the whole part of this. I see them as their own individual levels. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of that earthquake effect. Then
One of my least favorite
we can do
effects in the game.
something here if I do it right. Cool little sequence. We pick this up just as that flame is about to hit us. But yeah, you pick up deagle ammo and you dodge fire at the same time. I find this very satisfying.
Yeah.
It is very satisfying.
I think also something you can only really do in modern controls. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if that's done in tank controls.
I've never
It's
done
been
it,
too long.
so I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't need to know because this is faster. And yeah, if you want to go for a super fast time, then nothing goes around modern controls pretty much.
So I think
This room. You want to explain what the solution to this room is?
go left.
What you actually have to
Sorry,
do?
right. Just go right. Just go right. Just go
So
right.
this
That's
room,
what you have to do.
this is the wind element, right? And you might have noticed it. Her braid actually shows you where you have to go as to where the wind comes from. That's actually how you solve this maze if you don't know where to go.
Is that really true? I never
That
know
is,
it.
that is true. That is true. I'm not joking. Her braid is going the way where you're supposed to go, where the wind comes from.
Never knew that.
It's crazy. Now you know it. Sadly, we didn't get the fast outcome here because she turned to the side. If you want to go forward, you want to bonk a wall. You don't want to grab because then she kind of just falls into the water and she stops. However, if we hit the wall and we bonk there, then she will like go forward immediately once she hits the water. Sadly, she turned around to the right, so I couldn't really utilize that. We have the water room coming up, which causes me a lot of anxiety because you can die very quickly here. And certainly if I was in a real life situation here, I would be terrified.
If I was in a real life
Those
situation
sickles
here,
are
I
a
would.
force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. If I was in the situation in real life, I would be dead.
I wouldn't be there. Well, fair enough. Okay, let's see if we get... Yeah, nice. No damage so far.
Nice.
I
These
think we want
blades
to
are
go left
actually
from here. Yeah, their
deceptively
hitbox is...
difficult. Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Made it just in time. I'm gonna do a quick save here.
This is the part that always trips me up.
Yeah. I usually wait one. You can make this already with the previous blade, but well, whatever. We are through. No damage, by the way, which is very nice.
Yeah, that is wild.
I'm glad I'm doing it that way because I want to utilize my mats again.
Yeah.
And sweep, we have a crystal. Doesn't do anything to the run, but it's a nice sound and it feels good. Okay, I think here I can do a little spin again. That's good when you use modern controls because you can adjust Lara very easily, which helps you a lot during this section. Tank is a lot harder to do, especially in here. And I hope, I mean, I didn't really have a lot of ammo. I'm gonna pick up this ammo here for the MP5 and just hope I have enough. If not, we have to kill the final boss with pistols, which is fine. But of course it's slower. We will see.
Get the Benny Hill theme playing. So run around in a circle.
Yeah, it's actually my favorite boss fight, but we will get to that in a minute or two.
It is a really good boss fight.
Okay, nothing much happening here other than swimming up. 3 out of the 4 trials we have done. I always forget to pull a flare here. You can pull a flare here, you do a flare cancel. However, you can also roll. You don't lose too much of time, I guess, if you forget it. So
Which would you guys say is your favorite trial from those?
Oh, 100% the fire trial for me.
Fire is cool. I mean, it certainly looks cool. Totally not biased that this section comes up right now. What you usually have to do here is you have to pull a flare, go onto this block to my right, and then the camera will show you what columns you can jump on. Wherever we know what we can jump on. And we can just skip this. Fun fact, there is a trap for you ahead that just kills you and it baits you with a medikit. Okay, hopefully this will go right. And we don't get set on fire. Yeah. And we don't want to... Ooh, I bonked. Let's do a little spin.
Just a spin. Just a little spin of friendship.
It's very easy to get set on fire there. Definitely. And what's cool is you always end up in the same hallway. You always leave through the same hallway, but from different rooms. And now we have all of the masks to turn these statues, columns, whatever you want to call them. And that will open the way.
Laser.
Yes. Actually, the laser itself is not deadly. However, the tile underneath it is deadly. You can jump through the laser and nothing should happen. But yeah, canonically, that laser is dangerous, I suppose.
It's supposed to be dangerous.
Okay, and now we're in the last level. We are switching to the Deagle. I have enough ammo.
That's an upgrade. You have enough ammo, let's go.
Yeah,
This
I think I had...
Dr. Willard.
I think I had 52. Yeah, this is Dr. Willard. Meet Dr. Willard. He looks a bit differently. I think you could only see him for like a split second before that. But yeah, he threw himself into this pit here. Lara thinks he's dead, but he didn't die. He just mutated into a giant spider, which is horrifying. I think he also has 3 heads, one on the front and 2 to the sides.
Yeah,
and the remaster model. Like,
yeah.
We can change. I think that's also a good point to mention that I have a boss bar down here, which we didn't have in the originals. That makes the whole thing a lot easier. I have to get out of the section because once I'm behind these white lines, he will start shooting me with a beam that will kill me instantly. And we don't want that because once again, that will cause us to die and cause the run to be slower. This meteor, where the artifacts were carved from, falls into the pit. He's now not indestructible anymore, not invincible anymore. And now he actually died and he's gonna do poof and disappear.
Nice boss fight.
Thank you. And I think we utilized exactly all of the Deagle ammo.
Well, it takes exactly 50 to kill him, so yes.
Yeah, because you have 5 phases and 10 Deagle ammo. A little thing I discovered here in modern controls, it's actually faster to do the backflip. Normally you would crawl to the... you wouldn't crawl to the side, you would shimmy to the side. And then you can go up there. It looks very glitchy. But
it does look very glitchy.
It does look very glitchy because you kind of pull up and she's like halfway in the wall and halfway not. It's very odd.
I don't think you're supposed to be able to do it, but we don't count it as a glitch.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do it, but when did that ever stop us? I mean,
Never.
dev intentions are really just not present in those runs.
Suggestions.
They're suggestions. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Suggestions, exactly.
Hey, do we have another flare that we can just pull for funsies? Yeah, we do.
Home stretch, basically.
Home
here.
stretch, yeah.
Yo.
As in every Tomb Raider game, pretty much, the escape is part of the journey. It's always very cool because the game doesn't just end with killing a boss. Then we have Willard's people here. They're suddenly very unhappy. I don't know how they now know that we are not good with Willard anymore, but they do. And we have a helicopter coming up that actually is trying to save us. However, he might not want to do that. But we will see that in a minute, I suppose. Okay, I have a bit of extra MP5 ammo. I'm just gonna get rid of a few of them. And then this door will open up. The end trigger is to the side. And that's time.
GG.
And I sadly skipped the... Okay, I skipped the cutscene, but what Lara does is the pilot is very happy that Lara is in her helicopter. She is smiling back at him, and then she's just shooting his face. So, and then she takes over the helicopter. Very mean, but yeah, he shouldn't have landed there.
GG.
GG, congratulations. That was a great run, actually.
Thank
That
you.
was really good. That was really good.
It felt nice. It's definitely a nice run. Also because
Very
you
hard
have
run, too.
very different areas. That's why I like Tomb Raider 3 so much, because it gives you the free choice of going where you want to go, at least in the middle part of the game, and then even in the levels you can kind of choose the route you want to take.
Does anybody have any closing thoughts they want to give before we move on to the next game?
No,
Hello?
I don't have any.
Perfect. Yeah, so we've got Tomb Raider 2 coming up. We are going to take a quick break, get ready for that. Before we go there, just a quick reminder, if you haven't missed out on any of the other Hotfix shows or our events, like Back to Black, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Tomb Raider 2 in just a moment here, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We're a little late, but we've got Tomb Raider 2 here. I will hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody reintroduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Mello. I'm here again to showcase Tomb Raider 2, The Golden Mask, which is actually the DLC for Tomb Raider 2. And in fact, it actually came out after Tomb Raider 3, so it kind of makes sense that we play this one after Tomb Raider 3. However, I'm joined once again by KTC and Midi. Please introduce yourself, and I think then we're ready to go.
Hi, I'm Nondescript Midnight, but y'all can call me Midi. I've been in the Tomb Raider community doing both speedruns and challenge runs for about 6 years now. And yeah, looking forward to commentating this run.
Hey, I'm KDC. I've been here for the past 4 hours. I think introductions are needed. Just go with the run, Mellow, and good luck. You got this.
Thank you. And with that, I'm gonna count down, and then 3, 2, 1, and start. Okay, we start with a jump right away because we have like 1 frame where we can utilize inputs. So we're gonna do that, and I'm already gonna save here because we're gonna do a little skip. We're gonna trigger these boulders, and okay, we still made it through. We want to like jump through the middle of these boulders and not get damaged at all. However, we only took a teeny tiny bit of damage, which is kind of fine. Actually, it's very crucial to preserve your health throughout of this level, but we'll make sure to get through this. We can't sprint here. I have to memorize this myself again, because once I play a game where you can sprint in Tomb Raider, then I tend to want to sprint, and I cannot do that in Tomb Raider 2. So yeah, we're a bit slower on that end, so we're gonna utilize running jumps, and these guys really hate me right now, but that's fine. We pick up this mat.
Yeah, Tier 2 just retains the tradition of being a jump-packed with enemies kind of game. And they are very eager to shoot you to death. They can very easily do it. They can drain you very fast. There are tigers, birds, people shooting you, skidoos coming at you.
Yeah, Tomb Raider 2 really outdid it with the enemies. Something to note is that, like your pistols and most of the weapons that Lara gains access to, they actually use hit scanning to determine if you are hit by something or not, which makes them almost impossible to dodge in most cases. So not only are you being hit a lot, but you're also being hit with some damage which I believe to be completely unavoidable because of the way the weapons work in the game. So Tomb Raider 2, in my opinion, is possibly the hardest Tomb Raider casually, in my opinion at least, because of that very reason that you are just piled on with enemies, and the enemies can do unavoidable damage to you.
Definitely. It's definitely the most action-paced of them all, I would say. I'm gonna try to attempt a little skip here that is possible with modern controls. By turning here, and we completely skip a whole ladder.
Nice.
Which is very good.
Yeah, we don't like
one
ladders.
of the additions. Yeah, we don't like ladders. Okay, we get to a... I'm gonna save on a different slot here because we're gonna get to a very crucial part. These skidoos, once they hit you, yep, they can kill you very easily. So yeah, let's see. I want to check again. Okay, I do have these mats.
This game is all about health management and trying to avoid unnecessary damage.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've already ran out of mats, which is not good. But the RNG is also... It's really not kind to me right now. And I'm also not doing the best job to prevent that.
You're doing great.
Okay,
Best
let's see.
jukes.
Okay, we preserve a bit of health.
Anger, alert.
Oh, yeah.
Normally, I would kite this guy towards the med. However, I'm gonna lose more health that way. So we're doing it this way. And we're gonna have a little save as well. The good thing is in modern controls, you can cheese the enemies pretty hard by just running after them. I'm also gonna get rid of this one now. That's like literally the entirety of this run. I was not supposed to pick that one up, but I was supposed to pick that one up. This is the entirety of the run. You don't really have a strict way to go because things can go south very easily, as you've just seen.
Yeah, you are never safe in this game.
You're certainly never safe. Okay, but I will have to heal this, which is not good, but we'll just wing it. We'll pick up something along the way.
We'll find a way. We'll
find a way.
Don't
Just
let
like
your dreams
Lara.
be dreams, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Make your own luck, as she would say.
Make your own luck, as Lara.
Yeah, exactly. It is,
And of course, because I healed, none of the enemies touched me a single bit, so I just wasted the whole map, which is a classic thing in these Tomb Raider speedruns. Once you heal, nothing will actually hit you.
Yeah, I've come to believe that it's a part of the code these days.
Yeah.
If med,
Pretty
then
much.
enemies go away, and
Yeah. If you have 5 HP, then everyone and their mom is gonna be after you.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, we have to care here. We can actually be set on fire, which I hope doesn't happen. Okay. Yeah, as mentioned, like this game is fully packed with action. Okay, that was pretty alright. We didn't really lose much health, which is very much needed. I'll try to do my best and pick up more mats if I can find them anywhere here. Another save coming up. There's gonna be a lot of those here because RNG. How this can go, the guy can go into a frenzy, kind of, and just like keep shooting at me. This was still kind of alright. Okay, we do
that's
have a
actually
map, though.
better shotgun guy RNG.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
the
he
best.
already almost killed me, but that's still good.
Yeah, that's good shotgun guy RNG because he can rapid fire.
Yeah, exactly.
With the shotgun, and if he rapid fires and you're in a climbing animation, you're as good as dead if you don't heal. Like the speed at which he can shoot a shotgun staggers me, considering how long it takes Lara to shoot a shotgun.
And we actually died. Yep, that's gonna happen a few times, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so what we will do, we will try to get rid of these birds. Pick up this med.
As we mentioned before, every animal hates Lara Croft for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. They have a massive vendetta. Like, crows will descend from the skies to pull her eyes out because they hate her so much.
Definitely. I'm killing this dog with my pistols because I want to keep my shotgun ammo, because I took forever for this section now. And these guys are actually conveniently here already, which is okay. We can kite them now, but they drop stuff for us. And we're gonna get this shotgun ammo here. And then we're good to go. Normally, I would be at this point, and then the guys would show up here. I would try to kite them to this console, then at the circuit board. So that door opens.
Probably
up
the
next.
worst room of this game.
Oh no.
It's a very cursed section.
Yeah, skidoos and closed spaces. A great combo.
So I'm gonna save, but I'm confident everything will work out perfectly, right? Okay, we get this outcome, so it will little spin. Already studied all of these outcomes. It's very crucial. This looks weird. So we'll save and see what happens. Okay, he goes away, that's good, but he comes back, which is not good.
Oh. Pause.
And we die. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's why we save.
Yeah.
Again. But hey, RNG. We didn't get damaged as much this time.
Yay. Less damage.
Less damage. However, he can still kill us.
Yeah, not only are the Skidoo guys instant death if they hit you, they are also expert marksmen on their giant vehicles.
Definitely.
They can snipe you from across the map somehow on their bikes.
We're gonna do this.
You basically have to kill everything here to take the key cards and open the doors that follow after this area.
Usually, if you want to be super fast in this run, you don't kill anything, but that means a very reset heavy run. We don't want that. So what we're going to do is we pull this here, trigger another guy that way that has another keycard we need. So we want to pick this up. And I think we still... I'm not even sure if we actually have to pick this up, but I'm going to pick it up just in case. That will spawn another guy here, but we should be fine because he alone won't deal enough damage. Hopefully.
Unless he does that.
Unless he does that, but we can try to cheese him a bit. AI manipulation.
It's finest.
At its finest.
It's finest, yeah. So then we
It's
go
like-
here. We want to trigger the barrels. We want to trigger these barrels.
Every human enemy in these in like the Tomb Raider 2 series of games have a standard attack that they can do, and then they have a rapid succession attack. Even the bad guys. So the outcome you got there is where he just repeatedly hits you over and over again, like really quickly, whereas he could just hit you once and then run around a little bit. So it's very much dependent on what kind of AI you get, how you can react given any situation.
I actually didn't know that. I know they do this, but I didn't know they actually have like 2 different states in a way.
In a way, yeah.
Okay, we are finally through this level.
Nice.
Things get easier from here, however, not by a lot, sadly. But we picked up a few mats. I think we should be fine on the mat front. To ensure that Lara continues to tell the tale of the golden mask.
Yes, the very well-known or significant golden mask storyline that I totally know everything about. I know exactly why Lara is here and why she's looking for a golden mask. I'm sure... I know it, obviously, but I'm sure KTC will. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Throwing KTC under the bus. Nice.
Yeah,
that's how we like it. I mean, this is a cool... Golden Mask looks cool.
It really does.
This is basically the best level for me. I love the color palette here, the blue and the yellow.
The blue,
of course, the room after that
gold.
with the gold is amazing as well.
Okay, we're gonna grab this mat as well because we're gonna be a living med kit at this point. We want to ensure, because we have a room coming up where things can go south once again, and I think after that room we are mostly fine. As you can see, even these rats hate me right now and want to kill me.
Every animal wants to kill Lara. Lara just has vibes that animals do not agree with.
Just a little bit. And once again, we have a ladder coming up. I can show you the OG graphics of this. It's much brighter. You see in this area, it's like mostly upscaled. But however, the lighting is dynamic in the remasters, and the game benefits from that a lot, I would say. The lighting and the shadows sometimes, they really make or break a scene in this game when you play the remastered version. Alright. We need to push this. Okay, you cannot really see that in the OG graphics. However, you can see the face here. I don't know why these blocks have faces on them, but they like to be pushed around. So we just do them the favor. We're gonna save here because we have a weird sequence coming up.
I mean, if I was a block, I would want to have a face.
And we successfully did it. If you were a block, you would want to have a face. Yeah, that's very understandable.
Yeah, at least, you know.
Okay, we're gonna cancel the camera by pulling out our guns. We're gonna pull out a flare because we wanna do a flare cancel here so we can immediately keep going. I'm gonna do a little save again.
Some cool music coming up again.
Yeah. Also, I'll already heal again because I'm pretty low. We're gonna have cool music about now. However, that dog also doesn't seem to like us very much. And we have like 4 more dudes here that want to kill us as well. But that was actually surprisingly well in terms of RNG. I think we should be fine with mats.
This here might be the area that got the biggest glow up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you compare this, it looks much nicer in the remaster. It's very sparkly because that is supposed to be gold, so it makes sense that it's sparkly now. Definitely a big glow up here. And the games stay the same usually. Like the core game is the same, it just looks a bit nicer.
The thing is that the Tomb Raider games are very movement heavy, and most of the time, if you're good in movement, you're cool. But in this game, it's not only that it's movement heavy, but you got to get the good RNG with you.
Yeah.
most of the time.
We do a little sequence here, which I really like. That will also allow us to skip these rolling blades because we just keep jumping. It's very satisfying to do, actually. Then we can also jump here. I'm gonna do a little spin just to give myself enough room to actually make these jumps consecutively. I'm gonna do a standing jump here and finish off with a swan dive. Very style-heavy run as well.
10 out of 10.
Beautiful.
10 out
That
of
was
10.
beautiful. Well
Lara
done.
practiced for that quite a lot. We will have... I think we have a... Yeah, we have a bear here, but we're not really bothered by him. And then we do some weird shenanigans here. This is not the intended route, but also in most of these DLCs for the classic Tomb Raider games, you don't really have an intended route. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
They're very
definitely
chaotic.
They're a bit more freeform in how you navigate them as opposed to the main games. Even though non-linearity kind of started to show its face in TR3, and then TR4 was like very much like you had to do things in a certain order, but you could like kind of choose where to go and how to interact with everything. Yeah.
And yeah, as I mentioned at the start, Tomb Raider 2 Golden Mask, like the DLCs actually all, I believe they came out 1 year after the successor came out. So I want to say that Golden Mask came out in 99 actually.
Think so?
Tomb Raider 3 came out in 98. So I think Golden Mask came out in 1999. Which is funny because you would think they would release this immediately. But no, it actually happened after the next game was already out. So usually when I look at the game design and the level design of these DLCs, I try to think of it as, okay, they have learned already from the next game and implemented some stuff. However,
Yeah.
I think they just wanted to add all the wildest stuff they can do without having it in a main game, because that's what you see in these DLCs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just went way more freely, like, compared to the base game.
Hey, beautiful room, by the way. We have a waterfall of... Well, we have a gold... Would you say gold fall in this case? I don't think so, but yeah.
A gold fall. I like
A
it.
gold fall. Yeah, you have a gold fall. You heard it here first. Okay, I think we don't have to heal anymore. However, we're going to save anyway, so if things go south, we're fine. So do a little save here. They conveniently put a ladder here for some reason. Whoever built this place, because we don't really know the lore of this game. Then I'm gonna do a backflip, ensure that I don't really get any damage. And so I should be fine for this level.
Big slidey.
Big slidey slide, yeah, that's the snake
Big
eater
slidey
slide.
Yeah.
And we hit the level. So now, for some reason, we are captured in a cage and surrounded by Yetis. So, again, these DLCs are very wild. Don't question their lore, because there's none.
It's a bit of a,
I
it's
don't
just a
need
bit of a
those
fever
flares.
dream.
Yeah,
from start to
that's
finish.
what it is. It's Tomb Raider as a fever dream.
Yeah.
Especially the last level of this. I mean, this is the last level of this run. However, there is an additional level.
Yeah. If you get all the
yeah,
secrets.
you can explain that, Midi.
Yeah. So if you collect all the secrets in this particular expansion, it unlocks a new level that you can play after this last level. That level in and of itself encapsulates why I would call all of these a fever dream, because Lara kind of wakes up in Vegas for some reason, and there's a T-Rex in Vegas, and she's wearing a...
There are two T-Rexes in Vegas, actually.
Yeah, there are two T-Rexes. You're right. and she's wearing leopard prints and wearing stilettos, and she's going on this adventure. So it's a pretty phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, you should experience it for yourself. Like if it's something.
Yeah, you kill the big bird in the middle of Vegas.
Yeah. This room particularly is built just to annoy me.
Oh yeah,
right
definitely. And I really hope for the life of me that I did the right sequence. Yes, I did. So that allows us to go through that maze here. Yeah, that's just trial and error. I think there's nothing else to this as a solution other than trying it out and see if it works. On controls, we can curve.
When I did runs, I had really studied it and learned that by heart because there was no logic whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just some things you have to memorize.
Sometimes you just have to remember things,
Yeah.
which is very hard for me personally.
Hey, we need to pick up this mat. This will spawn some guys, but I believe it will also open a gate, which is here in the end. All right. Now we're gonna be here. Good thing about modern controls, once again, you can curve very nicely. So we also skip this part of the level here. And then this, if I pull it off correctly, this is a very nice sequence. If I may say so myself, I didn't invent it, obviously, but I am really glad for whoever found this sequence because it's very satisfying to do. Once again, on shorter ladders, we want to hit the side of the ladder because the animation of going up is quicker. And we're almost at the end here. Should be fine on mats. This little bonk will not stop us. And also this little bonk shouldn't stop us. Okay, these... Yeah, they really don't want us to finish this game, as you can see. Another fun fact here, you don't have to be down there, but the entities usually think Lara's on the ground based on her shadow, I believe. So that's why they're trying to attack me without attacking me. And to add to this fever dream, we just spawned a huge chicken that's made out of gold, kinda. We want to stand somewhere here. Yeah, and then
Nice.
he can't hit us. Okay, he can hit us a bit, but we have enough mats. And to finish this run, we're gonna do a swan dive.
Obligatory.
And that's time.
Nice.
GG.
GG.
Much shorter run than Tomb Raider 3 for sure.
Yeah, it felt like a marathon in comparison.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I would say that brings us to the end of Tomb Raider 4, 3, and 2. And if you have any closing words, guys, I might start, and you can follow up, I guess. I'm really happy to be here. I was very nervous at the start, but it was really fun to do that. It was really fun to have you guys on the call as well here. Support me. It was a blast. I hope it was a blast for you guys as well in chat. And I hope we could rekindle some love for Tomb Raider, and you will see a lot more of it.
Yeah, well.
This was definitely an amazing experience, and really thank you for having us here. The runs aren't over. There's Tombo coming up with a banger of a run with Tomb Raider 1 Remastered, and with banger commentators Ref and T-Rex. And yeah.
Yeah, y'all said it. That's all I wanted to add. It's been great to be here.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you all so much for being on, for showcasing these runs. And you know, some of you have been here for a few years here, so I appreciate all the time you've given to show off these runs. Thank you for coming out, representing the community. Y'all are awesome. Really great community to be in. So if you're interested in any of these games, you should definitely check out the Tomb Raider Speedrun Discord. Everybody there is really nice. I'm sure they'll all be willing to help you out and learn all the stuff. With that said, like you said, we got Tomb Raider 1 Remastered coming up. So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with that. Before we go to that break, just a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you do enjoy some of these celebrations for like birthdays or A-game anniversaries where we have a bunch of the community members come on, showcase the runs, or if you like any of our regular content like Speedruns from the Crypt or As Seen on TV, your subs do really help us put on these shows. So if you could consider subscribing to the channel, you'll get access to our emotes. Also, you'll be able to chat with other subscribers during our replays. With all that said, we've got much more Tomb Raider coming up. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating, we're a little bit late, but we're celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We've got runs from the first 6 Tomb Raider games here for you. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder for y'all. Games Done, GDQ's next all-women in Feb speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatale for more information on the event, or you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. With all that said, I will hand it over to our runner commentary here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Thanks so much. Hi, my name is Tom, Tombo. You can, I'm really excited to be here. It's been amazing watching all of the runners today. I am a speedrunner of TR1, the original game, and the remaster, which came out last year. I've been running since 2020, so like just under 5 years. And yeah, today I'm going to be joined by the lovely Ref, who's also a runner and verifier on the speedrun site, and T-Rex of Terra, who's an absolute legend who you heard commentating on KTC's run, the TR4 restricted run. Why don't you say hi?
Hi, I'm T-Rex of Terra, or just T-Rex or Trex for short. I was here a bit earlier commentating the Tomb Raider 4 run, and I'm excited to be back here for Tomb Raider 1, my other favorite Tomb Raider game.
Hello, and I'm Ref, and I've been speedrunning. I'm quite new to speedrunning, so in the last 6 months, but I run Glitched OG, so thank you very much, Tom, for inviting me.
Do you want me to do a countdown to start the game?
Yep, whenever you're ready.
So you can start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're live. So basically the story here is that Lara has been sent on a mission by Jacqueline Natler of Natler Technologies to go and hunt down a piece of the Skion in Peru, which is where we currently are. We are in the first level, which is called Caves, and where lots of speedrunners spend lots of times of their runs. Now, this is a slightly different route that Tom is taking today from the typical any percent that we would expect, because he is also collecting all the secrets, so he will have to deviate slightly to go and get these. So we have 2 secrets here that we can see Tom collecting now, using wall bugs, which we will explain in a minute how they work. And then he will actually have to go sort of the glitchless route through the rest of the level. Normally, we would bug through a fence that's coming up, and that basically cuts out about 90 to 95% of this level, making it around 1 minute, 10 seconds to 20 seconds when you play remastered modern glitches. However, he can't do that because he has to collect a secret towards the end of the run. So it takes a little bit longer, about double the length of time. So
so this is a
did you want to say something about the wall bug?
It's going to be pretty interesting to watch, even especially for me too, because no one has really done this particular category really yet, glitched and in modern controls of the remasters. So we're going to be seeing some pretty cool things, pretty interesting. And one of the most prevalent glitches in the Tomb Raider 1 original game and remastered is the wall bug. So we saw it earlier when he grabbed that second secret. If you jump into a wall where the floor in front of the wall is sloped a little bit, you can't really do it on a flat wall, at least not most of them. But if you jump just the right way, the game gets very confused about if Lara is landing on the floor or Lara is bonking against the wall. And if you do it just right, it actually sends Lara all the way up to the top of the wall. And so it's a very quick, very fast glitch that will be used extensively throughout the whole game.
And I just missed a tricky jump off this platform here to make it over to the lever, but yeah. Nothing massively, yeah.
But we move on. We didn't see that.
So
yeah, if you want to talk about that crumble tile strat.
Yeah, we just saw another glitch there where if you have one of those shaking tiles that fall down after you step on them, there's a very easy glitch to do where you just back step or you do a side step, a motion like that, and it makes Lara teleport straight down to the ground below. And so he just used that little quick glitch to quickly get down to the bottom and start running instantly. Now, this is another really famous glitch, and we call it the Quap. It's named after that very old Flash game where you try and get the runner to move, and he has a similar stance to what Lara just had here. If you jump right into the ceiling in a very specific way where you hit the ceiling and the floor at the same time, Lara gets stuck in the sort of mode where the game keeps thinking she's falling, but she's not quite falling down. And if you do it right and you can hold action, you can do something we call quicksand, because Lara's downward speed increases to a point where she can quicksand and go down underneath the floor. And so Tombo had a nice setup to get this very precise glitch going and was able to go right through the wall and teleport up.
And yeah, I just had to shoot the mini zoo that surrounded me there, but yeah. There's a lot of innocent looking enemies in the early levels that it's super annoying to deal with, which are the wolves mainly, and we'll see some interesting enemies in the next level too. So we're just on our way to the first secret in this level. Most of these secrets, I am literally just running over a tile, a patch of the floor, which triggers the chime sound. I don't actually need to pick anything up. If anyone knows Tomb Raider 2 secrets, you have to actually physically pick up an item to get that chime sound.
There's another glitch right here where typically that is a trap door right there that you have to open up. But if you swim into it like that the correct way, you can actually glitch up and clip through the trap door and not have to pull that lever and open it up. Trapdoor skips are pretty prevalent in Tomb Raider 2 and Tomb Raider 3 and in the original games, but not in Tomb Raider 1. You cannot do that trapdoor skip in the original Tomb Raider. So that's a small little difference here with the remaster, which is pretty cool to see. This is another setup for another Quap, so we get to see a very interesting inputs here. And there it is. You can see it a little better than before. Lara just sliding right along the floor like that. And Tombo goes right against this door and holds action. She can quicksand under it and go right through the door. One of the coolest glitches in the game.
Definitely.
And yeah, this is one of those glitches that was found by accident by someone in 2010 or something, and then no one actually knew what it was or how to use it for any useful thing until about 2017, I think. So I'm actually going to place this key, which opens the final door.
And then get the secret. Yeah, this bear can be really annoying, especially in the secrets run where you have to run over that way and go grab that secret.
Yeah, we don't normally kill that guy, poor little bear, in the run, but I just don't want to have to deal with him. And then we can leave the level.
So now we are going to everyone's favourite level, where we, of course, get to meet T-Rex in person. It's very RNG dependent. And it's especially so because, of course, Tom is collecting all 5 glitches, and 3 of them are actually in the same valley as the T-Rex and his friends, the raptors. So there'll be a bit of saving here to try and get through the valley in one piece.
Yeah, this is like a speedrunner's nightmare, Yeah. Hopefully, it won't be like absolutely awful, but yeah.
Okay. This is another one of those wall bugs where if you jump at the wall the right way, she'll just clip right up.
All right, this is our first encounter with T-Rex. Yeah.
Is it worth T-Rex saying something about the difference in movement mechanics between
really
Remastered and OG?
In the original games, if anyone out there has played them, you'll find that, especially compared to the remaster and even the other original Tomb Raider games, her movement can be very clunky and hard to deal with, because when you press jump, she does not typically jump right when you press it, because she can only jump on certain portions of her running animation. And so it makes for a really weird, rigid feeling control scheme. And in the remastered version, they have updated it so you can jump at any time, like in the other original games, and also add some other things that were not in the first game, backflip twist and movements like that were not in the original Tomb Raider game. So it's pretty cool to note that they added those in.
I'm just currently setting up for a clamp glitch, which is pretty cool, especially in modern controls.
Nice.
Jump inside a wall or a window, and yeah, I'm just doing a special jump here. Make another save.
Yeah, so that was like another wall bug, but in this case, it stuck him in the wall, and he was able to travel through the wall by jumping a certain direction and made his way through the waterfall over to where the secret is without doing a long shimmy. There's another bug, that time being a shelf bug in the corner. You jump through that corner the right way, it will clip Lara up top where that secret is as well.
And we just got the final cog of the 3 cogs that we need to complete the puzzle at the end.
Now, usually this is where the T-Rex, which many of us call Barney, he tends to come around the corner here and attack you in most of your runs. This is where the reset point is.
Yeah.
But so far it's looking quite good.
Yeah, that's kind of a miracle. This is like very rare RNG.
Yeah, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, kind of blessed run, maybe. Maybe I just cursed it. So yeah, if you're running this game, you spend most of your attempts dying in this level. Basically, if you run this category. And that's a very good reason why there's basically no one running this category. But it makes for a good showcase of glitches.
There's another quick wall bug. Just a little tiny one to avoid just a small climb up, saves a couple seconds.
And then we have the last two glitches coming up now.
Secrets.
Oh, sorry, secrets. But we have two more glitches. Is it two more glitches or one more glitch in this level?
Just one.
Just one. So
you'll see me picking up a lot of these med packs because unpredictability. If you're doing a fast run, you try to skip as many pickups as you can. So that's a thing. But it makes everything way more likely to die. So that's why we pick up more meds in these no reset type runs. This is a really precise wall bug, which is a little different to the others because of the slope direction. So a lot of these wall bugs depend on which way the wall is sloping. And if the ground isn't sloping, I meant the ground isn't sloping. If the ground isn't sloping, then you can't do a wall bug, basically. That's how it works.
So we're now on to Koala Peck. And the routing is quite similar, but it's slightly different because Tom will need to go and get two glitches in a row. So normally where we would effectively break the level by jumping over a tile right at the beginning, instead Tombo is doing these glitches so that he can still access the secret after collecting the Skion.
This is a very interesting glitch because, again, you can jump into the wall right there and you're kind of in this no space out of bounds section, but you're not quite what we would call voided when you get stuck outside the map. And so he could get into that out of bounds area and do a side flip and get past the trigger that activates the boulder and that door to shut that he just ran right through. And so he could get around that and then get this way over to these two secrets. And we'll see some more of that out of bounds traveling and a difficult glitch near the end of the game.
It's always kind of looks weird and it's scary because you can easily lose Lara, kind of get lost in this kind of no space. And there's no way to reset. You can't restart the level because you're just kind of stuck. At least if you die to something in the run, you can restart the level if you don't have a save. But yeah.
Now Tombo will just kill Larson here. Not quite kill him, but incapacitate Larson, and that will finish up the Peru section.
So in terms of the storyline, Larson didn't die, and he basically informs Lara that Natla has sent a French gentleman called Pierre Dupont on the trail of the second piece of the Skion. And after roundhouse kicking Larson, Lara goes off in pursuit of the second piece, which she hopes to claim before our dear friend Pierre does. And so we're going to see Pierre throughout certain parts of this Greece section of the run. And there are 4 secrets in Folly. One of them is in this room, and Tom is going to use a particular new glitch to go and get it. So he makes sure that he claims the secrets through the trigger. But in the meantime, he is currently pushing these blocks, which we all love to do in Tomb Raider speedruns, to open this door and effectively pull a lever to open a door at the other end of the room where the next 2 secrets will be.
There's also a little trigger there where that symbol is right at the entrance to the room. And as you see, when he leaves the room this time, the door shuts behind him. If you jump really at the right time, you can jump over that tile right in front of the door, and that stops the door from closing behind you, which you would, in regular gameplay, have to go open back up in that room to escape. And this will be the glitch up to this first secret of the level. Very nice.
I managed to get that first try. That's kind of precise. I mean, it's also brand new. I literally like found that yesterday because of the nature of this event. Also shout out to Queen, who I don't know if she's watching, but I know she wanted to be part of this event, and I'm standing in place. But yeah, it's really great to be able to showcase this game, and there's so many talented runners who I'm sure wanted to be here today.
So Tom here is trying to get the glitch, which he has just done. And there is a second glitch up here. Before then...
Secret.
Sorry, secret. I keep saying glitches. It's because I wrote it in my notes as glitches. And yeah, it's a secret, not a glitch. But there are glitches going towards the secret. So there you go. But yes, and now there is a glitch here through the fence, which is sometimes a little bit awkward to get.
Yeah. Got there eventually. First try, obviously.
And here we're going to see Tom take a different route to claim the last secret of the level and pull the levers in a slightly different order than we would in any percent.
That's a pretty tough sequence to pull off because you have to jump over to a certain tile that opens up that secret way down at the bottom. And that sequence it's a timed trigger to open that door. So you have to do the sequence, and Tombo even pulls one of the levers on the way down. So it's a really tightly timed sequence to try and get into that secret before the door closes again.
Okay.
Here's another quick glitch, typical corner bug to get up to the top of this room. This room in Folly is quite notorious for being a difficult one to navigate around, especially casually when you're just trying to go around. It's so easy to fall down and die, and when you're trying to do a lot of these sequences and glitches at such a quick speed, it's very easy to fall all the way down and crunch.
And one of our favorite glitches here, if I can pull it off. Yeah, if you want to talk about it.
Nice.
Yeah, and they're zipped right up to the top. This is something we call a skyfish, at least a version of the skyfish, where you can swim right on the border of two of the tiles. And if you do it just right, like Tombo just did there, you can swim and then turn into the wall a little bit, and then that will cause Lara to clip into the wall and clip all the way up to the top.
Alright, I just died there because of the boulder. I would have died. Just gonna reload.
Yeah, I think one of the shames about the remastered one actually is that the skyfish in Tihoken, which is one of my favourite glitches, you can't do anymore because of the way the movement mechanics have changed. But it's nice that we still have some skyfish in the remastered run just here.
We have another form of a wall bug coming up here. This is a very precise kind of form of it. As you can see, there's no sloped floor that you have to have here. But if you have a certain type of wall and you get a very precise jump, which Tombo just did a setup for, you can get this glitch another kind of wall bug all the way up to the ceiling.
Another thing I think they changed for the remaster is the keys. So in the remaster, if you stand at any key slot, it will recognise the correct key, whereas in the original game, you would actually have to spin the inventory around depending on the order you put the keys in for this slot.
Yeah, it's a really welcome addition for speedrunners, obviously.
A lot of small
saves.
quality of life things.
Yeah.
And that especially includes hotkeys.
Yeah.
In the original Tomb Raider game, there was no med hotkey. Every time you wanted to med, you'd have to go in the inventory and manually use it, which for a speedrun, that's already another couple second or so time waste.
And you just saw there the
There's another
hardest
quick
glitch in the
there.
game, of course. So, yes.
And there's another wall bug.
So for Colosseum, this one's not too bad for secrets because they're kind of on the way of what you would run anyway in any percent. So these first two here, yeah, they do that very irritatingly. But there is another secret up here that Tom is trying to get to. There we go, GG.
Yeah,
Those crocodiles are exceptionally annoying.
Yeah, there's so much RNG in this run when you think about it. Yeah, it's.
And we are one level.
Now we have a very interesting glitch here, and it's called the flicker. So basically, what Tombo's going to try and do here is try to get into this corner here. When he successfully does this, he can turn Lara the right way and then hold roll to move through this wall parallel with it. We get a pretty good camera angle here, and here we are now moving through the wall up to the top position where we can get to this lever in order to move to the next part.
So we just skip like the whole section of the level where we have to unlock a door, like on the other side of the level, and then come back to this room. So we can just go straight up.
I think the flicker is one of my favourite glitches.
It is very cool, but also very hard to learn initially.
Yeah, definitely.
The secret here is a little bit of a tricky one. You have to have Lara stand on and touch the tile on the floor that column is on, holding up one of the platforms, and then just standing on that tile will open up the door up top. It's kind of a very interesting secret for them to put in the game.
And yeah, because we had quite a good Lost Valley, I'm not too worried about the medpack situation, so I should be fine. Skip the one that I just skipped in that secret area. This is a secrets run, which means compared to like non-secrets, which is just any percent, you get way more chances to pick up things, meds and ammo. But yeah, it's still a good idea if you're speedrunning to try to minimize how much you collect.
Here's a pretty easy glitch, simply called the crack bug, where if you have a very thin corner right there, you can go up to the corner and just standing jump straight through it. Nice and easy.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about modern controls at all? There's quite a lot of
there's
things like, because you can basically use the mouse to point Lara anywhere and she will instantly run in that direction.
Yeah, as we discussed earlier, like Mello, who was doing modern control runs, The modern controls are very, very different from the old tank controls. They're much snappier, much quicker. You can turn around instantly. You can curve a lot more in air during a jump, which makes some jumps and skips possible in modern. Overall, it's just a lot quicker, and in many respects, it makes doing glitches pretty difficult because glitches require some very precise movement and inputs, and sometimes, depending, that would be a lot easier with tank controls. But Tombo has found a lot of good setups in modern to do some glitches very consistent, and it's very cool to watch them be done.
It is, and we are now on to our favourite level, the party room. Made worse by having to collect all secrets. There are 3 in this level.
Yeah, note the sarcasm there. This is definitely everyone's favorite level to speedrun.
We tend to refer to it as the zoo because there are so many animals, a ton of gorillas and a ton of lions, and they'll just chase you down basically the entire time.
And to make it fun, I've decided for this run, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to kill a single living thing.
That's a bold move.
We're going full pacifist.
Other than that crocodile to start.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that...
Maybe he deserved it,
pacifist
you know.
Plus a croc. Yeah.
Another important difference to note from the original game is that the original game had an enemy cap where it couldn't load and show every enemy on screen all at the same time. But with Remaster, that cap is now gone. So there will be a time trying to run back to this big room at the end of the level to leave where there will just be a ton of gorillas and lions all in your face at once, and none of them are gone because of this enemy cap. So that made this a lot more difficult. And here we are with another flicker here.
And this is also a new setup that Tombo has found. Nice.
Nice. So able to land it up in that top alcove and pick up the lead bar. The main objective of the level is to get 3 different lead bars and then bring them to Midas's hand and put them on to turn them to gold, and you can use those to open the exit door to leave.
And so this is
And
now...
sorry.
I was just saying this is
I
a
saved
little bit
couple of
different.
times. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah, you go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just saying about this is now going to be a little bit different because Tombo is collecting 2 secrets now. So normally we would never ever see this part of the run in any percent.
The gorilla got in the way. These are some tough glitches called shelf bugs. They're another way to climb up. A little different from a corner bug where you have to line up more at the corner and then do a couple jumps to move into the wall. These just require 1 jump, but are a little more precise of a lineup into the corner.
There's a nice example of a frozen enemy who didn't get spawned. So in this game, you can see all of them just standing there when they don't get triggered, which is pretty funny, especially when we get to some of the later levels. You'll see a few more.
As we can start to see, the number of enemies is quickly starting to rack up.
Yeah.
And we're about to go into the VIP room as well, so...
Yeah, there's a very tight corridor coming up where you have to go in to pull a lever, and the monkeys and lions tend to all chase you into there, and it's just a giant mess trying to get out of there without dying. There's another wall bug here to get up. It's a bit of a weird one because you're at an angle.
Nice.
There you go. There's the another lead bar. And this is that tight corridor we were talking about.
Yeah, look at that. So this section is notorious, like, yeah. But luckily it's a lot easier to get out of there with the modern controls, just because it's so much easier to like get Lara to go where you want her to go, basically.
And the final secret is also around here.
Now this is a room where the Midas hand is, and he can turn those lead bars into gold bars, and that's our ticket out of this level.
And if you're not careful here, you can turn Lara into gold as well.
That is true.
Yeah, they did a nice job with the hand here. I can switch to the OG graphics here. You can see how much of a difference there is in this room. It's really nice. So they have an inbuilt key for this switching of graphics. I'm not sure if any of the other runners were talking about that. Yeah, it's kind of a nice feature.
This is the part where we run all the way back to that big room and get ready to get out of this level. And Tombo's going to be doing a door clip where, without opening this door, you'll be able to glitch up and into this room to leave. And this is a very difficult, especially for these runs where you're not killing any of the enemies, because if they catch up, they will. You just can't do the glitch when they're attacking you. And so he's got to do this quick and right away.
Nice.
And there it is.
And Tom can breathe a sigh of relief for about a minute or so in a nice, quiet, peaceful room.
Yeah.
A lot different from a glitchless run where you have to go open that door regularly with the levers, and so then all of the animals can follow you into here.
Yeah, it's super peaceful now. It's actually one of the best feelings in the run when you get through that door.
And so we've just killed the rat boss there in what is probably the most Marmite level of Tomb Raider 1, which is the cistern. Personally, I think it is the best level, and I know I'm in a minority, so especially among commentary and stream.
Personally, I do not like this level at all.
I just love the level concept, and it was, kind of ahead of its time. I mean, there are so many things about the original game that were ahead of their time and influenced so many other games afterwards. So.
And so that there was...
that's a new type of glitch I haven't seen before.
Glitch, yeah. And I think Rushi discovered it, so a huge shout out to Rushi if he's in the chat watching the stream this evening. And there's a slight detour here because Tom has to go and collect the secret. So normally we would run through this room as quickly as possible to avoid Pierre. But unfortunately, you can't quite escape him in the same way.
There are actually multiple different places throughout this level that Pierre is supposed to appear at. But if you go and activate him, which he is now active up over in that section, he just won't show up in any of the other spots as long as he's active already on the map.
Yeah, so we just completely ignore him, get shredded by his bullets, and then leave. Yeah. And yeah, let's make another little detour, go down here, get another secret.
Now, normally, this room that he's swimming into now, you need to try and get over to here without the water level raised, which is the first thing that Tombo did in the level. Go up and pull that lever to raise the water. But there's a swimming corner bug where you can do just like a normal corner bug, but instead you dive into the corner, and doing it at the right angle, you get teleported up top, and you can go around and do this area and get the next key without having the water level down like you're supposed to.
Right, it's so much quieter now. The game is so much more chill after the zoo that we just left. But yeah,
Midas is always a relief when you're out of Midas.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Ooh. Okay. So yeah, there's usually kind of, I just slightly missed the key position, like the position to pick up the key, and you can see what happens. Like you just get eaten, get bitten a lot.
Another couple crack bugs here to get in and out of the secret without pushing that pushable block.
Yeah, he wants to push blocks. Not me. Well, I think that will change in the next level. So we can talk about blocks all we want in the next level.
It's true.
I do think it gives quite a useful little drink break, though, for the run. When you're pushing those blocks in the next level, you can actually have some water or something, you know.
Yeah, if you're interested, I think it's like, 7 seconds or something to push a block. So if you can have a sip of water in 7 seconds, that's okay. I am just glimpsing at the stats there to make sure I actually got all the secrets. So this will be a valid run.
Yeah, so there's two secrets in this level? I think so, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, 2 secrets in this level, which is going to cause Tom to make slight detours on both routes. And you'll actually see him do a really nice glitch, actually, to go and get the first one, which we'll explain a little bit further when we get there.
Yeah, this level has some pretty cool glitches in it.
Yeah.
One of them to get that first secret, like you mentioned. We'll see that soon enough. There's also this glitch here to get up top.
Oh, shit. Almost went into the wall there. It's like
Gotta be very careful here.
Yeah, because if you go through that block,
save.
you void effectively. So you glitch in a very particular way.
So you can glitch up just like that. Great job. Or if you're slightly off, you'll go through the block and there's a little corridor behind it. Basically a crack bug through to the other side. But because of how the geometry is laid out, you can't crack bug back out. So you soft lock yourself in there if you mess that up. Here's another strat here. That's another very precise wall bug to get up and a very cool setup to do it consistently. And then this is the way to get the first secret of the game. You can do something called a dive bug, where if you swan dive and then hit the ground and a wall at the same time, just like that. It was a little hard to see because it's camera, but if you hit it right at the same time, it negates the fall damage and you survive without any damage at all. So can do that dive bug to get down there quicker than going through this passageway.
Okay, we're gonna have a quick glimpse of our friend Pierre. But,
there he is.
Yeah.
For the second to last time.
We do leave him here in this level. Don't kill him right there, but we will see him a little later. The last pier appearance is a little different, so he doesn't get stuck there, unlike we saw in Cistern.
Okay. And so we're up here for the second time. We're going to do a slightly different setup for the next skip, which looks like that.
That is a very difficult jump. Normally, you're supposed to shimmy all the way along to the other side and pull a lever that increases the water level, and then you can just swim over and climb out to that platform he landed on. But if you do a pretty precise curved jump around, you can land on it just like that without doing all of that water nonsense.
And Tom here is having to go effectively the glitchless route because the skyfish glitch that was mentioned earlier can't be done anymore in Tomb Raider Remastered. So normally we wouldn't have to do this, and there was a particular way that we could glitch in the next room to the end of the water. I don't know if you want to explain a bit more about that, T-Rex?
Yeah, so we're about to see it in this next room. He's going to use this golden key right down here, and that's going to add some of these like floating blocks into this section of water behind him. Normally, you can swim through that water, and if you're on a very precise location and you do the exact right setups and you're right on that edge between the tiles, you can swim up and you'll skyfish by swimming through the water and then up into the sky, up to the ceiling. And then you can drop and land on the platform instead of having to go and get that gold key to jump across. But we can't do that in Remaster, sadly.
And
this is everyone's favorite room now. Yeah.
Beautiful room,
Yep,
stunning.
Block push after block push.
Yeah. This is like when I'm streaming, this is where I can like, catch up on chat if I've missed stuff and like that. Yeah.
Go and check your bank statement, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not quite the couple minute unskippable cutscenes in some other Tomb Raider games, but still not too much going on here.
But actually, I think
so. Compared to a lot of compared to a lot of other games, like there's just no cutscenes. Like there's no cutscenes that you actually have to watch. So it means it's super intense. There's no breaks for the runner.
Now we have the second secret level of the level coming up, which can be a bit annoying to try and get because you have these breakable tiles that will fall down after you step on them. And so if you mess up your sequencing a bit and you don't make it to the secret, but you break the tiles, then it could be impossible to get the secret.
So yeah, gotta save here because
yeah, check a save.
Mess this up. I thought I just got a random achievement. I swear my achievements got reset at some point. I don't know why, but I keep getting these achievements that I already got. Anyway. Another quick wall bug here, if I can get it. Oh, I stumbled again. Let's try and do this, because it's a nice one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Always love getting wall bugs in like that in a sequence, so you can get it nice and quick. It looks really smooth.
And now we're very near the end of the level before we get on to Egypt.
The Egypt levels, especially in glitched runs, are very intense. A lot of interesting glitches going on, a lot of enemies as well. And so it's one of my favorite sections to run, but it can be quite difficult.
Yeah, I think Obelisk of Carmoon, the second Egypt level, was the first one that I learnt to run glitch just because it looked so fun to do.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best levels to run with glitches.
So here is our last meeting with poor Pierre, who is about to meet his maker. And this is quite nice here because you stand on that particular tile to try and manipulate his AI. And if you do it right like Tom has just done, he will try and escape to victory through that locked door. And you can just shoot him from there, which just makes things a little bit easier.
And now we're going to head right into the Egypt levels. That's 2 pieces of the Skion that Lara's trying to get throughout the game. And we got to get one more piece of the Skion that's located in Egypt here. And starting off with City of Khamun, which is also a pretty glitched full level. Some pretty cool routing. We have a glitch right here at the start to get up here with a very precise wall bug. Nicely done.
This is also a part of the run that I am still working on, so things might go a little bit awry. I haven't quite worked out all of the strats that I need, but yeah, it should still be lots of fun glitches.
So he just picked up this key here behind that Sphinx's head, and you're supposed to use that inside of the Sphinx to open up a door to go through that way, but doing that corner bug to get up there, and then this is a fence clip. If you roll and move right in between 2 of the tiles of the fence, you can go right through it. And so you don't have to use that key, and so he can actually use that key at the end of the level instead of where it's meant to be used. And so that saves some time picking up the other key that they intend you to use on that final door.
Yeah, and this level is actually very different in this particular type of run because of where the secrets are placed. So Tom has to do quite a bit of detour to go and collect these. Normally this particular level would be over in about a minute and a half. So instead he's got to go and collect these secrets.
Another crack bug through the corner here to get the secret where that shotgun ammo is. And that makes 3 secrets in this level, so now he's just got to make his way over to that door and use that key he picked up earlier to get out and move on to Obelisk of Khamun. Nice.
And now we have...
So there's a mummy that you heard in the background, and I just got really lucky there, but yeah.
Yeah, normally that mummy will rush you and attack you right away. I'm very surprised he was being kind to you.
So again, as with the last level, this level starts with the glitch setup. This level, I think, is really fun to watch and play glitched, just because of things like this, the window skip. This one's quite interesting, this level as well, because 2 out of the 3 of the secrets are actually on your any % route anyway. So there's not really all that much difference, but there is a glitch in this particular room that Tom is going to collect on his way out.
Yeah, which I keep forgetting. Well, I kept forgetting in practice, so please remind me again.
We will.
Okay. And that was a step-up bug that he did there. That is actually a bug that is not present in the OG version of the games, but it is in the remastered version. In Tomb Raider 2 and 3 OG, you'll see it, but not in TR1 OG. So he was able to step up where there was that extra little step. And if you get right in between the 2 steps, in between the 2 tiles, and then moved into the wall, you're able to glitch right up top. So that was a little bit of a new glitch there as compared to the original version of the game.
That's also something we just saw there that's different with modern controls in the remasters. You can basically stand a mile away from a lever and still manage to pull it, which doesn't actually work in Tank. So yeah, Tom's...
Now don't forget the secret.
Yeah.
I remembered.
Yeah.
Just butchering this banana jump. Yeah, here we go. So that's 3 out of 3.
Nice.
Oh my god, another achievement.
Another achievement.
Who knows, that maybe I'll have them all by the end.
And so here Tom is...
So we saw that very, very cool window glitch on the way in where Tombo was able to jump in the window the right way and then basically backflip out of it into this room. And he's going to do the exact same thing basically, but the other way around. This convoluted setup here gets him to jump into the wall. You're going to have to retry it, but it's a very, very precise bug to get into the wall. And so all this running and bonking into the wall is all for a setup to do it more consistently. And there he is in the wall, and you can jump and move through the wall backwards to get out.
It's also harder to exit, isn't it? Because you trigger the mummies down below. So you have a set amount of time to get into the wall to get back out before they attack you.
Yes, you gotta be very quick. There's another couple fence clips there. That one jumping straight through that fence. And so he's got all these relics from that main obelisk, and now is putting them in this small obelisk here, and that will open up the end of the level into Sanctuary of the Skion, which is probably maybe the second most scariest level in the run. Maybe Atlantis is worse. Not too sure, but Sanctuary is a very rough level. A lot of enemies.
Yeah, very is an understatement. But yeah, but you never know. It is RNG, so if we just get lucky, then we're all good.
Yeah, so this level here is going to be very similar to any percent. There is only one secret to collect, which is the Uzis on the invisible platform. But as we've all just said, it is very RNG dependent. There are lots of flying Atlanteans that we trigger that can really bother Lara sometimes. Although I think sometimes in the remasters, one of them gets stuck quite often. So let's hope for that today. But perhaps one of the amusing strategies in this level is what we call the believe strat, which comes towards the end of the level. And effectively, if we believe hard enough, then the RNG will not bother Lara. So we need to all start believing very hard now in that strategy to make it work.
Yeah, we'll see that right near the end of the level. It's if you get bad RNG, it's just basically load a save and try again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Going for another setup here. I can't remember whether I locked the camera or not, so I messed that up a couple of times.
Yeah, so this glitch here is actually a little bit different from the OG, because in the OG you actually have separate sidestep buttons, which you can effectively use for certain glitches throughout the game. But because in the remaster this was changed to be more like Tomb Raider 3, where you would use the walk button to be able to sidestep with directional keys, this actually changes how we do this glitch now.
So the main aim of this level is to get 2 of these Ankhs and then put them in some keyholes up on the giant Sphinx, and then that opens up the door at the bottom of the Sphinx, and you can go down there and continue on to the next level. So Tombo's gonna pick up this key here, and in order to get into this next room where there's gonna be a centaur and one of the Ankhs. Typically, they would expect you to kill the centaurs, but Tombo's just going to tank all the damage and heal with meds and just pick up the Ankh and run.
Yeah, just ignore everyone. You know, that's kind of speedrunners' mantra.
Yeah, unlucky RNG. Sometimes if you get really lucky, the centaur will try to aim at you, but then be in a bad spot. So then he'll stop and then run around a little bit and then try and shoot you again. So if you're really lucky, you can get in and out of there taking almost no damage, but not quite that time.
And now starts the fun part of avoiding all the flying Atlanteans.
Another few very quick and also a little difficult wall bugs to get back on top of the Sphinx and get back over to here. That was another shelf bug to climb up there instantly. Normally you have another push block. You have to go push and climb that. And then that was the good RNG that I mentioned earlier. Very nice.
Yeah.
Now that makes for both onks, so we can go climb up and put those where they need to be to move on to the next part of the level.
And collect the secret.
Yeah, don't forget the secret. Yes. When you collect the Uzis, when you collect the secret, that actually spawns 2 more flying enemies. So that's another good reason to collect the secret at the end of this level, because you don't want to deal with those guys the entire time you're running around.
Yeah. Nice.
Shit. Almost died there. But yeah, that's how we roll. Yeah, there's lots of huge rooms in this level, and so like it's quite easy to kind of lose control of Lara, fall to your death. So yeah, it's quite a tough learning curve, this level, I think. When you're learning runs, you die a lot here.
This is something we call a save load bug, where when you save the game, one of the things that isn't saved in the data is the current. So there was a little current there that was going to drag him away and up, and you'd have to go through and do some extra parkour and make your way back down. But if you save the game right at the start of that and load it, that's not saved and you're not dragged away. And so you can come through and do this part much quicker.
And so this is always a fun challenge running, of trying to get up this maze-like corridor without bonking Lara into it. So good luck. And now we are coming up to the what we call the believe strat. Now, personally, other than believing very hard, I'm not exactly sure how doing 2 steps backwards is supposed to manipulate the RNG, but perhaps T-Rex, you might know.
I don't quite know myself. I'm not sure anyone does. It does mess with their AI a little bit, it seems, and they get stuck on the staircase kind of watching you. So it's almost like a coin flip, where sometimes they will run around the corner and instantly attack you after you pick up that scarab. And so that's why combo saved, and that's why we call it the belief strat, because it's just so random. We basically just tell everyone, oh, you just have to believe it will work, and then it will. And so if it doesn't work, you didn't believe hard enough. But
we did here today. We were believing, and just like in the X-Files, it worked. Yeah, cheers. GG.
If one person watching doesn't believe, then it's their fault if it doesn't work.
But it did. It did today. So everyone was believing.
So the RNG that we got was like the half. It's like the half good result, because the perfect one is you don't use any meds, you don't get attacked at all. So
yeah. So this
very cool setup for that wall bug there.
There's some nice glitches coming up here. And this is quite a big detour going on. Usually you wouldn't see any of this in a glitched any % run, but because one of the secrets is through here, Tom needs to go and collect it now.
Nice, another wall bug there, jumping up to that slope. It's a bit of a difficult one to do because you have to jump from quite a distance and hit that wall and slope quite precisely at the same time to get that one.
This is quite an awkward area to speedrun. There's lots of ceilings in the wrong place. Like, do nice jumps, but yeah, we try and make it look good.
And so,
And as we saw earlier in the run, we introduced that idea of the QWOP glitch, and this is the last QWOP of this run. It's another very difficult, precise one to do. So all these swan dives and walk step and all this convoluted stuff, this is all a setup to get it just like that. Otherwise, that is nearly impossible just to attempt without any kind of a setup. It's very, very precise. But that allows us to quicksand underneath that little drill there and get right past it.
So that skips some. It saves something like a minute and a half over the glitchless way. It could be a little bit exaggerated, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ain't nothing personal.
nice. So that is actually a very hard jump when you're starting out to do. I found it took lots of practice myself. But now the route here is slightly different as well, because there is another secret that is through towards the end of this section. Normally we wouldn't bother going this route. So again, it's quite nice to see parts of the game that I haven't seen in a while during this run. So thanks, Tombo.
Yeah, no worries. That's why I love this category, because you just get to see more of the game, and especially with the remaster, you just get to see more of what they did with it, really, and you know.
So he just went in and out there. That was another secret in the game, and it looked deceivingly quite easy what he did, because he just jumped through the corner with a crack bug and then went back and left. But if you're off just a little bit, you actually teleport up to a portion of the secret, and then you have to do some other things to get out.
Or if you don't get the crack bug first try, then you get squashed by the boulder.
Yeah, boulder comes your way, so you can very easily do it wrong and get teleported elsewhere, or you can be a little slow and die. So that's actually a very difficult secret to get that quick.
Alright, I just made a huge mistake because I am supposed to trigger skip this skater. But we should be okay.
Yeah, normally in glitched runs, you can go up right before where that skater guy triggers, and you can jump through the corner into the room and bypass that trigger.
Yeah, so
we just get to hear his skateboard.
So there's a very nice glitch here that you can use to effectively teleport up, as we see here. Unfortunately, where we would normally glitch now, which is to push this block forward and then do the Natla's Mines door skip, which is not dissimilar to the Midas door skip. Unfortunately, that actually got patched out. So we now have to effectively run the glitchless route to enter the next section of the level.
Yeah. It's about, 20 seconds slower or so. So it's quite significant if you think about how close you could get to like sub 1 hour or something.
The skip here is pretty interesting because it is glitchless, but it's certainly not dev intended. That door is supposed to be like a little bit of a trick door where you think you can go through it, but it closes as you get close to it. And if you're just quick enough, you don't need even a glitch for it. You can get past that door without any kind of a glitch and without having to go through and pull another lever and go all the way back around. And another upside to that is that the kind of boss of the level, the shotgun guy at the end, his trigger is over by the other door that the devs intended you to go through. And so you skip that trigger and he's just stands still there because he never got triggered, and you can see him standing there as we go by at the end of the level here.
And he is massive I don't know, they just made him huge.
So we are now
He
moving.
looks way better in the
Yeah, definitely.
his clothes. Anyway.
We are now moving on to the Atlantis level, which again can be a bit of an RNG nightmare, particularly if you're collecting all secrets. In any percent normally, we would effectively get through this room and then do a massive wall bug at the end to skip right till the end of the level, and that's it. RNG dependent, of course. Whereas because there are 3 secrets to collect, Tom will have to go a slightly different route in order to get them. But we will still get to see some great wall bugs going on.
Yeah, so like this level is it's just notorious in the any percent run because you skip the entire thing. As you just said.
This is always a bit of a scary section because you get a few more enemy spawns here in this big room, and Tombo's gonna pull this lever and then try and get the heck out of this room before they can chase him down. And it's another kind of RNG whether they'll be chasing him right away or not. Sometimes they're right here, right when this door opens, but this time, some more good RNG.
I like to think everyone's still believing.
Yes.
I can feel it actually.
We can feel the belief.
Yeah. So we have 1 out of the 3 secrets already in this level. As soon as we get the second secret, we're gonna
Let's see if he's got...
skip part of the level. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll go for a glitch, which I'm pretty sure it just doesn't work consistently with modern controls. I'll give it a go. But it's very inconsistent, and it's another thing that I'm trying to figure out.
Nice.
Nicely done. Those swimming corner bugs are already very kind of inconsistent and give you weird outcomes already. And to try and do that with the modern control scheme, it's a little bit even more awkward with that. So nicely done.
Yeah, I'll take that second try. If you don't get it on like the second try, then you'll actually have to go and pull that lever again, which you saw just when I swam into that room. Yeah.
And now, because we don't really want to go through this entire level glitchless just to get the secrets, you can kind of pick and choose what sections you want to do if you do the right glitches. So there's a whole long portion here where there's no secret, and we only have the one final secret to get. And so there's a glitch here. Try and get up and skip that.
Okay, this is quite a long setup that I only just found really like yesterday again, so
It's another one of these really precise glitches. You definitely need a setup to try and do it.
and there's RNG. There's like an RNG factor here, so
Yep. Everyone's favorite kind of glitch.
there we go.
Nice. And so now that skips a decent portion of the level, and now we're up in this lava parkour room, and right after that there is a big tunnel with 3 mutants in it normally. and there's a secret at the end of that. So after Gumbo grabs that secret, that's all 3, and then it's just getting to the end of the level.
And I think you trigger skip these enemies, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, let's have a go at that. So, gonna do a nice little setup.
Normally these mummies are very annoying, and you basically have to kill them, so that takes time, that takes ammunition. This is another one of those that you can jump through a corner precisely.
Ooh.
Just like that, and their triggers have been skipped, and you can just see them standing there and not moving at all. Very good.
Having their meeting.
And that's all 3 secrets.
So that's one that's like a good glitch, like that doesn't look like a glitch. I remember my first glitchless run that I submitted. It got rejected because I did a glitch like that by accident and I didn't realize. Okay. So now we're at the end, basically.
Yeah, so the next level, which is the last level, we've got a really, really big glitch coming up after we kill the main sort of boss, Torso guy, or Adam, as he's also known. On the commentary, we're going to stay a little bit quiet until after Tom's completed that part, so we don't ruin his run for him.
Yeah, it's one of the most complicated and confusing glitches, but it's just kind of like showcasing speedrunning at its best, really, in my opinion. Glitch speedrunning at its best. Don't know.
But first, before that big glitch, obviously gonna have to kill everyone's favorite boss, the Torso. So this is going to be a lot of Uzi shooting for a little bit of time. The best way to deal with him is to try and kite him around so he follows you along the edge of this massive platform. You gotta be careful though, because it's extremely easy to fall down, and that's a really long drop down into lava. But you just want to try and kite him around in a circle, and it's the best way to deal with him. So now that he's dead, as we mentioned, Tombo's going to try and do basically the hardest glitch in the game. It's another one of those void travel glitches that we talked about in Tumaqualapec. He's going to get into the wall and has to have a very precise lineup and very precise movement not to get stuck outside the map. And he has to do some counting, so I'm going to be quiet for him to try and get this done.
Nice, GG.
Yeah.
Nice. Yep, go get the secret.
Secret.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is where it does differ, of course, because now Tom has to effectively backtrack using a few glitches along the way to go and get that secret, which personally I would have gotten to because you don't usually ever collect it. So.
Okay, I just triggered the shaky cam and like the sound effects, so that's going to be with us for the rest of the level.
It adds to the drama.
I was supposed to get the I was supposed to get the secret first, so yeah. Anyway, yeah, you're right. It adds to things.
It adds to the atmosphere of the. I'm pretty sure I could just hear some enemies then as well. So yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, you can't hear the enemies through the
there.
wall. That's hilarious.
Creepy.
It's because of the if you look at this level map, there's a great bit of software that's community made for looking at the maps of the levels. You will see that the triggers for these enemies, well, basically the room that these enemies exist in is overlapping with other parts of the level, which we were just in. So that's why we could hear the enemies, because they were very efficient when they designed these games, like with space and the way the rooms are loaded and everything. It's quite amazing to see some of the stuff that they did back in 1994 when they developed some of their stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And here's another secret that Tom is collecting. So again, we normally wouldn't do this shimmy, which takes quite a while, of course. But you have to do that to get the secret, unfortunately. So, but that's the second to last secret of the game.
Yeah, this is one of the
360.
one of those secrets that is really annoying to get glitched because, well, there's no way to get it glitched, and so you're forced into this really long shimmy. So it would be awesome to find some way to skip this, but nothing yet.
Ooh. Difficult sequence here. That again is kind of something I need to practice a bit.
Were you trying to use a med there?
Yeah, I was trying to use a small med. So if she has none, then that's something they added in the remaster.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, I never heard that in OG, but yeah, okay, that's a fantastic addition. No.
It's your favorite Lara Croft quote.
It's the only one I can impersonate, and not very well, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now the last secret of the game is right here. A little bit of a jump past this axe and over to the other side, and that makes for all secrets.
And we're very now close to the end of the run as well. There is one glitch left to do.
So, of course, normally they would have expected you to have this final boss fight with Natla, kill Natla, and she has a second phase where she comes back and you have to kill her again. Well, there's no reason that you can't just leave without killing her. So we have one more wall book to finish off the level right here. Glitches all the way up to the top and down the slope, and that's the end of the game.
GG, Tom.
Yeah, we're done. Nice. So you can stop the timer when the stats come up. Yeah.
GG.
Yep, time.
Nice. Well done, Tom.
Really well done run. GG.
If we want to watch this FMV, we can, or I can skip to the end game statistics. But we'll see if I actually got all the secrets, because it will tell me. Just to prove.
If you want to give shout outs while it plays, you can, and then we can take a look at the stats afterwards.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, shout out to everyone who was running today. Yeah, it's been super fun. Thanks for everyone watching the stream. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Yeah. Thanks, of course, to Ref and T-Rex.
Yeah, I just want to shout out the fact that this exact routing for modern glitched secrets hasn't really been done by anyone yet. There's no official run of it. And Tombo was finding some strats and setups for glitches for this precise run up until basically today and practicing it, trying to figure it out. So really big congrats to you for doing that. That's really impressive. And thanks for having me as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And 1:16 is our in-game timer. So
brilliant. And that's actually not far off your OG run, actually, is it? So brilliant. GG.
No,
and
the record. Yeah.
Yeah.
The record for the original run is 1:16:09. But,
Brilliant.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
One
pretty good.
second off.
Wow. GG. And thank you ever so
Amazing
much,
work.
Tom, for having me, and T-Rex.
Cool. Yeah, I think we're done. But yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you all so much for being on. We do have more Tomb Raider coming up. We've got Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness coming up after the break. Before we go, just a quick reminder for you all. You can check out GDQ's International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration, which is going to be a weekend event highlighting transgender speedruns on March 29th and 30th. You can use !transvisibility in Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next Tomb Raider game. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We're a little bit late, but let's forget about that. Before we get into our next run of the day, just a quick reminder for you all. You can tune in to Speedruns 2025 from February 27th through March 2nd, benefiting Doctors of the World. You can use !Speedruns in chat to learn more. With all that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary here to let everybody introduce themselves.
Sorry, Lara Croft Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness. And with me on commentary is the lovely Smooth Operative, aka Tippy.
Hi, hello. It is I, Smooth Operative. How's everybody doing? Are you ready for Angel of Darkness?
Doing great. It is a nice Sunday. It's a nice rainy Sunday for a noir thriller like Angel of Darkness.
Yes, the mood is completely set.
Yeah, so I started playing this game somewhat recently because it's one of Tippy's nostalgic favorite games.
It's true.
And it was so janky that I looked up the speedrun. I was like, okay, this is very good. I want to check this out. We're going to see how jank it is.
Yes.
So this category is called Better Than Glitchless, which is a bit confusing. That category was made before I touched this game. And basically it's any percent but without a couple glitches, and that's moon jumping, where you quick save, quick load to jump higher and higher. And I think save clipping through walls, and you have to play on a certain version of the game. It's basically kind of like a no major glitches category, so you see more of the game.
Yeah, but there are definitely glitches, that is for sure.
Oh yeah, it's still very glitchy, but yeah, that's the basic rundown. We'll talk more about the game and the story. There's a lot of cutscenes we're not going to get to see, unfortunately, but we'll go over that as we kind of go through the game. So are you ready, Tippy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hit new game. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Yeah, Jeff.
We're in Paris.
Yes, and isn't it lovely?
Isn't it lovely? Right off the bat, we're going to skip this tutorial section we're kind of in and just jump right through the store. And it's going to skip most of this level. And all we have to do at this point is run over here, hit a trigger, turn around, and now we're going to jump over here and find an end level trigger, which is right on top of this roof. And that's the first level.
Yes. So if it looks a little strange, you've got the cam going. This is kind of a game that Lara is accused of murdering her former mentor. So
she's framed.
She's been framed, but she is a fugitive on the run right here. So
yes.
Keep that in mind as we go through the game.
No tombs to be seen quite yet. She's just kind of dealing with this. She can't remember what happened. She was meeting an old mentor of hers, right?
Yes, Werner von Croy, who you may have seen today in a different run.
Yeah, one sec. Quick glitch here. A lot of glitches happening in succession, but she has a crouch and a stealth mode. And we're going to use that to kind of clip through this gate, let go of... Oop, I fell on the wrong side. Great.
Saint has to land really...
Turn and let go of crouch, and she just kind of falls with no fall damage.
Yeah, you have to land right on that barbed wire fence.
Yeah. And here we have the level up system of Angel of Darkness. Just by doing certain things like pulling context-sensitive boxes, she learns how to jump higher.
Yes, she feels stronger now. It is a weird mechanic in AOD only, I think, where Lara has to do some kind of physical thing to be able to jump higher.
To jump 3 feet higher.
To remember how she did it in the previous 5 games, you know what I mean?
So we need to do that because it's going to let us jump higher.
Exactly.
And it is possible to skip parts of levels where you don't get those upgrades, but for this category, you do need to be able to jump a bit higher. All right. So now we have a bit of a tricky jump here and kind of an unintended jump over this fence over here.
Oh, nice.
So it's kind of a weird jump. If you jump and like press left, right, you just don't bonk into the chain link fence that's kind of blocking you there. And now we meet Mademoiselle RVA. Unskippable conversation with dialogue choices.
But I'm okay with this.
Apartment. And how is Werner? I'm afraid Werner is dead.
Dead?
Can I get you anything?
Can I get you anything?
What happened?
I have to really stop myself from quoting every single line in this dialogue.
Yeah. Anytime I'm doing PB attempts and Tippy sees this, she just starts quoting the entire time.
I have a problem.
Yeah, so there are faster selections of dialogue here that we're going to try to pick. And there is one kind of important part we need to select near the end of the conversation, or else we're going to have to like walk through this apartment, pick something up, then leave.
Yeah, so your
You can
decision...
piss her off, basically, if you pick the wrong thing.
Your decisions definitely matter, so you can get out of Mademoiselle Carvier's apartment as quickly as possible.
I wonder why exactly.
And this is just a little bit of context as to what happened with Werner.
Monstrum is running around Paris, according to the press.
Werner left a package here with me. I was to give it to you if anything happened to him.
Do you know what it is?
It's his field notebook.
If he left his notebook...
The field notebook is used kind of throughout the game. It has Werner's notes, and then as Lara learns more about the story, her own notes kind of make it through the notebook. So it is important to the story, but we won't really be looking at it at all.
I strongly suggest that you talk
So this is the part where we need to select the right thing, or else we make her upset.
I didn't kill him. I
didn't.
If you say so.
If you say so.
She's so like nonchalant about it. If you
so
say
coy.
so. Yeah.
All right, so at the end of this conversation, I'm going to press Alt F4, and what that does, when you press Alt F4 in this game, it doesn't quit out. So I'm going to Alt F4. It brings you to this screen where it's like, do you want to quit? Click no, and it actually cancels kind of whatever events are supposed to take place. I'm going to do it again here, because doing it here actually skips a camera fly-in cutscene for this level. It also has a weird side effect of canceling all the music. So I'm going to actually quick save, quick load to get the music back. Because,
good choice.
Vibes. So yeah, Alt F4ing as cutscenes are kind of fading in, or as the game fades out into a cutscene, can actually break a few things to our benefit. So now we are making our way into the Paris streets.
Hi, Janice. Bye, Janice.
This is that's Janice. We're not going to talk to her. But there's a lot of quests and a lot of NPCs here, and we're about to skip pretty much this entire sequence.
Yeah.
This is the pawn shop. You come here a few times. We're going to do a stealth wall cling here and basically go out of bounds in order to buy Renee.
Yeah, that skips a ton of the beginning. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Renee, you were just
dead.
alive. What happened?
It's like he died way later in the game. Anyways.
Sequence breaks are fun.
Yeah. So that is a pretty huge sequence break, and we're about to be done with this section of the game. I don't actually know the context of the story here, like getting all these things and going into the streets.
I mean, Lara's getting the goods and getting out. Renee's dead. Like, he's not using it.
Yeah, he doesn't need it anymore. All right, then so many lasers appear, and a bomb is here.
Just because.
We have to escape now. With this big button.
Yeah, this game was supposed to be kind of a story, like interactive game, and so Lara does speak to a lot of NPCs throughout the beginning of the level, especially, or I guess the zones, but we get to skip all that.
Yeah, we have to get out of here quick because we will die.
Run!
Run! Jump or jump!
Cool guy Curtis.
Cool guy Curtis Hands. Who's that? We might see you later.
We may meet him later.
The coolest guy in entire 2000s. All right, now we're in the sewers. and kind of a technical level of platforming that I'm just going to immediately start screwing up.
Yeah, this is a bit of a maze, and you can't make a lot of missteps or Lara will fall and die.
Yeah, yep, there's literal pitfalls. So yeah, pretty much most of this is just navigating to certain valves that need to be turned.
Yeah,
Just,
and
normal Tomb Raider stuff.
we're trying to get into the Louvre, which will give us more information from Carve's office about the obscura paintings, which we need to kind of progress the story because there are shards and ancient weapons living in these paintings.
Yeah, no sewer chocolate pickups, and saw a question in chat. Yes, this is the original. Oop, messed up my movement there.
It is the original
This is
PC
the original
version.
PC version.
I want to say it's build 8149.
It's build 49.
Ooh, I was close.
For all those 49 fans out there, build 49.
Build
is what-
49. There you go.
Not the PS2 version. I don't know anyone who actually runs the PS2 version. Or if
I
it's,
mean,
like, that
I
great.
have it in my hands right now.
Oh, well then, color me wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually a really good thing that the remastered version was made because it's like black magic getting this freaking game to work
Yeah.
on modern PCs. Shoutouts to the speedrun community for this game who has well documented all the different problems that happen.
Absolutely. Shout outs to the Tomb Runners.
Yeah, Tomb Runners. Real quick, during this cutscene, I'm going to click save till I see I can save. I can actually move during this cutscene, which cancels it early. And now we're going to do a pretty precise out of bounds. Wow, that's the fastest I've actually ever gotten that without screwing up multiple times. Shoutouts to me.
Nice.
So,
Church.
oh, and we got into the water first try. Okay, so we're swimming out of bounds. We're going to do a void swim here and basically swim straight to the end of this section.
There are
There
a
it
few
is.
sections where Saint has to kind of navigate through the void based on, I don't know how you navigate these sections.
I went on the wrong side. This is not good. Okay,
Oh, it's,
I'm gonna reload. I got on the wrong side of that door.
we would have opened it from the other side.
We're technically swimming through the air, so she swims down, then walks through this gate.
I can smell oil. I'd better be careful.
I can smell oil.
You better be careful then.
All right, so that means gasoline. There's gasoline in the water. Oops. So we're gonna plant a bomb on this sewer thing.
Dive, girl.
We're gonna plant another bomb because we can.
You're not gonna die?
Why not one more? Oh my god.
That was-
All right, we're on fire. We're gonna die. But we got to stay here because of the animation lock.
yeah, so this is how you get into the Louvre?
Yeah, so this is the
Successfully.
end of the level. And luckily, when you finish levels, you get a full heal.
Well,
Yes.
at least it's clean in here.
Yeah, and it's clean.
And yes, and it is clean.
If I'm
So-
swagalicious, I can get this jump chain. Let's go. Jumping is kind of weird on stairs. You have to press jump kind of right as you land on them, and then you can keep on jumping. All right, now we are in the Louvre.
Don't
This is
ask
the
why
laser
this,
room.
Yeah, don't ask why this health pack is here in the Louvre.
Just, it's part of the art piece.
Ancient artifact.
Yes. Rating.
I accidentally left it around.
Yep. This is a pretty precise set of jumps.
This one specifically is kind of... Okay, I gotta do mid-air adjustment there. Okay. Oh,
Because if Saint hits any of these lasers, we're gonna have to watch a cutscene.
Oh, that was great,
Oh,
actually.
nice. Yeah, a guard will come out and be upset, and we don't want that.
That was actually probably as good as it could be.
Yeah, that was
me.
excellent. Great job.
I'm not even top 3 in this game, I'll admit. And shout outs to Colton UK. I watched Colton's world record run, and that's how I learned the game.
Excellent human.
Yeah. Big vibes. All right, so we got big stealth section coming up here. Lasers, cameras, guards. See what we can do.
That's why I love
Just
this
immediately
game.
jump through the lasers.
Oh yeah, now the alarm is off and the guards have been alerted.
Yeah, but that's okay. We're gonna do a little setup here. Do a stealth attached to the door, get right through, and now we have to do a void run. Basically, the staircase that we saw earlier that we jumped up, we're jumping down a similar staircase. We just are using kind of memory to do that. Other runners do this way faster than me. I kind of need to turn and do it because I bump into things a lot. So basically now we're going to an archaeological dig site within the Louvre. That was pretty clean too.
Yeah, nice.
All right, so down to the right over there is a lot of levels.
It's a big tomb, essentially.
That is a tomb. That is the first tomb of the game. And we are not going down there.
No.
I just rolled into a trigger because you come back up here after you're done.
Yeah, this is like where you end.
And this is where you end. So we don't have to do any of that. Now the Louvre is under siege.
Yes, it's a beautiful skip because I think that's like Tomb of the Ancients and it is a pain.
Yeah, the Hall of Seasons.
Yeah, there's all kinds of seasons and traps.
All kinds of seasons.
And wheels to turn. It's too much.
We're Alt F4 in here to... Oh god, a little jump boost there. Get out of my way! And do another Alt F4 as this fades out.
I don't know if we're being stealthy enough.
Yes, we have just skipped the titular tomb. Or one of them. Alright, we're escaping. The Louvre is full of tear gas now?
Yes.
Or something?
It's full of tear gas, and so we don't have a mask. So
Lara coughing.
Yeah.
Lara Crofting. And we have to do one last void walk. All I can describe is, okay, we're running down a hallway, we turn right, turn left, jump down a big staircase. Okay, turn left, U-turn, another little staircase, turn right, slight right. Wait, where am I?
don't get directions from Saint.
What? I made it.
Good job.
Okay.
Run, Lara.
You okay? All right, we're back at the crime scene. This is where the beginning of the game's cutscene starts.
Yes.
Kick the store down.
My legs feel stronger.
Laura just learned to sprint
Mm-hmm.
for the first time.
Yeah, so this is Von Croy's apartment, and we're going to be picking up all this ammo. And you're doing like a duplication glitch here, yes?
I don't know. Just pick them up.
Oh, you just pick them up.
Yeah,
oh, there's
there.
just that many on the floor.
Yeah, it's just a clip.
Von Croy was packing.
Yeah, Von Croy was packed. All right, I'm gonna mash pickup as I get up here, and I'm out of bounds. I think I'll be a little bit further, maybe. I have to do a banana jump here, which is kind of a jump and then curve to the right.
Yeah, we're like kind of skipping the escape of the apartment complex.
Okay, man. There we go. And there's a boss fight here. He's a man with a gun.
The cleaner, because he's trying to clean up the mess.
Yep, so this is a boss fight. The cleaner, apparently.
And Lara's the mess.
And spam shooting in this game is kind of fun because it's inconsistent. So I'm mashing really fast, but I don't know, it's a frame rate thing or something.
It's just a classic shootout
weird
thing.
Cadence. It's actually a really bad fight, so hopefully he dies before I do. Okay.
Nice.
Close. Close, close. We're going to do another Alt F4 here.
Doesn't he like fall down the stairs or? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Okay, now we're in Prague.
Yep.
Welcome to Prague.
Don't you just... So this is another sound glitch. I would fix this, but it's funnier if I don't. I'm going to do a small skip here. Side step, turn, jump in the grate. We're through. And now you're in the sewer. This loads and...
Don't you just love this weather?
Don't you just love this weather?
The weather in the sewer.
Sewer weather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Real humid.
Warm.
Delicious.
Pungent. Okay. Here's where we meet Bouchard.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk to him.
And something dramatic happens. Bouchard, like, falls out of a closet dead or something happens.
Whoa, spoilers.
Listen,
that hasn't happened.
If you're watching this run, it's already
Oh, yeah, if you're going to play
spoiler.
the remastered.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Here's something.
All right. We're going to clip through this wall, pick up a thing. I think you have to, like, open the wall and, like, do something weird. Invisible staircase. Come back up through the floor. Floors are literally suggestion right there.
Yeah, that was like, I think, Vasily's secret office or something. He's like an art dealer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now's the spoiler.
He's alive. Oh,
my god.
Oh, but you're gonna get his keys.
Yeah. You guys, keys. Let's blow this joint.
What are we driving out of here?
I don't know. Oh, I think it's the keys to this door.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Nice. I have to load, reload, save, reload here, or else this guy won't talk to me.
Have you changed your mind about the Strahov code?
And now we're going to get shot with dogs attacking us during this cutscene.
Yeah, Luddick is a reporter, so he's working with Lara to kind of get the scoop. Get the skinny on the dark alchemists, you know?
I can take it from there. Have you tried this code yourself?
Me? No. Nice Strahov guards? I hope so. Yeah, so we're going to head to the Strahov Fortress, which is basically where the rest of the game's going to take place.
Not everything, but we will spend a good amount of time in the Strahov Fortress.
Sure thing. Let's talk in the car.
The Strahov isn't far.
They rhymed. All right, take an Uber. We're at the Strahov.
We didn't have to pay.
The Strahov is actually... A lot of things can go wrong in this level. Specifically with some laser jumping and some boxes. We'll get to those in a moment. Oops. But for now, just some simple platforming. Some classic Tomb Raider jumping. This game's built like... It's designed like you're on a grid, but Lara doesn't really move as grid-like as games.
It's a bit weird because like all of the other classic games, Lara's kind of moving on this tank system for like a tank world, but this is kind of like Lara's still sort of on tank, but the world isn't, so it's a bit weird.
Yeah, and also the remaster has the modern controls. I actually haven't played too much with the remaster yet, so I was practicing this.
Yeah.
But I'm very much looking forward to some of the new shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm excited too for the new one.
Okay, we're out of here.
Nice, good job. Deeper into the fortress we go.
We have to kill this creature. I'm sorry. Clip through here. It's a very useful trick in so many parts of the run. Jump up the ladder. And now we're going to get into an air duct. We're going to clip into an air duct with a certain little setup here. Jump. Okay, turn right. Jump left. Usually, I don't know if I've ever gotten that first try. I feel like you have to like reload that like affects it or something. So now we're in this, she's crawling, but there's literally so much room in this air duct. It's like person sized.
Oh yeah, it's like just short enough.
So I did another Alt F4. I'm gonna reload to get the music back, but I just want to kill this guy first because this guy can obliterate you in no time.
He decided to be nice.
Yeah, I just want to be really careful with that. Okay, now I'll reload. Yeah, when you reload, someone just yells, like, kind of weird. Whoa.
Well, there's a guy in this store now.
There's a guy in this door.
Probably him.
This is a special door. I'm gonna wait till this guy comes out to shoot him, because if I shoot him inside of... Gosh. Lara, please. If I shoot him inside this room, activate this, Alt F4, reload for the music. There's two guys around the right corner there, and they actually will destroy me. So if you walk in here and then kill that guy, they will peep out and see what's going on.
Yeah, and then they just cause problems, so
yeah,
best to avoid them.
I can't deal with them, so.
Okay, good luck here.
Yeah, so this is the lasers. They're lasers. If you touch any of them or touch the ground, you die.
Yeah, it's like playing.
You'll probably see it.
The floor is lava.
Yeah, the floor is laser lava.
You can't touch it.
This doesn't look good. I got this perfect, like, right when we were chilling, waiting to start the run, so of course I'm gonna do badly here. It's okay. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
you get to see it.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like,
As
what's
with
on
their
the
eyes
floor?
open.
Besides all this junk.
Okay. We good. We
Good
Gucci.
job.
All right, that's Strahov done. That was relatively pain-free,
Yeah.
I will say.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
All right, into the bio research facility. What clandestine stuff's going on here?
Yeah, this is deeper into where the experiments happened.
Yes. Gonna clip through this door. Let's jump into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Man, that's useful.
Yeah, stealth mode breaks a lot of doors.
Oh yeah, outfit change.
I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, she's not in the jean jacket anymore.
She goes from jean jacket to like paramilitary to this. I think she has this outfit the rest of the game. And this is kind of the halfway point of the run.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a breather. You see that cutscene and you're like, okay, halfway through it. We can jump on this. Usually Lara slides off there, but for some reason that one spot is kind of special. Saw in the inside of Lara's head for a second. That was weird.
Yeah, so in these facilities, they're trying to like resurrect a human/angel race called the Nephilim.
Nephilims.
Yes.
Human angels.
Human angels. And so that's kind of where all these freaky experiments are.
It's not natural.
It's unnatural.
We're turning valves. Shoutouts to Valve.
Yeah, this is a tricky jump too. Okay, nice.
Whew. Yeah, that is deceptively hard. Okay, so this is going to play a cutscene that's like, okay, we turn this to open a thing. I'm actually going to hold back and left and drop. We can get a little head start on this. Lose some health, but...
And then down the chute.
Into another sewer. But this is like a fancy sewer with monsters. And coming up is my favorite glitch of this whole run. It's awesome. We're in the water. There's a monster here, but it's okay. So you can roll turnaround in the water, but if you do it near the surface at a certain timing, it kind of puts the angle off of Lara's waiting animation. Trying to get a good one here. Oh my gosh, I'm having trouble.
I can't for the life of me remember this other guy's name now, but...
So if you roll into the surface as you hit the surface, her waiting animation is a little off. And yeah, this is what happens. There's a bunch of level over there. We're skipping all that level nonsense. And just go right through this floor, and we're good.
She's beginning to believe.
She's beginning to believe. She's becoming the angel of the darkness.
Yes, slowly but surely. She will get there.
All right. So that Alt F4 trick, very important here, because we're going to run to this cutscene, and it just gets rid of that. If you watch that cutscene, it usually does not get rid of that overgrowth around that door, but for some reason when you Alt F4 during the fade out, something doesn't register right, and it just gets rid of it. And you can go right through it.
You don't have to do a puzzle in which like you kill the plant and then it like removes itself from the door, so easy.
Here's another big section. There's like 4 or 5 floors, stealth, combat, key cards. But if you've been watching so far, you probably know what's about to come up. We're gonna do a little trick here and skip all that.
Yep, don't have to get any of the key cards or any of that business.
What monster is there? So there was a big floating creature. We'll see another one. I'll point it out next time we see the water creature. There's 2 of them in the game that I know. All right, now we're going to take a break from Lara.
Yeah.
And see this guy.
We're going to the sanitarium with Curtis Trent. Say hello.
Curtis Trent Reznor.
Now, Curtis Trent, I guess you could kind of think of him as like the Van Helsing type character. He is like
he's the so cool guy,
an ancient. He's with like the Lux Veritatis, I think is the organization that they're called, which are like Christian monks trying to destroy the Nephilim race. So like he's just around now. And Lara is taking a little nap in like a chamber. Yeah,
he traps Lara in a chamber and he's like off doing some other stuff for a little bit.
Yeah.
Or is this a flashback or something? I can't remember.
No, he is in here. But he has a little magic frisbee. We won't see it.
Yeah, the magic frisbee's on his belt there, like a CD player.
Yeah.
For all those who remember what those are.
But that's also supposed to help with like destroying the Nephilim.
Proto Drake, like Nathan Drake? What the hell's a proto?
I would have to do some Googling to see when the Nathan Drake games came out, but I believe this game came out.
Predates those.
Yeah, I believe this came out in 2003. So yeah.
I forgot to mention, I'm just casually clipping through doors. So Curtis's kind of stealth crawl animation has a different little animation, and it actually helps to get through doors very easily.
He can get through a little bit faster than Lara. The power legs.
Do a quick backup here.
He doesn't look right when he's backing it up.
He moves like cottage cheese.
Unstable.
Like the first.
What were you saying, Church?
I was going to say it looks like the first Uncharted came out 4 years after this.
Okay, there you go. Curtis Trent
paving ways.
was here first.
I gotta shoot these. Get that ladder off. This is actually like deceptively hard to get onto, I think.
This kind of goes back to the
Hold on.
very precise.
Let me do a little back step here.
Grab.
There we go.
There we go.
Smooth. Secretly the hardest room in the game, I swear. To do like quickly. Okay, we'll crawl through here. There's an invisible thing here. You gotta crawl over that. This game is unfinished, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of you know this, but if you didn't, the game is pretty unfinished. It was shipped out in an unfinished state, and so that's why you have a lot of bugs, and it's difficult to control the characters the way you want.
Here's a wacko psycho zoom in thing.
This is like Curtis's like vision stuff, right? Oh no, he has like a sight, like a special sight.
He has the vision.
I don't think we use it.
I don't remember. I played this game casually. I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure the only thing you do with the special sight is like get codes, like numerical codes. But
I thought that was just like a cool like transition thing that they planned on putting in a commercial or something.
Nah, it's in there.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
All right, clip through here, and we're actually gonna go backwards through this door. That ends that section. And now we're just going through the maximum containment area.
Yeah,
which is where something evil lingers.
This level was terrifying back in the day. Like, I had to stop playing on numerous occasions and come back to the game because it was so scary.
We got a boss.
It's the Proto.
Fight.
So this is the Proto-Nephilim. He's basically a failed experiment. And he was put in here.
Okay.
I don't know. I think Boaz put him in here because she has an attachment. We won't meet her.
Boaz. Okay, so see the monster just went in the top right vent? We want them to come out of the top left vent. That's good RNG. Okay, that's great. So we shot the Proto one time. We have to do it 4 times. And every time we shoot it, he goes, "Bow!" And then he falls over. He or she, it, I don't know. And then we have to shoot it again once it gets up. And then we do that 2 more times.
Just gotta stretch the arm out real quick.
4 times total. So slowly just runs up.
Yeah, this fight is really confusing casually because Proto will just bounce and you're left in the room alone like, is it over? Is it still going? Am I fighting a boss still? I don't know. But Proto will be back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, good RNG. Again.
Nice.
If only I was so lucky on every run. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, you can just kind of like practice your gun control here.
The Curtis Shuffle.
Everyone, do the Curtis Shuffle. Yeah, he has some cool moves. When he does a roll, he just kind of like flops on his hip.
He like literally looks like he's hurting himself.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I hope no one saw that. That actually really hurt.
It's like, damn, I'm trying to be a cool guy, but I'm just hurting myself in the process. She's not impressed.
Yeah, there's some tension between these two. He like puts a... Okay, we got bad RNG for this last one, so that means he's gonna fall like right here.
Proto? There's the Proto.
Oh! that was the last time that we have to do that. We still need to give him one last shot.
Wait, he gets back up again? Oh yeah, he does.
It's death throws.
One last
No soft
dying
lock.
breath.
Sometimes this can soft lock. The proto will just disappear after he dies, and the game will not progress. All right, so those are the Curtis levels. Now we're back to Lara.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember how they like switch off in the cutscene, but we are back with Lara in the aquatic research area.
So I'm doing kind of a setup to get right on the railing here. This is a way to skip this room. Kind of get stuck on this railing, which is nice because falling off is a bit of a pain. Nice jump here, good. And that turret can hit you if you're too far to the left on that ledge. Luckily, we landed on the right.
Yeah, that was a good jump.
Right. Gonna shoot that. Boom.
Oh, she's running.
Oops. I'm just trying to sidestep. Thank you. Did they finish the game for the remaster? I am not sure. I have not played the remaster yet.
Can't comment on the remaster.
Okay, the Aquatic Research Center. Oops. Just waste some time there. This has one of my favorite tricks in the whole game coming up here. So it's another glitch involving wading in the water. You can affect that part of swimming a lot. So this part coming up, we're going to do a specific setup and then dive into the water at a point where you kind of fall off of a slope. And it gives you momentum in a weird way. There's usually a big puzzle here involving water levels. I don't even remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if this is the chum bucket puzzle.
Oh, chum bucket.
Because you got to distract the monstrosity under the water.
Yes, there's a monstrosity.
Somehow.
If we're lucky, we'll see a flying monstrosity. There's the monster down there. So we're going to wait over here with this momentum, and it does this. And don't even have to touch the keyboard. There's the other sea monster. We didn't get to see him fly, but he can fly out of the water when we're doing this.
Honestly, this is a chill glitch.
Yeah, you just ride it out.
Just ride the wave.
Ride the wave, man. Okay. Going to dismount the right time, hopefully. Right here. There we go. Now we're out of bounds, and just like many other levels, just go to the end of the level. Out of bounds. It's right down here. So we're going to see a couple more void swims through the rest of the run. There we are. We're in the vault of trophies in a swimsuit, and you're now noticing Lara has no textures on her feet.
Oh, right. This is the vault of trophies.
Yeah. Oh, I got spiked.
Oh,
What the
I didn't even see you get hit there.
I did, yeah. Normally you don't. I must have really ballsed that up. Okay, let's try again. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, you want to clip through the spikes, not actually get hit by them. Alright, so this is a maze, underwater labyrinth, meant to induce stress because Lara's breath meter is going down.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we know where we're going.
You know, Core likes throwing you in the middle of water and left to your own devices.
Mm-hmm. They're like, are you afraid of running out of breath? Well, here you go. So here we are, kind of a dead end here, but we're going to use the stealth wall attachment mechanic. Not that wall. No, not the wall. Come on, Lara. Not that wall.
This one's a bit finicky sometimes.
Yeah, that's weird. I usually don't even hit that wall. Face more this way. Let's walk over here then. This wall. The obvious wall that's right here. Okay. We're going to stealth, turn a couple times, do that, and slow that again. This one is a little finicky sometimes. Let's reset that up.
I mean, it's a miracle you can get through this game at all because of how buggy it is.
Generally.
Yes, just generally. If you beat the game,
there we go.
You did good.
So we kind of like went backwards through the invisible wall, Now there's water out of bounds, and now we can see all the tunnels, but we are going to do kind of a swim of faith through the darkness here towards an end level trigger. I still don't have this one quite down, but we will see. So basically we're going to hit a black void here, and then I'm going to quick save. Screw it. Hit that, and the nice.
Oh, awesome.
All right, there's Trent killing Boaz.
Yeah,
it's part of the game we're not seeing.
It's a terrible fight. You don't want to go there.
The worst fight in gaming. I'm not even kidding.
If you thought like Dark Souls was a rage-inducing game with a lot of rage-inducing bosses, you've never met Boaz.
Yeah, Boaz. All right, so Lara just learned how to jump more just by running on this thing.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go through the rocks on the right there, but we kind of skipped it with just a simple little jump. Pull this.
And Saint's gonna be making some pretty terrifying jumps.
Still stronger. Maybe I'll make that.
So good luck.
Yeah, they're not too bad. Mostly. Oh yeah, the jumps come up here. Yeah, this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. First try.
Oh.
Okay. We fell in the textures.
We didn't believe hard enough.
That's supposed to be lava. I know it looks like, I don't know. What do you think it looks like, Chad?
It just looks like lava, right? I mean, what else would it be?
What else would it be? All right, we're gonna jump here, turn around, back up, jump left. That's how you dodge that trap.
Nice. Maybe it's butter.
Okay, so we are heading towards pretty much the last level now.
Yeah, we're heading to the lab.
Eckhart's lab,
where the dark experiments take place.
It's all coming together. Eckhart's lab. All right, final stretch here. I don't know how he gets in or out of this place, to be honest. Like, this is the entrance. You have to do that jump through spikes and everything.
He's the magic man.
He's the magic man. All right, gonna do that. Roll, back step, side jump, another jump, roll, and this gets us on this. Hopefully, nice. Little setup to get up to this area faster. Now we're gathering these vials of like hydrogen.
It's like salt, hydrogen, and some kind of.
Yeah, basically there's pools of acid that we're trying to neutralize. And
yes.
They're all, one's in a cage. We pick it up in this cage. It starts going into acid. I don't know how they operate here.
Yeah, we're gathering all these things to kind of purify the water so that we can actually swim in it.
So we're getting dipped into acid right now, but there's a bit of a trick. Quick load. Now she just hangs out in midair. Now you can dismount. So you don't get dipped in the acid there. And it gets you down here a little faster. Pick up this vial.
And then you have to put them in like a special spot for them to be used, right?
That's right, Tippy.
Okay.
1, 2, dismount. We're actually stuck down here, but luckily, Lara doesn't really care. She'll just climb through it.
She is an amazing woman.
Like, yeah, we know we're trapped in there, but Lara doesn't. So that's what really matters. Plug another vial in. That's 2 of 3. Turn around. And put the last one in. Jump over the acid. Epic. And this basically sets up this very slow, unskippable in-game cutscene.
But we get to like watch the water be cleansed.
We get to take in the run that we have done here today.
Yeah, how are you feeling, Saint?
Man, I feel good. This was actually a really good run. I should have had my splits up with the load remover, but I didn't.
No,
my bad.
It could have caused a ruckus.
This might be a PB. Who knows? I don't know. It's actually been a really good run for me. All right, so that has cleansed
crystal
these
waters.
Crispy, delicious waters. Where is obviously the final button to go into the last part of the lab?
Like all the way back up here.
Yeah, we have one of those.
They really didn't want you getting in here. They're like, okay, you got to first purify the water and then swim all the way down there.
You got to do an escape room puzzle
with no oxygen.
Go, do some
tank.
work.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do another little swim glitch. Should probably save closer to the surface. So when we restart this, it's like not bad. Okay. Not that great. All right.
All right.
We'll rock with this.
Back to flying.
Yeah, so you can get different angles of this glitch, basically. Like, you'll be more vertical or more sideways. I want to be somewhere in between. And, yeah, we have to kind of get through without touching the floor or walls or ceiling. Everything is lava for now.
Except just the air.
Except the air. That's right. So, yeah, this is going to be the rest of the game. And time's coming up in like a minute.
What do you think, Church?
What's that?
This is what do you think, Church?
I think it's like a wild way to end a run.
She's becoming the Angel of Darkness.
Yeah, she's ascending.
She's ascending.
All right, we're gonna go forward here till it
Literally.
closes.
Yes.
And now we're gonna go out of bounds with this. If we're lucky, we'll get a little view of the inside of Lara's head. Oh, there we go.
Oh, jump scare.
A good way to end it. Oh, restart. We don't want to snap down like that. We want to maintain our little swim. Okay.
Okay.
Now we're out of bounds. We're heading to the final boss arena, which you will not see.
With much urgency, as you can tell.
Yes.
It's honestly it's honestly like a really chill way to end the run.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the tunnel you would slide down. The final boss arena will never load. Sorry. This is where you fight Eckhart. So we're gonna swim down here and swim straight. So there's two triggers here. One triggers phase 2 of the boss fight. One triggers the end of the game. I'm gonna swim kind of up now. Try to hit the one in the air, which is where the end game trigger is. Okay, I hit the phase 2, phase 1. Oh, the end game trigger was right there.
There we go. Time. She has become the Angel of Darkness. The end.
The end. There's no credits because no one wanted to take credit for the game. And that's the Angel of Darkness, better than glitchless.
GG.
Is that because of how you ended it, or is there just no credits to the game?
I think normally there's also no credits. It would just be. I think it's a PC version thing.
Yeah, it might just be a PC version thing, but I'd have to double check.
Yeah, we might need confirmation on that.
What was the final time, Ray?
44:05.
Okay, thank you.
That's pretty good. That might be PB in in-game time, maybe. But I didn't run my splits, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but it was really close. That was a great run.
Smooth run, all things considered.
Yeah, GG.
GG's. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, Lara.
Yeah, happy belated birthday to her. Saint, you got anything?
Thank you for joining me, Tippy.
Of course.
And shout outs to the Tomb Runner community. There's a lot of people who ran this game before me who I should give credit to. I'm sorry.
The OG Angels of Darkness.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Special shout out to Colton UK, which is who I watched plentifully to learn the game. And yeah, it's a fun run. It's a hard game to get running if you're interested, but the Tomb Runner Discord has a lot of resources and
they do
experience getting this game running. And I think a lot of people are actually working on the remastered speedrun of this, which is what I'm going to look at pretty soon after this.
Oh yeah, you think you're going to dive into the remaster?
I think I'm going to swim glitch right into it.
Awesome.
If that's in the game. But thank you for watching, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
What's next?
Next, we've got our final run of the day, which is going to be 5 remastered.
Let's go.
Yeah, I do not know what the title of 5 is. Chronicles, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Did not
Thank you,
have
everybody.
that off.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Throw it over to you, Church.
Yeah, thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing the run. We do have one more run for y'all today. That's going to close out the birthday celebration. It's going to be, like I just said, TR5 Remastered Chronicles, I guess. Before we get into that, just a quick reminder that if you would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the Season 4 t-shirt over at theyeti.com/GDQ. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our last run of the day. Thank you so much, everyone. See you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're a little late in celebrating it, but we're celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. We have our final game of the evening. We've got Tomb Raider 5, Tomb Raider Chronicles. I will hand it over to our runner here. Let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. My name's Nate, or Nate Justy. I'm just one big Tomb Raider speedrunner. We run the games 1 through 8, and today we're going to do some Chronicles remasters. And if we're ready, I'll just do the countdown, and we're going to start. 3, 2, 1, go. So a little bit about Anniversary and the run itself. With the remasters, as you can see there, we get cutscene skip, which saves us about 30 minutes compared to the original run. This game takes you basically on 4 episodic journeys because in Tomb Raider Revelations, Lara is believed to be dead, so we are mourning her by going through her adventures. Right now we're in Rome after stealing Pierre and Larson's Mercury Stone. So we're kind of on the run and trying to do a couple things here. One of the big changes in this run is obviously modern controls. Modern controls give you, and we'll get bad RNG with puppies here. That can push you off the keyhole. The big difference with modern controls, as you've seen like in earlier remaster runs today, is just going to be more fluid movement, better control in the air. Sprinting is a huge upgrade in the remasters because you can sprint around corners. Coming up here, we're going to do a trigger skip to skip Larson at the top, who typically shoots us. If you skip this trigger here, when you get to the tightrope, Larson is gone. And now we have our very long tightrope section, which unfortunately we cannot skip. If you're lucky, you can get across the whole tightrope without Lara doing this little leaning animation, which kind of stops your momentum. I never have such luck, so I'm always going to get the leaning animation. It's complete RNG. And as I said, I have bad luck. We're getting actually really good luck, and we've only leaned twice so far. There's only 2 of these tightrope sections in the game, thankfully. Alrighty, so right here, we're going to do our first flare cancel. The flare cancel basically cancels Lara's animation of a stumble. When Lara stumbles, she's kind of stuck into one position for a fixed amount of time. And the animation of the flare cancel cancels that stumble animation and lets us keep our momentum. Then going forward here, we just have to collect these little symbols so we can get through this gate. Right here, typically you would use the revolver to shoot this, but we can use the pistols and the crouching animation to shoot that lock. So right here we have another stumble cancel with the flare. And in this remaster run, I'm actually, compared to OG, is pick up this extra revolver pickup. We're going to use that later because a lot of speedrun strats and glitchless in this game have been patched. So when this game came out and learning glitchless, we had to change a couple things here. Just put these guarding keys in. That's going to trigger a cutscene here, but thankfully with the remasters, we can skip the cutscenes. And then this level's typically pretty long in the OG because you have 50 million cutscenes in a row. But we have modern and cutscene skip on our side. Now here we're going to use our revolver to shoot this bell to activate these doors because we have to go pull a lever. This level, compared to the rest of them, has a bunch of flare canceling. Again, just to keep our momentum through the run. One of the other good features in the remaster compared to the OG is the quick save. If you can see on the bottom right, it says saved. When we save, it's pretty much instant. It's a little bit faster than the OG. And then if we have to load, if we mess up like a sequence or something like that, the loading is basically instant. So basically our goal right now to end this level is to flip these little birds. And then we have another sequence here. It's kind of timed. We basically want to sprint around this whole corner, just like that, to avoid the ram there and taking damage. We just have our long shimmy section here, so we can pull this next lever so we can turn the other dove coming up. Something different in the remaster run that I'm doing here compared to OG is another flare cancel here, rather than bonking our head, because we get a little bit more distance with the flare. And we are almost done with the level here. All the levels in this game are fairly short. So we just need to grab this last mercury piece and then we are done with this level. And then we'll run out and there's that. And we're on to the next level, the market level. Basically, the part of this level is again collecting the symbols so that we can activate that a gate so that we can get another piece of the mercury stone. And this is all one episode of Lara's little adventure here. And here's our last section here, our last tightrope of the game. Our lovely tightrope that's going to take us quite a bit of time to get across unless the game likes me. But so far, so good. We're not getting bad RNG today, actually. I've got to stop jinxing myself every time I say that. I get a lean. I gotta stop. If you're really lucky, you can get across it with none of this leaning. But
but it's completely RNG based.
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to test, but I haven't had the chance to do it with the new quick saves because I'm not really sure how the RNG works per se. And then we've got this tricky jump coming up. This jump sucks because you'll get that outcome. It's a very specific jump. You have to brush off this corner. There we go. And then the rest of the jumps in this section are just as bad because you can stumble or have to grab. And the goal is to not have to grab to pull up because a grab's going to be 3 to 4 seconds added to your time that you do not want. We basically have to go to the left and right side of this area to move these gears back and forth here. Got our last chain pull. Basically use that slope there to once again keep your momentum going while you're jumping, because jumping off the slope prevents the stumble. And I do that with rather than a flare cancel in the remastered run because I added a lot more flare cancels to the run compared to OG because I'm a flare cancel like obsessed. And then coming up here in just a couple seconds here, we're gonna fight the most fun boss in the game that takes literally 5 seconds to kill. If I have good aim, at least. And we're gonna see him here in just a second. He's very frightening. Oh! Until then. Now he's gone. Now we have to swim in our lovely sewers here. One of Lara's favorite passing time activities. And there's not too many pickups in this run for the most part, like when it comes to ammo or health, because after each chapter your items reset because you're in a new episode. Right there, I kind of want to go for the swan dive rather than just jumping in the water, because when you swan dive, Lara kind of glides off walls and goes straight down, which isn't a huge difference when you're using modern because you have way more control over her. So then here, we're gonna put this valve back in so we can get the water current below to stop so that we can get lower in the water. This is probably one of the shortest glitchless runs, or this is the shortest glitchless run in the classic era of TR, because basically this run is dev intended. There are no major skips. I think there's like 1, maybe 2 in the entire game. It's basically all movement and routing. And with our new cutscene skip, the run is about 30 minutes faster than the OG because there's some long cutscenes in this game. We're gonna pull our last valve here and then we'll get started with the next boss in this level. Alrighty, so we're gonna take a long swim here because we need to go to the next area where we're gonna collect the shotgun and kill the next boss. The bosses in this game are very minimal. They're not too difficult. Then from here, the trigger is automatically going to start, and we're basically just going to shoot him 1,000,000 times. We don't give the poor guy even a chance. He waited his whole life to defend this, and we ruined it.
Maybe you should have been practicing instead of waiting.
Right. And then from there, we're going to jump up here before this next trigger starts. And we're going to go grab this last symbol. So this next part of the run is the biggest change in glitchless. In the remasters, they have locked us out of being able to skip both of these boss fights. Typically, you could just put the medallions in and that would be it, but it does not allow us to do that. So we actually have to obliterate this guy real quick. And in that time, for a boss later, we want to grab this ammo. And then this boss has one of the worst strats in the game because you have to land in a specific spot, which thankfully I got it first try. When you're in this spot, they can't hit you, and their hurt box is easier to hit. Dev intended you would have to wait to shoot them until they are spitting fire out of their mouth. But in the OG, when Larson comes out, you would just put these little symbols in, and then you would just run away from him while he's shooting at you, because Lara just doesn't care. But I think she gained a bigger care now in the remasters. She was tired of people skipping her game. And this is the end of that level. Now we're going into the last Rome level, which is going to be Colosseum. This one's a pretty short level. And this is coming up here is going to show like the magic of the cutscene skip. You can skip cutscenes, but while you skip the cutscene, you're actually getting advantage on what's happening. Like right here, typically the floor would already be broken. But because you can skip the cutscene, you can kind of cheat it. And then what we want to do here is just jump and grab this. Where typically you'd have to run and jump and grab the ledge to the right of this one and then shimmy your way over in some long, lovely section, which we don't want to do. And then right here, we have a cool little crouch strat here. It requires specific positioning, and then you can do that. Where you typically have to, again, go backwards and climb out and shimmy around the corners. None of the enemies in Chronicles really matter. We just skip them. Alright, so we're going to grab this first piece of the stone here, and then coming up, we're going to grab the second piece, which lets us get to an area where we need to go to get the mercury stone that's in the wall. This is another flare cancel area that I'm going to use so that we can pull this chain. And we have to pull this 3 times. If you see up there, you can see the podium rising. You have to pull it 3 times to be able to grab it. And then we're going to land on this slope to prevent the stumble once again. And we're going to do a cool little curve jump here, where the devs originally intended for you to go the complete opposite direction. And we got the last piece. So we're just about finished with this level. Gonna trigger this cutscene, and now we're gonna trigger another cutscene, and then you can see why the OG run was so long compared to this one. So basically what I'm gonna do is kind of time this jump for when this floor crumbles, and we're gonna hit our other stumble cancel there. The reason I picked up extra ammo is so that we have a few extra shots to kill these guys, damage them. So, because the pistols are the lower damaging weapon. And then coming up here, we have once again another boss. The devs really liked boss fights in this game. And this is another instance of us getting to be able to skip the cutscene and getting the advantage on our little friend here. And we're gonna switch ammo to the wide shot. This is the ammo we grabbed when we killed our friend in the last level. This speeds up this process a whole bunch. Typically you would use the pistols here. Nothing much to say here other than we're gonna shoot him a million times. There we go. Oh, he fell on me. Lovely. And we are just about to get to our Mercury Stone. Put the last key in here. I'm gonna jump and stumble cancel in a specific spot so we fall right on the Mercury Stone there. And that's Rome. Now we're in the Russian section. We are in Russia trying to invade a submarine because we have intel that they have access and coordinates for an artifact that's under the water. Right now we're in their base. Basically the goal here is to get onto their submarine. This level, there's really no crazy skips or anything like that. This level's mainly just going to be purely movement, a lot of sprinting and jumping. And we also have a big crane over our head that is trying to stop us from achieving our goal. Shooting us with guns wasn't enough, so I thought a big crane falling on my head would suffice. We're gonna kill this guard here because he has a key, or Lara will shoot the wrong guy. And we got our key card so we can get out of this base. And you can really see the difference if you watch an OG run compared to the remaster with the sprint. I'm able to turn these corners like crazy. Whereas in the OGs, it would be harder to turn those corners, or in tank controls. Harder to turn those corners, or you'd have to cancel your sprint so that you could turn a corner. And we're gonna skip a little bit here to jump on these boxes, or we'll miss. And that's another fancy trick of modern. We call it the modern twirl, because if your step is off and you feel like you're gonna fall off an edge before you jump, you can just do a little quick turn like this, and then you're able to kind of readjust yourself. level's coming to an end here. Just have a couple more objectives. And like I said earlier, as you can tell here, this is all just dev intended. There's no fancy tricks here. It's all movement and routing. Whereas all the other Tomb Raiders all have their fancy little skips and tricks and glitchless. But the devs did not want us to do this in Chronicles. They decided that they were going to patch all our speedrun tricks. The reason I kind of ran on him and shoved him in the corner is these little pebbles right there. If that key falls on those pebbles, Lara gets confused because apparently she's never seen a key on pebbles, and she walks forever to try to grab that key. So that's why I kind of pushed him into that corner so that he couldn't go over there and so that the item couldn't drop on those pebbles. Got another cutscene coming up here. We're gonna go in this room and grab our last piece so that we can finally finish this level. And we will be visited by our little husky friend. He's just having a great time in the showers for some reason. And we're grabbing our fuse piece. Basically, the goal is for him to leave us alone because he can push you off of objectives like this, which I got lucky and she started pushing it before he got there. But he can push you all over the place and make you lose a bunch of time. So we're gonna run back to our area where we killed our little friend here and put this on so we can get the power on. And again, we're gonna try to hurry up and run to this switch before the dog gets here first so that he can't push us. We are having great luck. And we are at the end of the level. Now we're gonna start in the submarine here. Basically what happens in this area is I'm sitting in the sub, you know, just trying to enjoy my peace and quiet, and they somehow found me and trapped me with no weapons. So now we have to find our way out of this bad boy. And basically the goal here is to find a diver suit so that we can go in the water and get the artifact ourselves. And a little bit of flash warning on this level. There's some electric wires and the flashing can be a bit intense here. Toned down a lot in the remasters, but they're still there. This level is a bunch of... Okay. I messed up a little bit there. There we go. This level is crawl spaces and corridors that all look the same. So the whole level is going to look like I'm running through the same hallways the entire time, but I assure you, they're different. And this level loves its ladders as well. Here's our first electrical wire here. And the goal of this level is to find 2 batteries and an aqua lung so we can repair our diver suit so that we can go in the water here. Then here we got the first battery. I'm gonna try not to get confused in these hallways. It doesn't matter how many times I practice, I always run and then immediately I'm like, nope, wrong way. We actually have to go back the other way. It's a quick correction, and I did a lot of practicing, so we'll hopefully not see that today. And the other new move that we get in the remaster here is the roll, which gets us, thankfully, through these areas a lot quicker than it would if we had to crawl the entire time. We are almost out of these ducts. And we are going to stealth kill this chef. All he's doing is cooking, and we're going to come up behind him and hit him with a crowbar. All to get his key. So we've collected 1 battery so far. And something new in Chronicle, or actually I don't believe it's new in Chronicles, I think it's in TR4, is searching the bookcases. I could be wrong, I have bad memory. And there is our pistols that they conveniently placed in a dresser for us. Now we have the lovely part here where we are going to run the wrong way like we always do. In this level, we don't kill any enemies. We only kill ones that are holding key items. They can shoot us all day long, but we're bulletproof, so we just zoom right past them here. We're going in this room to collect our next piece of the suit here, which is the oxygen tank. If we bonk our head on the ceiling when we jump, we also can prevent a stumble. It's like an alternative to flare canceling. But we're gonna flare cancel there as well. The goal is to not heal as much as possible. This is the one enemy we're gonna kill because he's in our way. He will absolutely shred our health bar if we don't, because we have this long interaction here. With, you guessed it, more long crawl spaces here. This guy, seen Lara, wants no smoke and runs the other way. And we got our another battery here, so we have both the batteries and the oxygen, so we just need one last piece. Every run, I always run past this specific door and turn around. I'm very proud of myself for not running past this door like I always do. Now, something different we do with ladders where we only have to go up one pull up there is we go to the far right so that we don't get the full ladder combination, or the ladder animation, I'm sorry. And it's a lot quicker. And you only really do that when you have one pull up or one climb that you have to do. And this guy's gonna drop our last piece. I'm gonna try really hard not to med here. Don't think it's going to be possible, but I'd really like it to. I'm kind of known for letting my health get to the last pixel before I med, which we got good RNG, so we're not too worried. So we're going to put the aqua lung into our suit here, and we got our batteries to power it up, and we are done with that level. We got the next level coming up. It's us in our cute little yellow swimsuit thingy, robot, whatever this is, diving suit. It's a fairly short level. It's about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Dev intended you don't want to hit any rocks or walls or anything like that because Lara actually has a panic bar that you don't want to fill. And you also got these cool guys that want to shoot missiles at you, but they are terrible at their job. So we just swim right past them here. And if you see the little bar that popped up on the left, if I hit walls, that's the panic bar that's going to increase. Kind of hard for it to max all the way out. You'd have to hit 1 million walls for it to increase to the max percent here. And there's our artifact. We are out of this boy. Now we just need to get back to the ship, which is just one long swim back. Nothing fancy, no fancy tricks here. These little flares that I'm dropping are basically useless. It distracts the guys in the little machines, whatever those are. They shoot their missiles at those flares rather than me. It's not really needed because the missiles never hit you anyway. It's just force of habit to spam them when I'm down here. And then that is the deep sea dive. We have our artifact. So something new in the remasters actually is that flare pickup. That is completely new to the remasters. Which allows us to create more instances where we can flare cancel and save more time. Basically what happened here and why the sub is sinking is because someone got greedy and didn't know what the artifact did. So now we all have to suffer. We have to avoid the water here. Another flare cancel. We're gonna kill this guy so that we can get our key card, and I'm praying he doesn't teleport on the box, which he did, he always does. So because of the extra flare pickup that we get in this run, ooh, that's why you don't want to land on that. We can throw in some extra flare cancels like this, where you typically wouldn't be able to in the OG. Oh, Jesus. So that's an instance of the hallways fighting against me because I have bad memory and I always have those little errors. So now we're gonna go see the captain of the ship so we can get a key from our lovely friend, which we actually haven't seen because I just skip the cutscene every time we see him. He basically tells Lara that he wants us to escape and leave him with his ship, as we will do. And then after this cutscene, we get our key, and then we need to go turn the power off because this water and the electric isn't really mixing well. And here we go with more crawling. I'm gonna pull a flare here because there's another instance where I can flare cancel. We're gonna hit our first jump switch of the game here. And on the way down, we're able to flare cancel here. That stops us from stumbling. Then we're gonna hit another flare because we are going to do a mechanic that's actually not new to TR5. It was in the OG game, just flipping out of a crawl space. And that flare cancel prevents us from stumbling because no matter the height, Lara will always stumble when front flipping out of a crawl space. Basically, the goal here is to collect both oxygen tanks so that we can use a tiny submarine and escape. I'm grabbing this extra med because we take a lot of extra fall damage here, like that, which we typically wouldn't. But because we have the flares, we're going to do it because it saves time. As you can see, I've really tried to optimize this run with a bunch of flares because we get that flare pickup. You get about 20 to 30 flares just in one pickup, so we're going to utilize them as much as possible. Anytime you have to grab to avoid your head being bonked, you can flare cancel to stop a very minimal animation. And then we are heading out of the level and out of this chapter. This is the main reason we grab the extra large med, so that we can heal on this ladder. We're gonna return to our friend here. And we're gonna go up this ladder, put our tanks in, and then that will be it for the Russia chapter. We just have to deal with this animation, the slow climb animation. Put our nitrogen in and then our oxygen in. And that is Russia. Now we're gonna head into the Ireland section. The Ireland section is young Lara. You're completely defenseless and there are no weapons or ammo pickups available. So you have to approach these levels a little different. Right here, we're gonna skip this entire long section by just using the terrain and modern controls to skip that there. This is supposed to be the horror theme chapter in this game. This is one of the levels that unfortunately got patched. In the OG, this level's about 30 seconds long, whereas now it's about 4 minutes because there is an invisible platform that you would typically jump on in glitchless, and then you'd be able to just get to the end level from there. Unfortunately, the devs did not want us to do that, so they completely patched it, and now we have to play this level dev intended like the rest of the run. Right now, we're trying to make a slingshot so that we can destroy the property here. And we also have these little babies. I don't know what you want to call them. See the little guy running around there? He's chasing us because he's upset with us. Not really sure why. I think we're just invading his privacy, and for that we shall be punished. So we got the second part to the slingshot here, and instead of jumping and pulling up here, we're going to use the slope to get up here rather. And there is our catapult. Right here is our iron clapper. We'll need that towards the end of the run. And then coming up here, one of the cool things in the 4 through 6 remaster, if you hold down your look button, you have full access to tank controls, where that side flip typically wouldn't be available unless you had guns in the 1 through 3 remaster. So it opens up possibilities for more setups in the future. Right now we're going to burn Gallows Tree, which is the name of the level. We're going to crouch and grab this because the crouching animation for grabbing key items is quicker than the regular crouch. And we actually snuck on a boat that a priest was on that knows us to access this island. He's here to exorcise demons, and Lara thought it sounded fun and she wanted to join in. You might see a glimpse of him later in the last level of Ireland. And we are approaching the end here to this level. And we're going to be heading into the labyrinth. The labyrinth actually has a cool skip that wasn't patched that we still have access to, thankfully. Almost every run I do, I fail at that area. So that was a GDQ special of me not messing up. Now we are in the labyrinth. Things are going to get a bit spookier. We're going to start here by putting in a code that we need to get access to another door. If you asked me how to dev intend find this password, I would tell you I have no idea and to use a Stella walkthrough. So one of the big struggles in this area with modern controls is the camera that constantly switches. I'm able to kind of cancel the camera as much as possible to make it easier, and kind of memorizing the, well, that's not good. We're gonna put this bone dust in here, and we need full health for this next section here. That bone dust is gonna get rid of our friends here. So here's our first instance. We're going to do a bunch of grab, canceling, and rolls so we can get down here a little quicker. And then we've got our first skip coming up. I'm hoping I can hit this first try for you, but this is a really hard skip because you're going to land on an object that you're not supposed to land on here. And it requires like precise timing. There's actually 2 platforms here that you can land on. There's one of them. We kind of phase through an object there. It's considered glitchless because it's an item with a texture that doesn't have collision. If an item doesn't have collision, you're not phasing through an object that would make it considered a glitch. So that's why we're able to just walk through that in glitchless. Typically what you would do dev intended here is pull a bunch of levers to bring some drawbridges down so you can collect that book. Again, if you asked me to help you run that dev intended, I would not be able to help you. I have no idea. When the remasters came out, I got lucky when I dev intended it. So here we're just gonna exit, just jumping across a couple of these gaps. I don't sprint here because the corners and the jumps are just too tight. And we are done with the labyrinth. Now we're going into the last Ireland level, which is Old Mill. This is another area that got annihilated in the remasters because one of the big skips is patched, unfortunately, where you would typically be able to finish this level in about a minute. It's more like 5 minutes now. Right there, I jumped kind of a weird angle because we're skipping a trigger that activates the little baby guys that we seen earlier to be at the bottom of this pit and destroy us with pebbles because they have nothing better to do. We're gonna go up here, grab this crowbar because we need this to get chalk so that we can make some type of symbol on the ground that prevents a demon from reaching us. So there's a specific setup here. Mello from earlier and Mick Chimpy tested this out and got this setup going here. So it requires a step count and a specific lineup, and you're able to do that. The dev intended way would be to rope swing on a bunch of platforms that probably takes a good 2 minutes. That way you can shimmy all the way there and get up. And the old speedrun way would be to use the rope a second time and using that to kind of trick the game into pushing you into this area so you can grab it. But with modern controls, we're able to trick the game a little bit. Right there, I skipped the trigger once again. Right there, we get a little animation cancel there if we miss that jump. And here's where we're going to put our chalk so that we can pass this area. This level is about dev intended, about a little less than 4 minutes, but in the OG with cutscene skips, it's more like 11 minutes.
Oh, geez.
So that's another instance of thank God we got cutscene skips. And that's why originally, before the remasters came out, the estimated time was sub 1 hour. Little did we know that they were going to patch all the skips that would prevent that from happening. So right here we have this nice little old lady. She's just living her life in her... Oh, that's not good. You have to stealth in this section here, which I did not do. She's just living her life, and she has a coin that's down here that she wants to protect. And young Lara here is going to grab it right from under her nose, like this. And the reason I switched to OG is just because it's a lot brighter and I can see. Now she's chasing us because we get her coin. And we bait her into this cage, and we're going to skip the cutscene, but basically Lara comes down here, steals her coin, traps her in a cage, and gets that old lady eaten alive. We invaded her home to ruin her life. So that's Lara. That's the anti-hero for you guys. Basically, the objective here is to get the old mill to stop running so that we have access to the end of the level here. It's our first and only swing pole we use in the run. We've got another jump switch here. And that's going to get us to finish the level here. What that does in the remaster is there's an invisible wall. I'll show you guys coming up here, so that makes a little bit more sense. But there was an invisible wall added to prevent us from finishing this level in a minute. And when you pull that, that basically brings that wall down. And then we're able to end the level. So coming up here, what you would typically do is there's a current of water you'll swim through on the right, but you would use a cool speedrun trick. We're actually not doing it, we're doing a modern version of it, like that, which would basically skip you from having to activate the entire old mill. Then you would just crawl in here and you would pull the lever. Well, if you don't activate the mill in this run and you try to go here, there's a big invisible block preventing you from doing it. And that is Ireland. Now we are in the VCI levels. This is a big stealth-themed level. We're in Werner von Croy from TR4. We're in his headquarters, trying to steal back the iris from TR4 that he got from us and put in his headquarters. And we have the lovely zip on the communication line here. Oh, that's not good. There's actually 3 different outcomes here. Okay, we're not getting the good outcome. We're just gonna run with it and hope we don't get hit. Typically, you want to land on that first platform we jump to. And it all depends where you're stepping in the area, which I'm not really sure why we didn't get it, to be honest. We need to hurry up and get up this ladder before our laser friend hits us here. These levels are some of the more fun levels in the run that have like more complexity here. And this is supposed to be a stealth level, but we're not actually gonna stealth. Lara doesn't care. Actually, call me a liar, because we're gonna stealth on one guy coming up here. And then the rest of the game, we're just gonna kind of run through it here. Right here, Lara has to walk to prevent waking this guy up and activating a bunch of stuff we don't want to activate. There's a specific trigger that prevents that from happening. That's why I kind of ran into the walk there. Right here, we're going to swipe this key card to get rid of these red lasers behind us so that we can cross that path later. And now we're going to go to the very mini elevators of these 3 levels. I actually totally lied because here we have more enemies we need to stealth kill. Just like that. They're just trying to do their job, and Lara came and ruined their shift for them permanently. This is another level. There's no major skips in the next 3 levels. It's all just, once again, dev-intended routing and movement. This guy, we don't care if you alert him. He's not scary like the other guys. There's a bunch of buttons in here with suits, and one of them is going to drop a little disc here. Typically, you would just hit all the buttons until you found the disc that the suit was on, and now we have to return back to our elevator. We're going to hope to get by him without taking damage. One shot's not too bad. And then we're going to use, these are the lasers we turned off earlier to prevent us from having to use the crawl space again. We're going to use the access code here to open this grate. And we have a cool sequence here. There is explosions coming down the elevator, or the shaft here. And there's a specific sequence you do to get down it quicker. And Dev intended would be using the pole and trying to time a bunch of stuff. We're not doing any of that. Here's another area that's a lot shorter than what it is in the Dev intended route. Typically, you'd have to walk around this entire section and find chloroform and a rag and stealth kill him. But we're not doing any of that. It does spawn a guy behind us, but we're not really worried about him either. And we are approaching the end of this level here. What we're gonna do is actually, we're gonna stealth kill this guy. And we're gonna switch to rapid mode here and shoot. This guy's innocent, but we're gonna kill him anyway, because that's just kind of what Lara does. What that does is unlock this route and activate these guards, but once again, we just sprint past them. They're not really a threat. And that gets us to the end level area a little quicker than it typically would. Right now, the iris is afoot. It's down below, but we have to turn this switch here to deactivate the security measures they have on it. That's a really tricky corridor because of all the camera switches, and this is actually timed. And there is the end of the level here. So we're approaching the second level. Mainly in this level, we're going to be disarmed for all of it. We're going to open this trap door because we're going to come through there later. And we kind of just have to wait for Zip to stop talking to activate this next trigger.
So you're telling...
And now we get this cool shot of skeleton Lara. Just for a second though.
I don't like to be the bearer of bad tidings, but the
And here we're gonna skip a decent chunk because we already know the passcode to this pin pad. Well, if you hit it in right, you do. Typically you have to go through a bunch of offices to find the code, but we're not worried about that. Got another one of these little hidden trap doors. And we have some cool platforming sections coming up here. We have to be in like the perfect spot, that way we can backflip, twist, and grab this chain behind us here. And we have a long climb up until we get to this little piece here. And once again, I lied in Ireland when I said that swing pole is the only one. There's one more right here. I'm not consistent. This swing pole can be a little bit tricky. Thankfully, we got it the first time. In Modern, we're able to roll and kind of cancel that roll into like faster movement. Whereas in Tank, once you roll, you're stuck kind of turning around. So in Modern, if we don't have flares and we fall from long drops, we use the roll there. And now we're going to play Elevator Simulator, where we have to hit this button 3 times in a row. 1 to start the elevator, 1 to close the door, and 1 to stop the elevator from falling.
Lara, you broke? You ain't dead, is you? Come on, girl, answer me.
We have our comedic relief on the headset here. So where we were on the 13th floor and we're trying to get to the rooftops, now we are all the way at the bottom. I lied again, there's one more. Now we have a really long ladder section here.
Sorry, girl, you got it.
I'm gonna use this section here to hydrate a bit.
Yeah, staying hydrated is important. Don't forget, everybody.
Yes, always hydrate during your runs, always. So the tricky part with this is you kind of, oh, there we go. You can kind of see it. And we have a really weird banana jump coming up that I'm sure you've heard a lot today throughout the runs. Typically, you'd have to go to a different area and run across this tightrope here, but we're able to just kind of weasel our way in there. And you would, if you know TR and the modern controls and tank controls, you would think first look it's probably a modern only strat. It's actually not. You're able to use it in tank as well in the OG runs. Just requires a bit of a setup, whereas modern we just kind of YOLO it and call it a day. Now we have this section here that is terrible with a sniper aiming at us, and we cannot cancel this camera angle. And it just inverts all the controls when you're in modern. It's kind of, I guess, one of our punishments here. And he is going to basically try to snipe us on multiple angles in this area and try to ruin our run with weird angles. But luckily, we'll get out of here pretty quickly so we don't have to deal with him for long. We want to try to dodge his shots as much as possible, which we did there. We actually didn't get hit. Right here on the main floor, it's all lit up in a laser that'll kill us, so we need that guard to shoot that tank so that it's disabled. And here's one of the downfalls with the cutscene skip. During these cutscenes, Lara keeps moving, and if you skip the cutscene too soon, the motion detected turrets will activate and again delete your health bar. So you kind of have to wait to skip that cutscene until you know Lara's no longer in her sprint animation. And we want to sprint and dive in this room so we can get the most distance to these buttons as possible. Once we hit the 2 buttons, we are done. We are out of here. Now we're going to go through all these chests. All the chests do have explosives in them, except the one that has our item in it that we need to teleport with the iris. Because little did we know, we were able to teleport to an entire different area of the building with the iris that we've collected. That basically turns that off so that we're able to put this iris in here. And the guards have just now broken down the door. That's the power of speedrunning. They are no threat. And we are approaching the end of this level and on to the final level. Now this is another cool thing that's available in the remasters. Typically you would watch that cutscene and you would, during that cutscene, you would see what kind of password he enters into that pin pad and then follow behind him and put it in. But since we're able to skip the cutscenes, we actually don't need any of that, and we're able to get to the door when he puts it in the first time. He's very lost and confused how that happened, I'm sure.
Hanging by your cuticles over a spike pit in some.
And this is the trapdoor that we opened towards the end of the beginning of this level. We opened it here, and now we get to arm ourselves again. And now we are back up to the 13th floor. We're going to use our scope to blow this up so that this door opens. And that is the end of this level. Now they are alerted that I stole the artifact. They are trying to kill us, and this level is red alert. This is probably the hardest level of the run. It has a few just like tricky areas and RNG, and the remasters added a little bit of a problem with ropes in this section here. We use a little bit of our modern movement there to kind of zoom through that section there. And here we have our good old friend fixed camera angle, actually 3 of them that we're going to keep canceling with the look button. We got this guy just doing his job, but we're going to...
Got a feeling this isn't quite what it seems.
We have some lasers here. I tried to zoom through that. Basically, all these lasers are timed, and we want to get through them smoothly. And because we have the quick save, I just... Oh! Thought I saved and just soft blocked myself. We just save after every laser to save time. And we have a guy coming up here that has no clue what's about to happen, like that. And we have this cool little mini game where we have to shoot the targets before they reach the end of this gun range, or you get trapped in this room and die. With the modern controls, or if you play on mouse and keyboard, this is so easy. Just like that. Basically what we're doing now is we're trying to get access to the grappling gun, and what the grappling gun does is lets us attach ropes to certain areas. I'm actually going to change my gun to rapid mode here. for the next couple enemies here. First one being this one. You don't need rapid mode for this guy, but it just saves time than having to switch it in this next room where you do need the rapid mode. So in here we got a guy we need to kill. Now we're going to switch to our lovely grapple gun here. And you can attach it to certain things like this. And we're going to hope that the rope plays nice for us today. There's a couple ways. We're going to try to reach the damaged wall. There's a couple ways you can do this. There's a possibility of landing straight into the duct, but it's just really difficult to do so. So we're just going to try to get as close as possible. And then this is where we're going to switch back to sniper mode, which is our single shot mode. We're going to need that for these guys here. These guys you have to kill as fast as possible because they do two-shot you. They will delete you. Now we're going to go back on our elevator and we basically have to return where we started in the beginning, but now we have the grapple gun. So we have a guy that spawns here. He doesn't even see us. There's an extra med here. It's typically not required in the run, but for the sake of this run, we're going to grab it. And we have to return past these lasers once again. And we're going to grab this grappling gun ammo because we will need that for this section coming up. So that area there is just tricky with all the camera angles. It's kind of just muscle memory at this point. Yeah, there we go. I guess we did have it the first time. Now what we want here is good momentum, which I did not get good momentum on that swing, so that we can just immediately grab this. I didn't get the best momentum here, but able to get it in one swing, which isn't too bad. Here's another guy we're gonna stealth kill here, which we're kind of required to stealth kill him. And it is on a timer because you want to scope him and kill him before he moves. Like that. Typically it's a lot more difficult because if he moves one little inch out of that crawl space, you are kind of stuck. So we're going to switch to rapid mode here because the next couple enemies we're going to use rapid mode on. We're going to come across the, I like to call it the death rope, because Lara and the remasters does not like to grab this rope at all. So the rope that these guys came down on, we need this left one. Lara, like there, cannot, she just will not decide if she needs to grab it or not. So it's kind of just trial and error here. Like that. I was hoping we'd get it first try, but... So right here we've got another ceiling piece we need to open here. So this is like one and the only enemies in the TR that can actually block you from pulling up. And I just got unlucky there. So we're about to face our first cyborg. So the cyborgs cannot be killed with, in the fashion way of just shooting them until they're dead. There is a specific way to kill each and every one of them. This one coming up, we're going to shoot him enough so that he's damaged. And then from there, we're going to put water into this room, basically to electrocute him. And we need his health bar to get to a certain spot before we do that. As soon as you see the electric on his arm, that's when you know you're good to go. Ooh. here we're going to use our grappling gun once again. And we need this rope to access this other area. If we get good RNG like that, we don't even have to swing. We could just use the momentum to get us there. Now we are turning the electric off so that we can go down and grab the piece that he has, which we need to escape. And we need 2 of these pieces, so we're going to kill another cyborg coming up here shortly. I'm going to grab this med for safety reasons. Now we are going to head right back up, because when you turn the power off, that vent closes. Okay, a little nervous there. And coming up, we're going to go back in the vent, and Lara has a new backflip ledge grab in 4 through 5. It's a cool little sequence where you can look really fancy like this. Okay, no you can't because I missed. So we're just going to hit it the normal way here. And we're approaching the end of the game here. We're killing our last cyborg. And to kill this guy, we actually have to kill him with poison. We have this really cool running sequence here. Probably the coolest part in this level. And we're running through this to... Ooh. A little sloppy. We needed a door to open, so that's the reason. Then we see our cyborg friend. And we typically hope for good RNG that this fire right here isn't there so that we don't have to jump and grab. But unfortunately, I got unlucky and we have fire there. So we take a little bit of a 3-second time loss compared to just jumping. So to kill this cyborg, this area is just one big puzzle room. We basically have to trap him and then get some type of poison gas to suffocate him. I don't know how you suffocate a cyborg, but anything's possible in Tomb Raider. Yeah, it makes no sense, but it's Tomb Raider, so I guess we'll let it slide. So we lock him in that room so that he has no access, and the gas is currently in these hallways, but we are going to move that to his area to suffocate him instead. So this first lever or switch is going to trigger another door to unlock so that we have access to move the gas to the other area here. And there's that guy who's supposed to stop us, most useless enemy in the game because he did nothing to defend his friend. So now we're gonna watch as we move the gas to the other side and we see our little friend there. He's just running around having a great time. And little does he know we're gonna knock him out here somehow. Just takes a second. So you'll see his health bar go down, and then we're going to trigger the gas to come back on our side, because with the gas triggered, you can't access certain areas. So now basically we're going to go back and undo everything we just did so that we can grab the last piece off of him and escape the BCI levels. Approaching the end here. What I'm going to do here is check my meds because, oh yeah, we're good. In this area, you can, I have never seen that before in my life. I guess that guy can fall. The reason I need meds is so that I can jump and do this. If you don't have the meds for it, then you kind of die, or you'll die to this guy. And now we are about to end. As soon as this cutscene triggers, that's the end of the game. And we are done. That is Chronicles Remastered.
GG.
Thank you, thank you. It's a very quick run here, very quick run. I don't know if we want to let the cutscene play or see, well, there actually isn't final statistics, there's just credits.
Yeah, you can let it play out if you want. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give or anything while they play out?
Yeah. I want to start by saying thank you to GDQ for the opportunity in my speedrun journey. This is a moment that was on my goal, my bucket list for 2025. Ariana A7 has been a big part of my journey in streaming and speedrunning, and she's like a sister to me. Love her. And I want to thank Stevener and Chimpy. They've been helping me grind the TR5 remasters and finding routes and tricks to speed this run up. Thank you to Wellstone. He's the reason I started speedrunning and streaming. He's a huge inspiration, but don't tell him I said that. You can't tell him. Thank you to Queen Savi. She's a huge supporter to me as well. And I want to thank all the friends and supporters in chat. And I've got a bunch of friends in a group called Watch Partying this run, so I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody.
And it looks like that was a 108.59.
Nice, nice, nice. So it's about 30 minutes off of the world record for the OG.
It's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, it's all because of that cutscene skip. If we had some of the strats that we have in the OG and the cutscene skip, this would definitely be a sub 1 hour run, but we work with what we got.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Nope, I think that's it. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being on. Thank you, and everybody else who was on today. Thank you all so much for coming together, representing the Tomb Raider community, and celebrating Lara Croft's birthday. Fantastic speedrun community. So I said this earlier, but if any of you are interested in speedrunning Tomb Raider, the Tomb Raider community is very, very friendly and will help you out. So you definitely check it out if you are interested. And especially with the remasters that just came out the past 2 years, they're a lot more accessible than they were in the past few years. So if you're interested, definitely give it a check. With that said, we do not have anything else for you tonight. We do have Perilous Paths and Hidden Heroes coming back tomorrow. This starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. And a quick reminder, we will be rebroadcasting Speedruns 2025 from February 27th through March 2nd. That is benefiting Doctors of the World. Use !Speedon in chat to learn more. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you for dropping by.